this rebuild a little bit, but for what they showed today, you would expect just a little bit more. Or does that say more about Foot? I think they've been showing some face as well. You look statistically, they're hanging amongst Mouse. They're really not even that far off. And in terms of matchups, this isn't the first rodeo for them with Mouse. So they got the dub there. Foot had map point for consecutive rounds, Dusty. Map 1. Then we went to OT. Foot closed it out there.
Do you have any predictions for the games in the future moving forward?
Oof. I don't know. Watching this whole Legacy Spirit thing that's about to happen, I don't know. That's a wild one. Spirit obviously has Donk. They're fun to watch. But then, the little Legacy that could. And I'll put it to you that way.
I love that. Now, of course, we do have our special guest joining us today, Jordan Savelli from Team Falcons. But before I start loading you up with questions, we actually have a question for the chat. So chat, let us know, what do you think a typical day looks like for someone working at Team Falcons? Apparently you won't be pushed out of a helicopter, so don't worry there. Now, I'm not going to let you give chat the answer just yet. So instead, I've got a question for you, because Falcons have players competing across more than 20 countries and 20 different game titles. How do you manage such a huge global operation while continuing to scout and develop new talent?
It's a big challenge, but we have like a lot of staff around the world, especially like managers dedicated to each games. And I think like that's the strength of Falcons at the moment. We're just like trying to get like as much staff as possible and also like scout on different country and games.
Do you have like a favorite unsung hero of the staff that a lot of people don't think about?
To be honest, like all the managers that I'm working with are really, really good. But especially like the one that I'm working really close with, which is like my general manager managing Europe and the general manager for the MENA region. Like we're working really closely together, and it's just, they're just like putting a lot of work and to make these things happen.
Amazing. Shout out to all the managers out there. But our next question for you, with the club championship potentially going down to the final days, how do you manage the pressure across so many different teams and make sure everyone is pulling in the same direction?
That's a really good question. We have like a mental coach and psychologist with us, and working with all talent that are still in. Again, the managers know their players, so they know also how to talk to them, how to maybe like pressure a bit, like get pressure out of their shoulder if they need to for interviews or stuff like this. But to be honest, like we have players that are ready to compete here. We don't put extra pressure. They have enough already. And we also like try to manage pressure for us.
Have you ever pulled any pieces of wisdom for one of like the mental coaches that you guys have?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Donna, have you ever spoken with like a mental coach?
Probably not enough,
Right.
in all things considered. Yeah.
You just start raging in the middle of the game. You need someone to speak with, right?
100%. Otherwise, I'm yelling at the wall.
Absolutely.
Might as well be yelling at my teammates, but wall teammates, same thing.
But we can't be banned. We have to be positive. Now, of course, you have just eliminated the defending EWC champions in CS2 and moved further ahead in the club championship. Does a result like this change how the organization approaches the rest of the tournament? Or does the message remain simply one match at a time?
One match at a time.
There you go. Just one match at a time. One match.
Yeah, one match at a time.
Across 4 stages.
Right now, unfortunately, on CS, like it's just, we're out, unfortunately. But we still have Trackmania and Fortnite, so hopefully we'll go through that.
Yeah, and we do have the chat answer guessing what happens in Falcons, and they just said we play CSGO. Or you guys play CSGO, is that it?
Yeah, I'm just like doing this like 24/7, and I'm still shit.
It's funny because I think they were trying to play CSGO today, but we were playing CS2 competition around here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. A little bit dated.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky.
It's a little bit dated here. All right, we actually have one more question for the chat here. Which Falcons player has surprised you the most at EWC this year? Let us know in the chat. And then finally, we have one more question for you here. Falcons have become one of the most ambitious organizations in esports globally. When you look at the next few years, is the goal to dominate individual titles, win the club championship, or ultimately build an organization capable of doing both consistently?
We have like a high ambition for sure. It's a bit complicated to say that we will be able to just like win on individual games and also EWC. I think that right now we have like a right balance and we have the opportunity to win, for example, like TI on Dota and the major on CS, which is like important for us. Now, like we try to repeat this on other games. But as you say, like we have like a lot of games, so we have to also like prioritize some games. And well, right now I'm still focused on EWC 2026, and we'll see like what will be the plan for the next year. But the goal of Falcons is to create a legacy for many years.
Nice. And we can't wait to see that legacy play out. Of course, let us know your answers in the chat so we could potentially mock them up here on the couches. But we still have 3 more games that we need to talk about, Sandstorm. Let's start over in the Qiddiya City grid with Fortnite. What do we see?
Okay, so today we wrapped up the survival stage, so we know who are the 20 duos that are going to be competing. Falcons have Peterbot and Poyo, 2 of the best duos to ever touch the game, specifically Peterbot as well. They rarely ever, I want to say, like end up below top 8, so Falcons can kind of guarantee at least 200 points from them. And when you're looking at the other teams, AGAL, they have Sky and Scroll, who barely made it to the survival stage in the last game as well. Very final moments, they had to clutch it, and they did. So that, I want to say, is the only competition that I can see for Falcons at the moment. I would talk a little bit more about Vitality, but with them being out of CS, that's a bit of a yikes.
That's a oof.
Yeah.
I did really enjoy seeing Zeta Division, though, pick up those 2 back-to-back wins, because they just look so excited to see the guy.
But
like,
they didn't make it by 1 point.
1 point!
1 point.
Literally
like
just
a
1 point!
back-to-back win and then 1 point difference. Absolutely crushing.
Broke my heart into a million different pieces. But let's go ahead and move over to the Allianz Vault, where we saw some crossfire.
That we did. Now, when it comes to Crossfire, yesterday we saw the result. The reigning champions in AJAL, they got knocked out by Baisha, and Baisha also won the semifinals today against, I believe, King Zero. It was a 3-1 comeback after they lost the first game. Now they're in the finals, and I don't think they're going to lose it. And on the other side, you had Team Stallions in the, I want to say one of the Saudi representatives, but they are a Filipino team from Cebu. I was hoping that they would make it into the finals, personally, because I've seen them last year, and they're an incredibly lovely roster. But Team Liquid, first time Brazilians are going to be in the grand final of an international competition for Crossfire against one of the best in Baisha. So it's going to be a very spicy finals.
Yeah, especially because they need some of those CC points. And finally, over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we had a little bit of Trackmania. Who was the fastest?
Okay, I mean, obviously, you're talking about 7-time world champion Carl Jr. with Team Falcons. And the thing is, he's in the same group as one of the Vitality racers as well. So that's going to be a very interesting one. But you also have 2 of the AGAL players as well on the same side in the same bracket. I want to say different groups, but same side of the bracket. So maybe they can guarantee having at least 1 player in the grand finals. So they have to hope, pray, and do everything that they can to make sure that AGAL have someone in the finals. And they also need someone in Fortnite, in Sky and Scroll to compete. Because outside of that, AGAL need 1 win at least to compete with Falcons. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough.
Are you nervous about holding that position, especially with the games that we've seen so far?
Really nervous, to be honest. It's just like, it's only 300 points behind us. And it's like, yeah, I feel them like, you know, just like in my neck here, trying to smell me. So yeah, it's a little bit like tricky at the moment.
It's like personal space.
Just a little bit.
But okay, let's go ahead and talk about what the club championship points look like right now. We could go ahead, pull up the rankings just to see how close that race truly is for the top there, Sandstorm.
Yeah, now when we're looking at it, 4,600 for Team Falcons, AGAL 4,300. Falcons, once again, they still have, of course, the representative in Fortnite and in Trackmania, so they can still stand to make, I want to say, at least 400 points. Carl Jr. needs to win the first race. That makes it into quarters, or semis rather, so that would be top 8 for him. And then when it comes to Falcons in Fortnite, Peterbot and Poyo, I don't think they would drop below 8, because they've been consistently doing very good job so far. They qualified instantly from the first day of the groups. They didn't have to go through survival, so they had a little bit more time to study their opponents, scrim, and practice and get themselves into the best shape possible. And even Peterbot himself said, I am winning this competition. I am winning Fortnite because I want the club championship to come home to Team Falcons. So if he says it, I don't think he's going to drop the ball on this one.
I don't know. I feel like there's confidence to be had there.
Yeah. Like players are confident.
Confidence for the players, but I think it's still more stress for you.
Yeah, it's more stressful. I'm not the one like behind. Well, thanks for that, but I'm not the one like playing, so you stress like twice.
Of course. Well, before we go ahead and wrap up this show here, is there anything that you'd like to say either to the Falcons players or the Falcons fans who have been watching you this entire time?
I would say like just enjoy the last 2 days of the competition. May the best win, and I hope that it's us. So yeah, it's just this. But no, thanks to everyone like watching, supporting, and the player like putting a lot of effort to bring this trophy back home in Saudi.
Of course. And Stunna, where can we catch your next death-defying move?
No more of that, please. I think I had enough of that in the past year's time frame. Did it 2 times, kind of unnecessary the second time. I just want to say the Counter-Strike continues. Unfortunate realities, commiserations for the Falcons side. I think they'll have to go back to, you talked about legacy a second ago. They'll have to go back and try to find a T side because it just didn't exist earlier today. No offense, but no offense.
You and me are just going to have to find out what happens next, Sandstorm. But for everyone else, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you next time.
2 times in finals in solo, but I never won because Carl played.
Trying to challenge myself and trying to still prove that I can beat the best.
During the tournament, I don't think we ever believed that we would win.
Yeah.
We always believed we could.
Hello, I'm Carl Jr.
I'm Outak.
My name is Bren.
and we'll answer your AMA questions with Alliance.
Yeah, I think I started with the new maps first, and then I went back to the old ones and then tried to play all of them.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's only 24 hours in a day, and once you've played some maps for a certain amount of time, it's hard to play all of them, basically. You get good on the maps, and then you forget the other ones, and you keep rotating like that.
For myself, I'm more intense in the start when I'm very bad at the map, and as soon as I get some confidence, I just play way less.
Well, I think for all the top players here at EWC, it changed a lot of things for us. It changed our situation playing for orgs, playing for a much bigger prize pool. I think we're all extremely grateful to be here and be able to play on such a cool tournament. Like it's really, really good for Trackmania.
Well, for me, it's my job now, so of course it changes a lot. Also playing for an org, and yeah, well, the same as Bren.
I went down of my normal job earlier this year to went full-time Trackmania, and life is good.
So I want to prove myself in solo as well, but I think I did. Because I've been like 2 times in finals in solo, but I never won because Carl played. But
Hey, I played when you guys won against us in the final.
true. But yeah, it would mean a lot, obviously.
We gotta do it, you know, in solo
Yeah.
at some point. So,
Yeah.
During the Elite Cups, I was not like secretly grinding and not playing the Elite Cups. I just waited until all the Elite Cups were done, and then I learned the maps. I guess it saved me a bit of time because so many people played the maps before, so I just copied them and then changed a couple things that felt good for myself. When I traveled for the tournament, I decided to come one day early to just settle a bit and just feel better at the time of my matches. And so far, it's pretty good. I don't feel jet-lagged.
I practice a lot for events. I've seen my pace compared to the players throughout the years. It was way easier for me to dominate in 2013 than it is today. Like even in 2020 compared to today. It's more about keep on trying to challenge myself and trying to still prove that I can beat the best, even though they might be more hungry than me. That's tough for me. I'm struggling with that.
During the tournament, I don't think we ever believed that we would win.
Yeah, true.
We always believed we could. I think we started to believe in the middle of the match when we're actually playing really good.
Yeah.
They were not playing at their best. And
No,
yeah,
but we were in the flow state.
Yeah, you had the momentum.
Yeah, we played really good.
All the
We had
clutch
everything.
rounds, you
Yeah.
guys clutched.
and I
Yeah,
think
true.
what made us good is we clutched, and also Outak was way more consistent than me.
Yeah.
And I was able to push some surprisingly good times on some maps and save some rounds.
GeForce, I'll always remember.
And tubes. I think the most important thing in Trackmania is if you make a mistake, you need to understand why you made a mistake. Not just do rounds again and again and again and crash the same spot.
We can all crash the top players, and it's part of Trackmania.
Yeah.
But it's like Brent said, you need to understand why you crash. If
Yeah.
I crash in the first 2 secs because my brain is not working properly, okay.
Yeah.
If I crash 3 times in a row because my grass slide doesn't work, it's a different story.
Yeah.
So if you always crash at the same place, go on a porn map, and if you don't, Forza Horizon might be for you. We're done with all the questions. Thank you so much to have participated. And again, I hope we answered your AMA questions right with Alliance.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We book Esports World Cup up. Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas à dire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
50 days of competition, 5 games of being here across the entirety of EWC. It really has had it all here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. And what a way to finish it. And just for all the crew, absolutely everybody that has been here since what is the beginning of July. We've had so much go on. And Rachel with me, I've had so many other people with me as well. Rachel, Trackmania, what a day this is going to be.
Absolutely massive. It's made its debut here, hasn't it, this year? This is the biggest competition for all of these players. The money on the line is incredible. Milos is just going over there. Milos, come join us.
Come on.
Come join us. $130,000 for the champion. That's the most they'll have ever taken home. Chris, this is a massive day for them. Adam, joining us?
Yeah, he's on his phone as per usual. But yes, it's been absolutely incredible all the way through. I mean, we started here with Dota 2. We then had MLBB. We had Honor of Kings, Rainbow Six Siege, and finishing up with Trackmania has been so much fun. And what's even more so today, the club championship is all going to be decided here as well, Rachel. It's going to be an insane day on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
I mean, that's adding the pressure, isn't it? For a lot of these players in Trackmania who have never even competed at LAN before, the pressure on not just themselves, but for the clubs they're representing for this club championship. Like you just said, I'm getting nervous. These guys have got to introduce them. They'll be getting a little bit nervous. No, they won't, because they're absolute professionals. And these three up here, look at the team.
Look at the boys.
Woo!
Nice to see everybody not just matching exactly like they were on our very first final day, but this is going to be extremely special. The biggest day in Trackmania history starts right now.
50 days, 5 games. It's hard not to see a touch of emotion spill over into each and every conversation that decorates this stage. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet has held so many moments. It is a time in esports that I will not easily forget, and many of you who have been watching at home as well will remember this moment for many, many reasons. But especially if you're a Trackmania fan, an esport that has been introduced to the world in a new way. For the first time in 20 years, we have a prize pool that looks to set somebody up for a life-changing amount of money in $130,000. But overall, people just making it into today are earning sometimes more than what they've been able to make by winning a grand final. This is legendary. This is momentous, but also what a way to end our time in Paris. EWC, wow, what a dream. And of course, a place where dreams are dreamed is France, as we welcome you back to our panel to begin an amazing day of Trackmania to close out our time here. My name is Rainday, and I am joined by Turbo and G-Geek. Gentlemen, looking good as always, but also hopefully feeling good as we culminate this adventure we've all been on with what should be an amazing day of Trackmania.
Yeah, I feel amazing, but there's really something in the air. It's magical. I mean, it's the most important day in Trackmania's history when we talk about esports. $130,000 on the line. I mean, we cannot stress that enough. It's just life-changing for players, and 7 matches to go. Like, it will be a long day still ahead of us.
Sometimes there's hype, and sometimes there's gravity, there's depth. I feel like today there's a little bit of both, G-Geek.
There's a little bit of both, and there's a word that I want to use: effervescence. This is really what I felt when I was hanging around the venue a little bit before we went on live on our show. Everybody's just anticipating a lot of great games. Like, we've seen so many great games, especially day 2 and day 3 have been absolute barn burners, and this 4th and final day of competition where everything is on the line, including the club championship. This is going to be one heck of a show.
He's absolutely right. Not only are we giving away a moment in history for the winner of Trackmania, but they may do something historic for their club as well. Let's bring you to our STC Rewind to show you how we got here. Because getting to this moment, it was anything but easy for these racers. We had upsets, we had emotional turmoil turned into triumph on the other side of it. Speaking of Josh, who's now finally made it into the 16s, his family here ready to support. You look at Paco's family, his sister, his father in the stands as well, rooting. So many different names that, yes, are marquee, but maybe not the Carl Juniors of the world that have had tremendous tournaments. What has been your takeaway, Turbo, from seeing the 3 days that got us here and now going into the finals?
I mean, it's just been amazing, and Carl Jr., of course, is still the GOAT out there, but just imagine winning today as well for Carl Jr. What kind of legacy would that be? But he still has to prove himself, and I also talked about that. His armor was not cracked. He did not feel affected by the performance, by the incredible pace from Neon, but we're gonna see him play him against him again, so this will be something to look out for. And Pac is also in the match, also one of the best players out there, and then Otak as well, but I'm getting ahead of myself. But the main takeaway is just it's overwhelming, it's astounding, it's just amazing, really.
It's great to see G-Geek. I mean, Carl Jr., Neon, Pac, the stories are endless.
Yeah, the stories are absolutely endless. You were mentioning Neon, the 17-year-old kid, turned 17 the week before competition, showed up in a very strong way already in day number 1 with a great recovery, but then absolutely set the timesheets and social media ablaze with his performance during day 2, not getting away from Carl Jr. by less than 10 points. I'm just looking forward to see how this kid competes. And of course, we were mentioning Josh, parents also being the MVP, and Josh with a great amount of resilience through day 2 and day 3 to make it through to the top 16. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to make an even bigger jump, not only in placing, but also in prize money as well, because every single step you take gets you a little bit more of that dough.
Well, in a way, it takes a bit of bravery. I've always felt that competing is risking, and just joining into this fight where you know you'll either win or lose, it's not easy for everybody. Some like to sit on the sidelines, not these players who have now, unfortunately, on one side gotten their keys crushed. But on the other side of that risk is something even greater. $7 million on the line for the winner of the club championship. And it comes down to today. Whether it's in Fortnite, whether it's in Trackmania, we will be deciding very likely the club champion winner, whether it will be Falcons back-to-back-to-back or it will be AGAL. This stage holds the key to what could be a legacy for an organization for years and years to come. And we've got Chris Tunn standing by with an update.
Down the Gadia City grinning, it is all going on here today. We got Fortnite. Lauren, look, I'm going to be checking in with you all day because so many important things going on in the club championship here today, here in Fortnite.
Yeah, and the fact that it's kind of down to us two as the two deciding games.
A lot of yapping.
We're going to be talking a lot here today, but we're 5 matches in on our match point finals here today. The way that works is the threshold is set 350 points. The team has to hit that, then they have to get a victory royale. That's how they win. If no one does that, there's a max set of 15 matches on the day, so it could go long or it could go short. But right now, we've got Aurora Gaming at the top of our leaderboard, and I know they haven't been in our discussion for the tippy top of the CC leaderboard side of things. However, they were 10th heading into Fortnite, and just for context, if they win, they get those 1,000 points. That puts them tied for 4th. 10th place right now is $650,000. 4th place is $3 million. So this could be massive for Aurora Gaming. Falcons obviously in here as well. Vitality in here as well. AGAL in here as well. All a little bit slower starts today, although Falcons were able to get 1 win so far on the board.
Okay, well, we'll be keeping it up. We just coined it off camera, Club Championship Saturday. That's what we're locking in on today. Plenty of chats will run over the course today. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Chris Dunn there. We'll show you our Aramco Club Championship leaderboard, which has been keeping us up to date with all of the adjustments. And the thing they mentioned, Aurora Gaming, yeah, that's pretty vital because you look at 1,000 points. Obviously, they've got some that you would think are here, but no, it's basically a group of 20 or so. So 1,000 points here, going from 20th, where you don't get any, to winning, would put them in a position to tie Nada Vincier. That is incredible. She's right. That's millions of dollars. That is a great secondary subplot going on, but Turbo, it's really Falcons and AGAL, and these matches, even in our 16s, are going to show us head-to-head what that's going to look like.
AGL has still 2 players in the racing with Binks and Gwen, and I also talked to the manager before that. He was so nervous, really. He was so nervous because there's just so much on the line, the $3 million gap between first and second. But Vitality, they are theoretically also not out on it. I think they have a 0.4% chance. Right?
I mean, what do you got to do to get a 0.4% chance?
It's even lower than that, 0.04 after
does somebody have to trip and fall on the ground or something? Like spill a cup of coffee? Like what makes it such a decimal point? We're going to leave the people in doing the math behind the scenes to do that, because there's one rule that you stick to on broadcast. You try not to do math live.
Exactly. That's what I always say when I cast, when I'm an expert. You don't do math on stream.
Do not do math. You will.
Yeah, I mean,
it is always funny. But you look at that moment, it's going to be for someone in Trackmania. It's also going to be a moment for somebody potentially in the club championship, either Falcons or AGAL. So much on the line today. I cannot wait. You can tell there's a depth to this. I really, really want you guys to know that in this moment, for some esports, this is like we got another one 2 months later. In Trackmania, I mean, this is legendary. It's historic. And this amount of money, $500,000 for these players, it is life-changing for them. And you can see our tournament bracket right there will lead you into the schedule of how this is going to show up. And look at those players. Look at these competitions that are going to be going on. To start us off, our quarterfinal match number 1 will be Stuffs, Binks, Renati, and Richie. Then we will go to Gwen, who Turbo is calling potentially the favorite here. Epos, Bryn, and Masa, who has driven a lot better than his previous days and starting to get that confidence back. Elcon, Mime, Josh, who we mentioned, had that emotional turnaround with his family support. Paco as well has got family here in Paris. And then, of course, our last quarterfinal, which, guys, could actually be a final, is Carl Jr., Pac, world champion winners as teammates, and then Neon, the young gun, and Otak.
Otak also being a world champion of 2023 alongside Bran. So we have 3 world champions in this match. And Neon.
And Neon, who is playing maybe better than all of them.
Yeah, who absolutely, as we said, absolutely floored everybody, including myself. I was up there on the desk watching the match live, cross-legged in front of the screen, and at every single world record just pounding the ground saying, who is this kid?
I remember I was watching it backstage in the green room. We were like, another world record, another world record. We couldn't believe our eyes. That was just amazing. But also, Josh, it's, I think, my most favorite storyline of the whole tournament so far, because he was facing elimination. He played that route against Lingo. It was a double final situation, and he was getting through, backs against the wall, and then played the match of his life yesterday. He won against Otak.
He was fantastic. All right, if you think you know who's going to win, and that is very hard to pick right now, it's anybody's race today. Make sure to get your pick'ems in. You can earn your share of $300,000 of prizing, move on up the leaderboard, and of course, brag to your friends. Let us know that you were right, or maybe that you predicted something that nobody else saw. Tuning in, let's switch gears to our very first group of the day, our first quarterfinal. Of course, in Trackmania, we've got 4 players in a quarterfinal, so there's actually still 16 teams left, but they're all going to only advance 2. 2 keys crushed every single match from now on, and stuff Spinks, Grenady, and Richie. G-Geek, how do you drive yourself into finding the perfect narrative for this one, because all of these players have what it takes?
Yeah, indeed. Stufts and Binks have been playing absolutely out of their minds. Stufts, especially on day number 2, looking very, very strong on Japan. Binks, one of the 2 chips in the game for AGAL, and everybody already in the crowd looking to drum up support for him in the race, not only for the overall tournament, but the club championship as well.
And that is not another game. That is Trackmania. That's why the AGAL Fiends are ready. And also Grenady played very, very good. He's one of the most consistent players, but then he was ultimately not able to close out the finals mode. And then we also have the local, the Parisian. We have Richie in here as well. An incredible double final situation against Nico, which sealed the deal for day number 4 for him.
And one thing that I want to highlight on Richie is we've talked about the importance in the pick and bans of number 1 and number 2 seed, because you get to choose the first 2 and also the last 2 maps. Here, Richie as number 4 can dictate a lot of the physiognomy of the match, because we talked about him, I talked to him actually a little bit earlier this morning. He was not exactly sure which map he would ban. He would think of sticking to the usual ban of Norway, but Japan left on Japan is kind of left by the wayside. But if you ban Japan, that could be a very good counter for Stufts. It can completely alter the entire storytelling of this entire game.
Interesting. The world record holder Stufts was for me also one of the players who was just amazing. He had such a poor start into his match on day number 2, but then asserted dominance, setting the world record there as well, crushing it from Neon, driving a 0.15 on Japan. So Japan might be a good ban there, good intel there. We're gonna see that very soon. I think now pick and ban phase will be very important to consider.
That is a great point. I know we had a chance to talk about this with our players. We talked about the players. Now let's hear from the players. Stuffs had a chance to catch up with Rachel before his first quarterfinal.
I've got Stuffs alongside me, or should I say Prime Stuffs is what you've called yourself. Must be pretty happy with the performances so far.
Yeah, I think so. I've had a lot of struggle this year, I would say, with how I played, but I feel like I'm finally playing good again this tournament.
What's clicked?
I think it's the effort I put in again. I think the maps really suit me, so I think that's a big help as well. But I think it's just all the effort I put in all the time, and I think it's just all coming together now.
When you say the maps suit you, can you tell us a bit more about that? Can you pick that apart for us?
So for me, maps that really suit me are maps that they don't have a lot of tricks. They're just purely driving as fast as you can, just purely doing pace. And I think that's the type of player I am, just go as fast as I can.
And in terms of today, you had yesterday off, which is probably important. How did that look like?
I think for me it was a nice little rest day. I had some practice, watched all the matches again, looked at my opponents that I have for today as well. So I think for me it's been really nice to kind of prepare myself for today.
In terms of the opponents, they're all going to be tricky now as quarterfinals. How would you assess each of the 3?
I think Grenady and Binks are definitely my biggest opponents. Richie is kind of the underdog in the match, I feel like, but Grenady is kind of the opposite of me. He's very consistent. He doesn't crash a lot. And Binks is very, very fast also. So I think I'll definitely struggle today, but I think I have it in me to win.
Are you saying you're an underdog, or you...
No, I think I'm right up there with Grenady and Binks for the win.
Have you been kind of, I guess, prioritising EWC? It seems like maybe, you know, when things haven't been going well, the maps are now going in your favour. This has been the priority?
Yeah, it definitely has. I skipped Red Bull Faster, which was another Trackmania event for this, which people kind of doubted at first, I'll be honest. But I think the sacrifice, putting everything into this, is definitely worth it for me.
Quarterfinalist, let's go. Prime Stuffs is back and he's ready.
That's prime stuff right there. I like it. Rachel, thanks for the insight. And skipping Red Bull faster, but also having the chance to prepare and focus only on this. G-Geek, I'll start with you as well. You mentioned some of the physiognomy of this matchup that could change as a result of it. How does Stuffs fare if Japan does get banned? How well do you think he could still go about this?
Well, he could still very much trade blows with Binks on Poland, as we saw during day number 2. But Japan has been especially strong, and he had nobody could really answer his pace and the consistency that he showed. So having a Japan ban early on could definitely blow the door wide open for a second place fight between Granadi and Stubbs. And Richie also could have a little bit of a spoiler world to play as well, Kai.
Richie was also really good on that map, that is for sure. But I think Stubbs in this match for me is a very complete player. It's not prime Stubbs, he's just exceeding his previous prime. But just like he defined himself after that break. I mean, he played Fortnite professionally, took a break, and then came back playing this game. He was a former teammate of Wizzy. Also quite poetic that they're in rival teams now, right?
Yeah.
They're still friends, but they're just having a rivalry within teams. But I think he has what it takes. He has the confidence, and for me, he takes the top seed. And second, I don't want to decide that.
You don't even want to decide. Well, good thing we won't. We'll just be watching and having fun. But Stuffs, he could have been deciding the club championship either route he took. I mean, he would have been on the stage 2 over there in Fortnite, and he would have been here. So Stuffs clearly has a legacy to be made in Paris, France. We are so close to kicking this off, guys. G-Geek, some final words to hype up the energy, the momentum that we've built over these 3 days going into our final day, not only of Trackmania, but of EWC here.
If you thought the first 3 days were crazy, well, oh boy, hang on tight, buckle up your seatbelts and get ready to be absolutely blown away. Not only with the game upcoming, but with all 6 other games that we're gonna have today. And in the end, history being made, and we're all for it.
Look in the background. Look how many people are here. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh,
so many people already in the crowd.
We're back.
Make some noise.
What's up? You adore to see that.
What's up, Trackmania? Wow. We love that you're here. We love that you're ready. This is a moment that you want to say, I was there for, because you could see in Paris, there's something a little bit special. The magic has landed in this beautiful land of architecture, of art, of dreams, and it has now graced our stage of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet one last time. Whether it is Stuffs, or whether it's Binks, Granadi, or Richie, or whether we go down the line into Carl Jr., Neon, Pack, and Otak, there is a player in every single race that could determine the fate, not just of this $500,000 prize pool, but of the $7 million prize pool for the club champion and the one who raises the trophy here at EWC.
You gotta put it all on the line, and we're about to get ready to let the field loose and go racing all the way to the line here, Kai.
And as you look to get those engines started, we here at the Gauntlet, well, we don't get to decide. We are simply a witness to this incredible opportunity. How lucky we are to be here in France. For one last time, let's begin your show here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Bonjour Paris, how we doing out there? Oh, you sound so magnifique, glorious. You rejoin us here on our fabulous Trackmania stage here at the Esports World Cup. It's good to see you here. It is Championship Saturday, all to play for. One more time, Paris, let the world hear you roar! We're ready, we're so ready for this. We started this competition with 32 players. We're now down to 16 at the end of the quarterfinals, down to 8, and only 8 races go through the semis, and then only one today will be your first ever EWC Trackmania victor. It's all on the line here. The pressure is peak, the margins microscopic, and you got a front row seat. My name is Adam Savage, and this racy little so-and-so is the fabulous Milos.
It's always a pleasure to be by your side, Adam, especially when we are at a historic moment. As you mentioned, this is Trackmania's first ever appearance at the Esports World Cup, and this plucky game is probably going to be the one that decides who wins the club championship. 3 teams, Vitality, AGL, and Team Falcons, fighting it out, point after point, to see who can take it all by the end of today. However, the day has to start somehow, and it goes on with our quarterfinals. Please join me in welcoming our first 4 players to the stage. Greats in their own way for game number 1. Stuffs, Granati, Rishi, and Biggs.
The crowd are besotted with what's about to take place here in Paris. We've got ourselves 4 mean, lean racers, all eager to stake their claim on the semi-final. 2 will progress, 2 will have their keys crushed. It all comes down to this. Take a look at this and get yourselves ready.
It's again gonna come down to the turnaround. Biggs looking to train things out. Back up. He has the speed. He could not catch him.
We've seen today just the margins, how fine they are. 0.2 of a second in some races, some laps, defining world records and track records every few races. It's incredible. I would love to see Josh 1248 go all the way.
Josh is going to crush his dreams, and Mudder is going to crush his key. It's Josh!
Oh my word!
Being in top 16 is incredible. It was the goal I set out as what I thought if I played my best I could.
One more gate to go for the young man, and he will be the second qualifier coming through.
The win here feels awesome. Not much expectations before the event, so happy with playoffs already.
It just goes to show the kind of the bigger picture of esports, and it's not just about the players, but about the kind of like the celebrations across, for everyone that they know, and what it can mean to them as well as people.
Massa and Granati will stay alive in this tournament.
I need to step it up, and I need to stop disappointing myself and also other people.
You can really feel it's bigger than just competition. It's become more of like a family and friendship. Looking over their shoulders, thinking, who do I have to really worry about here? Who's in my group? Who could be, a real competitor going into that kind of final? We're going to see tomorrow, the grand final.
For now, I just try to celebrate the fact that I'm going through to the top 16.
What a day here in Paris as we begin the final moment in Trackmania. The crowd, you're alive. You're keeping us alive. You know these racers feel it as well. And whether Granati using the wheel or whether Richie bringing the experience to this matchup, no one knows what is going to happen from now on until the final round that we'll see later this evening. But Kai, this is the moment that these players have been working so hard for.
This is the day we've all been waiting for, not only the players, but also we as the spectators. And take a look onto the band face as well. Norway being the first band from Richie. What can you say about that, Geek?
That was the expected band that he was expected to go with. He left Japan open, and what do you know, right on cue, just picking Japan as the opener. We might be set already on after the races.
Also, Granati banning South Korea, banning it in every of his matches. And then we have Japan, pick number 1, Canada, Saudi Arabia being picked up by Granati there. And then Hungary and Poland will be map number 5, everybody.
The decider. And one keynote to actually point out, Canada picked by Binks. Binks has not played this map yet, so it will be very interesting to see how he stacks up against the rest of these competitors.
I agree, great pace there is needed on this particular map, and the crowd is getting ready. We are ready. The players are ready.
And I'm ready as well, which means our casters are also ready to take this. Trackmania, Paris, we love you. Let's get into what will be a legendary day by sending it over to your casters, Noah and Twiggy.
I'm not quite sure I am ready, Twiggy, to be totally honest. Rain Day's putting words in our mouth there. Yeah. There's nothing quite like playoff Trackmania. 3 incredibly intense days of competition to bring us to this point, and it will all culminate in just a few hours' time with our first ever EWC Trackmania champion.
There's not really many words that can describe what
everyone here is feeling right now. It is an unreal event and an unreal... Well, it's not even the finals yet, it's just the playoffs.
We've got 3 more quarterfinals to go after this one. And I'll tell you what, Twiggy, I was looking at that pick ban, and I think immediately Stuff's chances of making it through this quarterfinal rose dramatically. Japan, the first map we are getting onto. That means we will be seeing it again in the rotation, guaranteed at a very important time of the match later on. I think Stuff's all of a sudden, just with how this pick ban went, in with a great chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, the performance that Stuff's put up, last time we were out on here, absolutely unreal. I mean, keep in mind that Neon was setting time after time after time, and then Stuffs came and blew him out the water here on Japan. And the consistency as well was the thing about him.
Now, unfortunately, Stuft has crashed the first round of the match on Japan here. Is now down by about 7/10 on the other racers, but it is a serious battle up front between Binks and Grenady for that first 10 points. Those sweet, sweet points. You love to get a first place, of course, in these matches. It is so far ahead of what you get for second, and it really can be match deciding. Just picking up a couple more first places at key times over your opponents can make all the difference.
Well then, some people, which I'm sure are going to be very happy right now in the crowd, the AGAL fans, Binks out in first place, and of course the club championship is probably going to be decided by Trackmania. So if Binks keeps doing well, people are going to be very happy, and that's a good start, taking a lot of speed through the identity of Japan and coming home to a first place.
Richie nearly catching Grenady at the end there, but as you said, the AGAL fans don't care about that. They're just celebrating seeing Binks win round 1 here in our first quarter-final of the day. That's a big 10 points. Disappointing first round for Stuff. It's only picking up 3, coming home in 4th place. It was an early mistake. We'll see if he can get out in front this time.
Exactly, he's going to have to make up for it in the other rounds, and that's not a good start. Another clip right at the beginning of the map means that he will not have a chance to catch up, barring any massive mistakes from anybody in front.
We'll see if any of those mistakes do come through, but even then, he's almost definitely out of the running for that first place in this round. He said it himself at the start of this match. We saw the interview with Rachel. Grenady, a player who is known. He is consistent. He has that experience, and he's not going to let many mistakes go unpunished, you feel, in this match. At the moment, no mistakes from any of the other 3 drivers. Richie battling wheel to wheel with Grenady at front. Binks just behind the pair of them at the moment. Grenady edging out a lead as we head towards this identity. Releases coming through. It's all about your release timings here. How much speed can you carry on out of it as well? And Grenady doing a wonderful job. Binks as well. Both of them pull away from Richie.
Binks was ahead of Grenady at this point in the last round, and he does pull ahead, but Grenady will have more exit speed coming out of that section. It is really neck and neck. Who is going to take more speed through the identity? Who's going to be braver? Who is going to try to push their limits? Binks has more speed, but it's not close to enough. Grenady crosses the line first, and in procession, 400ths behind. Binks is going to have to settle for 6. This is going to be a tight battle between these two.
What I will say for Stuft, the one positive maybe after 2 rounds where he has come 4th place on a map that he has looked so good on, is that the times from our other drivers are not yet incredibly impressive. You can see it in your top left of your screen right there. Stuft with the 1:15.151 does have the tournament record on this track, and nobody else's time in the first couple of rounds really looking to push that just yet. If Stuft can slow down with these mistakes, stop making mistakes early in the track, he still has a chance when we wrap back around to this map later on. But right now it is looking like a poor start on Japan for Stuft. 3 rounds, 3 crashes.
On the flip that time, catching his car on the edge and, well, I mean, completely stopping all of his momentum. This is not the start that he will want here on Japan. He's going to have to really try, well, just to make it back to Japan at a certain point. If Binks and Grenady continue to run away with things, we have seen incredibly short series.
We really have. Richie just not able to keep up through the middle sector of the track. Both of these other drivers overtaking him, even though he held the lead earlier on. Has managed to catch back up to Grenady now. It's Binks out with a clear lead. A little bit of daylight behind him, and it's all about bravery through Japan. How close do you cut it? How much speed do you carry through these gates? Right now, Grenady carrying more than Richie, and he will carry that all the way to the finish line. Will take a 2nd place, but it is Binks picking up his 2nd first place of the match, moving to 26 points.
Really does feel like it's the Binks and Grenady show right now. Maybe if you well, if you asked anybody before the event who would come out on top in this lineup, probably you would get the answer of Binks and Grenadi. But the way these players have been playing over the course of the whole tournament, it was always going to be up in the air here on the server. And this time around, once again, Stuffed off to a good start.
The best
Something's gone wrong for him every single round so far.
It has, but this is by far the best start we've seen from Stuffed on this map, and he is already 2/10 ahead of anyone else, looking incredibly quick, and this would be a settler. This would help him ease his way back into the match if he can get that one good round on Japan before we leave it behind.
He's got a lead of several tenths right now. That's a nice start to have here on Japan, where, well, you're less trying to push for pace and you're more trying to stop yourself from slowing down as much as possible. How much do you want to risk by braking as little as you can here? A place where you're not going to be braking here in this section. And Binks, again, taking a lot of speed out of it. It's not nearly enough to catch up to Stuffed, however, and into the identity. How quickly can he get through this one? This is exactly what Stuffed will have wanted over the course of the rest of Japan, and it's absolutely brilliant. It is flawless, and it's a new world record from Stuffed.
I said it. Did I not say it, Twiggy, that nobody else's times looked like they were as quick as Stuffed's potential was on that track in this match? And unfortunately for Stuffed, that is our final round on Japan for the time being. But I will maintain what I said at the beginning. We will be wrapping back around to that map later at a very pivotal time in the match as we start to approach finals for the first time. Stuffed remains a threat if he can keep himself in position heading through the rest of the match. But for now, we'll leave Japan behind. We are heading to Canada.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Stuffed. It's bittersweet leaving Japan behind right as you got a world record. 3 very disappointing rounds, but at the very least that's going to gain you some confidence. And hey, he's played all the rest of the maps as well, so it's not like he can't do the same elsewhere, whether or not he's as confident and as quick, happy to do so.
I mean, speed, that's the key here, right? Can Stuffed actually get pace like that on another map is key, and well, can he get consistent as well on these other maps, because it is mistakes that have cost him so far. Grenadi looking very solid so far, maybe just losing out on pace in that final round, but has been there, and Binks in particular looking quick, looking threatening in this match. It is all 4 drivers off the line cleanly. This uphill, any mistakes to be made? Not this time around. We still have 4 drivers out on track.
Yeah, now we're in the playoffs. It does really feel like another echelon has been reached here by the players, and nobody is slowing down for anything, nobody taking safe lines, and yet still relatively flawless. I mean, the mistakes that we've seen from Stuffed, one of them I wouldn't even call a massive mistake. It was more just unlucky. And, well, with Richie down by 3/10, that is definitely still catchable. It's all going to come down to the identity here. Grenadi and Binks right behind, and then Stuffed's coming in, flying through the identity. May just get an overtake on 1. Can he get an overtake on 2? It's Grenadi over the line first, but Stuffed gets the overtake on the Binks.
This is what we expect to see from playoff Trackmania, Twiggy, is consistency starts to become a little bit less of a factor the deeper we go into a tournament, because the players who make it to the end of a tournament are the players who have not been crashing, and so pace really does start to become the defining feature of these matches. How quick can you get around this track? How hard can you push the times that you have been practicing before the tournament even begins? And right there, Stuffed showing incredible pace at the end, managing to overtake on that final corner down through the identity, starting off well in this second round on Canada 2.
So Richie, who starts off well on the uphill there, getting a lot of speed. But
dear.
Was a little too overzealous on the turn, falls back into 4th place once again. I believe we just saw Grenadi touch the inside there of the turn. He'll fall back. Stuffed and Binks now, the 2 players looking for first place, and Stuffed has definitely gained some confidence from that round on Japan. He's looking very good here on Germany as well. Out in first for the identity, and
oh dear, that's Stuffed. He's gone. He's crashed on the inside. Binks will return the favor of that overtake from the first round. This time, though, it's for a first place. Grenadi ultimately takes second as Stuffed falls all the way down to 4th place, and that is his most costly mistake in the match yet. Dropping from 1st to 4th is a huge swing in the points.
It's absolutely massive. And just as he was looking like he was finding some form here, pushing his way up, and the gap maintains At about 20 points between all of these players here. And unfortunately, he's going to have to regain that confidence once again. Richie hasn't found any over the course of the series so far and drops back into 4th for a 3rd time here on Canada.
Yeah, tough go of it for Richie at the moment. Hasn't fallen all that far away from Stufts on the leaderboard, but both of them starting to trail Grenady and Binks by margins that are starting to feel a little bit untenable. Need to start closing that gap soon if you can. Stuff's got a nice overtake on Binks through the identity in the first round here on Canada. In position to maybe go for it again, but Grenady starting to extend that lead to the point where it does not feel like he can be caught as long as he doesn't send it into a pole. He sends it into a pole. That will be Grenady caught. It's Binks looking for a win, but Stuffs will snipe. This time it's for first, and that is a full 10 points for the Dutchman.
This time it's him capitalizing off of the mistakes of others. And some good speed at the end gets him another overtake onto Binks. It's unfortunate there for Grenady. Not the place you want that to happen whatsoever. After, he'd been staking his claim on this game. He has given up that lead now to Binks. 2 points ahead.
Not all that much. Just yet. Still plenty of time for those leads to grow. We are moving towards the 140-point limit in this match. Once you get there, these players will be looking to lock in their finalist mode by winning a round once they've reached 140 points. That's what it takes to move on. So not just consistency, but the ability to actually win a round in the clutch when it matters as well. And Stuffed, well, he's having a little bit of a tough time clutching things out at the moment. When he's been developing these leads, he is making these small errors that are costing him. It's not all that much of a cost this time around. He is still sitting in 2nd place, but it was a clear first place for much of the track.
It's an incredibly close round, this one. Everybody within 2/10 of each other as we go around the final corner. Grenady takes it perfectly. He's got a lot of speed. He should be absolutely fine with his line through there, and it is Binks over the line. And Richie, I think, misses that final checkpoint.
Yeah, he did ultimately get across the line. I could see it there on Grenady's screen. That 3 points pop up. It will not be a DNF for Richie in that one, but a little bit unfortunate in a round where he was finally at least putting together a run. He still wasn't really challenging for first place, but was within a couple of tenths. Richie crashing at the finish line. You don't love to see it. I'll tell you what I do love to see coming down the pipeline, though, Twiggy. You know what I love to see coming down the pipeline?
What's that?
Saudi Arabia. This map has been an awful lot of fun so far.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it has had such a rate of DNFs and so much drama at that final jump. We've seen players push and push and push for more time through it by going lower or by tilting their car even further, which has just caused more and more crashes.
Yeah. It really has. It's that final jump in particular, right? When you are aiming for that small gap, you have to time your releases perfectly. And as the adrenaline kicks in on the stage, as the nerves hit here on finals day in particular, I am going to see, I'm guaranteeing it now, there will be crashes here on Saudi Arabia, and it is a map we have seen a lot of as well. Not a lot of players remaining in the top 16 who will ban this one away.
No, not at all. And we did see towards the end of those decider games that players were kind of going, I'm not really sure I want to risk this. Not really sure I want to put up what could be, 80 points in a series on a map where 25% of the time I'm not finishing the map.
Yeah, it can get a little bit scary. At least this time around it's a little bit later, but we could see some decisive finals rounds here yet, Twiggy, in this match. We'll have to wait and see. That's a long way in the future. I'm not going to guarantee that one. I'm just guaranteeing the crashes. That's all I can give you for sure. But right now, you know who hasn't crashed? Richie, looking for a good finish for the first time in a little while in this match. Stuffs, though, is perfect. Look at the speed he gains, hits the boost button towards the finish line. That is a great round from Stuffs, who picks up 10. Richie with a PB on Saudi Arabia as well is going to finally get a 2nd place.
It's big for them. It's exactly what they need. As the gap to Grenady and Binks slows and narrows down just a little bit. Richie.
Just only a little bit, let's be clear. It's going to take a couple more rounds like that, except for Stuffs, who really has been staying close to them at the very least.
Exactly. Richie still trailing by just under 30 points, but Stuff's getting a lot closer.
Yeah.
A few more rounds like that.
Yeah.
Be absolutely perfect. But Grenady and Binks.
Oh,
Ooh, not liable to let that happen. I mean, beautifully low jumps from both Grenady and Binks send them further into the lead.
I thought too low from Grenady. I thought he was going to clip on the way through, but judged to perfection. The wheelman himself, pretty good on precision, as it turns out. That wheel helping him out as he is now through into the lead of the race. Stuft's pressuring Binks behind Grenady, looking maybe for an overtake in the jump here. All about bravery as we head through it, although Grenady has hit a wall. Grenady has lost position, so Stuft's inherits the lead. He's in first place. Is he able to get it as clean as he was the first time around? Is Binks making it? He's not. Stuft's will take first. It's clean and he's through. Richie will take second again. Grenady nearly caught him, and Binks will settle for fourth, and so it's nearly exactly the same finishing position as we had in the previous round, just a slightly more unconventional method of reaching that finishing.
Yeah, and Stuft has done it. He's up there on 60 with the two leaders for the time being. The AGAL fans in the crowd are going to start to sweat a little bit now.
They've gone a bit quiet.
It was a real good start from Binks, and it's dwindling slowly, but we're not even halfway done yet, so plenty of time yet to regain some form.
There really is. Grenady in particular maybe looking to regain here. We kind of said it on Japan, right? The map that Stuft's picked, that he's looked so good on, didn't go great for him, and Grenady, he's the one who picked Saudi Arabia. He has looked very strong on this map as well. He would like to start to pick up some of those 10-pointers for himself and stop letting Stuft's back into this match if he can avoid it. But there are 4 drivers all within a couple of tenths of each other here at the moment. It's only just over a tenth from first to fourth, and that gap is shrinking as we head deeper into the track. All 4 drivers keep their wheels on the ground through that hill. Will there be a mistake here? There was from Grenady in the last round. A lot safer this time around. Too safe. He's let Binks out into the lead. Now Stuft is coming from behind as well. All 4 drivers into the jump together. We're gonna lose none of them. God. Binks has the lead from Stuft. He's overtaken Grenady, and it will be Binks to take the round win. And all of our drivers make it cleanly to the end, something we have not seen very often on Saudi Arabia.
And the way the crowd lights up as soon as Binks manages to get around in his favour. It's exactly what they want to see.
It really is, yeah. They've got a very loud drum if it starts going well enough for Binks at any second.
Yes, they do. My head knows exactly all about it.
Ringing in the ears.
Yeah.
And, well, we'll see if we can get some of that noise going in the crowd on this round. Binks not been winning out on these close rounds all that well, I think it's fair to say. He's done very well in some of them back on Japan, but since then, when it gets close like this, Stuft has really been having the advantage, having the edge, has managed to finish well in a lot of these rounds. And Binks now is starting to drift just a little bit away from those 2 leaders. In this moment, that is Stuft and that is Grenady. They are right on top of each other. Stuft's losing a little bit of speed there, but he does keep the line pretty clean, so will not lose a huge amount of ground. But he's not contesting Grenady for the lead of the round anymore in this moment. Grenady less safe this time around through that jump, will maintain the lead out in front. Will there be a miss? Will there be a mistake? Grenady through the air. He's clean. Stuft is a little bit cleaner, but he will not be able to close the gap, and it will be Grenady with 10 points for the first time in a little while, as Stuft will settle for second, but I think he'll still be pretty happy with it, seeing Binks down in fourth.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, all things considered, a pretty uneventful Saudi Arabia, honestly. Yeah.
Much less crashes than we expected, I think. I guaranteed crashes, and we only got a couple.
Yeah.
At least I didn't put a number on it.
Yeah, I didn't guarantee one
I just said
round.
crashes, and there were at least 2.
Yeah, well, hey.
Yeah.
Tell you who will be happy about is the players.
Yes, that's true.
Who I feel like, as we've moved through Saudi Arabia's over the course of the tournament, have come to kind of despise that end a little bit.
Yeah.
But oh well, they don't have to deal with it anymore at all. It's Hungary, which another map
Speaking of
where,
difficult maps at the end
maybe not
here.
quite as many DNFs, but definitely as many crashes.
Absolutely. Hungary, a map that is going to caused the soul to leave the bodies of some of these players, I think, at different points. Definitely that final jump has caused some real upsets in rounds already in this competition. Might just do so again here in our first quarterfinal of the day. We now have 3 players within 5 points of each other. Richie, the only one who has not joined the party on above 70 points. Not quite halfway to that 140, but everyone else starting to edge towards it and starting to think about whether or not they can reach finalist with time to spare before their opponents.
Well, Stuft's up at the top for the time being. Hungary can be very processional until the very end.
Yes.
We're going to see a lot of players holding hands as they move through here. I mean, absolutely nothing separating them through that checkpoint. It's going to be an insane finish if it maintains this position here. Binks moves up into first, but just by a hair's breadth here. Grenady right behind in fourth. Can they hold this position, and who is going to be the first to make a mistake? Everybody but Grenady catches a wheel there on that first jump, and it's Richie in behind for a second place. Stuffed and Binks, third and fourth.
That's a big 10 points for Grenady. Was already leading from Stuffs and Binks, but extends that lead in pretty big jump there. One swell swoop. Grenady will jump 10 points clear of anyone else in the match. Delighted to have Richie just slotting in behind him in second place. Just there. Sorry, what did you call me? Excuse me?
I called you a swell foop.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we'll see if Grenady can do it again. He was a little bit reliant on the mistake from Stuffed and Binks in that last round, as it did take both of them clipping wheels. They were looking quick up until that point.
Indeed. Well, Stuffed, speaking of quick, he's out in first place this time once again. As long as he doesn't crash his car, should be fine.
Should be fine.
That is kind of
how hard can it be to not crash your car?
Yeah, exactly.
Extremely, as it turns out. We've been watching 32 of the best players in the world.
The
for the
tracks are kind of formulated exactly for that.
Kind of trying to make you crash your car at different points.
Speaking of which, here comes Stuffs now.
And he's
done it again. Yeah. He's done it again, and Grenady is safe on through. Once again, the exact same story. Perfect from Grenady. Binks comes home in second. Richie takes third. Stuffs now needs to make the safe finish happen, which just about all good.
Yeah, you do hit those slow-mo blocks on the way through to the safe finish, so it is slower than it looks if you have not seen Trackmania before and you're not keeping an eye out for those slow-mo blocks as well. So Stuffs will take fourth place again. Same mistake, same place, twice in a row on the track. Feeling a little bit, honestly, Twiggy, like Japan was for Stuffs as well, where he's out in front. He's clearly got the pace to win these rounds, and he's just making, I'm going to call them silly mistakes, right? That was one that maybe you could have adjusted for a little bit after the last round, and he had the gap, you know, he didn't need to full risk it on a low jump onto that block.
Yeah, it does feel like Stuffed is one of those players where it's all or nothing on every single kind of area where you could gain or lose a massive amount of time. It is, I'm either going to do it perfectly or I'm not going to even bother at all.
Yeah.
He is back down in fourth place now. Based on the way these finishes have been going, it really doesn't matter unless you're down by more than a second.
It can't happen again. Surely Grenady can't inherit the lead again from somebody making a mistake on that block. He has, though. He's through into the lead, and it will be a third round win for Grenady. He's taken them every time, and at no point has Grenady been leading this map with 2 corners left to go. He's still won. He still made it. At no point has Grenady been leading with 2 corners to go, Twiggy. He's still won 3 rounds.
Yeah, that is, oh man.
That's tough.
Wheel buff,
Wheel buffs. I mean, it's what Stuffed called out earlier in the match, right? Maybe Stuffed has the pace, maybe Binks has the pace as well, but Grenady definitely coming in with the consistency here on Hungary.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, I can't believe this is going to be an elimination match.
Yeah.
Oh God, everyone is.
Every match today, Twiggy, we will have to send 2 players home, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Can we start I don't know, brand new losers bracket?
Yeah, let's just make it double elim right now. Right
absolutely.
Now, come on. We need more Trackmania.
We definitely have the authority.
I don't want to say goodbye to anyone else. Oh, God, Richie.
How do you feel about saying goodbye to Richie in this round?
Hey, well, Grenady's in first place. He's never been in first place on Hungary here.
That's true. Maybe it's not Grenady inheriting the win. It's just whoever is in second. Let's wait and see. Grenady onto this platform will not make a mistake. See, that's how you do it, boys. You just have to make sure you get clear. Grenady, though, a little bit slower than Binks. I don't think there's enough track left. There won't be a perfect map for the player from Big. Grenady will pick up 40 points at genuinely a great time. I mean, what a time to have a perfect map, Twiggy, right? Now on 119 points, jumping from 89 all the way up there, and now he's only 2-3 rounds, well, not 2, but 3 or 4 rounds, shall we say, away from finalists, potentially.
Well, indeed. We're going to move to Poland now. I don't recall how well Grenady did on Poland last time we saw him on this map, actually. Have we seen Grenady?
We almost definitely have. Don't ask me. I mean, that's unfair,
don't
surely.
Ask me. Oh my God. Don't make me do my job.
Last time we were here, Grenady looked like the fastest player in his match. He was up against Massa Wizzy and Flimsy, and I believe he looked brutally quick. In fact, he might be a serious threat here. I said maybe 3 rounds until Grenady hits finalist. He might even close out the match on this one, if I'm being honest with you, Twiggy.
Well, that was why I asked. Very much possible now that Grenady can take it away here. And it would be that scrap for second place that we've seen so many times over the course. Oh man, well, it won't happen this round.
It won't happen this round. I was just pointing out to Twiggy here that Grenady, one of the few players in the competition who does have a PB on this map that is below 109. He is in the 108.9 range along with Gwen. Not quite alongside Massa, who on the offline version of this map does it the 108.8. But here we go again. Stuffed is quick. He's out to a couple of tenths lead. It's shrunken already. It's now half a tenth of a lead. Can he hold on to it though? As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he might be in with a chance to win it. And with Grenady having jumped up so close to the 140 already, for Stuffs and Binks, it's starting already, I would say, to kind of be do or die time. There are only 2 slots available in the semi-finals.
That's a great jump from Binks, and he'll move up into first place, and it's safe through the water, but not for Stuffs. Clips a wheel, falls all the way back. Maybe Grenady can scrounge together a few points out of this one, but it's Binks and Richie who are in first and second unscathed, and Binks can play it as safe as he wants through to the finish line. Richie right behind, but Binks is the second player past 100. Oh, it was close at the back.
Stuff still holds off Grenady, but Grenady, look, he's on 122. Ultimately, even if he'd won 2 rounds, look, if he'd won 2 rounds in a row, he still would have been on 139 points. So now Grenady can win 2 rounds in a row. He just needed to get a finish in at some point, and he was feeling okay about how things are. The map positioning still, or the match positioning, I should say, that was points overall, still looking very, very good for Grenady. Maybe looking a little less good for Stuffs after that round, as Binks has also hit triple-digit points.
Yeah, exactly. It is very much a nice thing to see as a player, as you are within 40 of getting finalist, though of course we've had many victims of finalist mode.
Yes, we have
already.
There's no guarantees.
95% of your performance might just not matter whatsoever. You've got to get that first place in the end. And right now, Stuff's doing a good job of trying to claw back some of these points here. Binks right behind. Let's see through the water. Stuff's playing it a little more safe, and that has lost him out on a little bit of speed. Binks comes flying through. Can he make anything happen here in the identity? It looks like it. Way lower, way more risky, and way more speed. Stuff's fighting back, but it's too little too late. No, it isn't. He's got him. He's got him at the finish line.
Wow, Binks got a little bit wobbly at the end there. He did all the work he needed to, and it was frankly a couple of the easier jumps left in this identity. He really had made the push that he needed to, but he just couldn't hold the speed he came in with. And so Stuff's allowed back through into first place, and that is a lifeline, frankly, thrown from Binks to Stuffs in this match.
Oh, that changes things.
It does.
It does.
It changes.
Everything changes.
Yeah, every player's score has changed after that last round, as all of them managed to move at least a little bit closer to that 140-point mark. Grenady not moving there very quickly, though. Now only 15 points ahead of Binks, and he may not have a huge amount of time on finalist by himself, especially if Poland continues to not go all this well. We know he's got the pace. We know he can be quick. He has not been able to show it yet in this match with these opponents. He's still looking for a good round here on Poland. Is this going to be the one? He has work to do if he wants it to be. He's sitting in 4th place, now he's sitting in 3rd place. Stuffs and Richie ahead. Grenady looking to move up into 2nd place through the water, and I think he's done it. He will be ahead of Richie. 1 player left in front of him. The gap only 49 thousandths between Grenady and Stuffs, and that's great speed from Grenady. 1 corner left to go, a couple of jumps left. Grenady, it's a drive from 4th all the way up to 1st. Grenady will cross the line ahead of anyone else, and he will pick up the full 10.
Well, you can't ask for a much better round coming back from 3rd position than that.
4th position. He did start that drive in 4th. Went all the way to 1st, and now he sits 1 second place or better away from finalist, Twiggy.
Well, I'll be very, very happy with that. Stuffed has done a good job here on this map. He's caught up to Binks, but he needs to push it a little further as well. And right now it's Binks out in 1st. Everybody getting so close to that dirt wall. No touches, however. Everybody will stay up where they are. Richie falls back just a little bit. But other than that, nothing to separate these 4 amazing drivers here.
What a match it has been so far. What a day of Trackmania it has been. We're not even done. Match 1. We have a lot left to go.
Barely
Binks,
got
though,
here.
does not have a huge amount left to go in this round. I don't even think he was going to recover that. That is almost definitely, I think, well, he might still be out on track. We'll wait and see. Right now, the battle up front, the important one, is Grenady and Stufts looking to get 10 points. Grenady now feeling good, though. A first or a second will get him onto finalist. He does not need to overpush this. Allowing Stufts through into first place is okay. Doesn't feel great. You'd still prefer to get the 10 points, but this will be Grenady hitting finalist first. He's not going to let Stufts have those 10 points uncontested, but Stufts will take them away anyway. Grenady, though, that is the story of that round. Will get his second place, will hit finalist, needs just one more first place, one round win to advance to a semi-finals.
Yeah.
Whee!
Wheel players, camera spinning around the map as they let it sit in between rounds, and it falls all the way to the left or all the way to the right. Grenady making sure he's hydrated, heading back to a map where now, Twiggy, now things, I think, get very interesting. We're heading back to Japan, and Stufts, well, yes, he did not have a good Japan. Our last time of asking, did set a world record.
Yesterday, yep, that's true. And has warmed up into the match since we visited Japan the first time, I think, right? Or sorry, no, he set the world record today.
Yes.
Yes.
In the final round.
Yes.
You forgot because he came fourth in every other round.
In every other round. I was like, in my mind, I'm like, yes, Stufts very good on Japan, has not had a good match on so far.
I gave Noah.
Yeah, truly disgusted with my inability to remember basic facts about the match. We are still watching as Grenady is now in finalist mode, but Stufts is quick, Stufts is fast, Stufts is a threat on this map to, I think, anyone in this competition. And right now, Stufts is in first place, but he has crashed. And so all of a sudden, maybe the door open for Grenady to close out finalist mode on this first time of asking. Richie, the closest player to him. Binks about a 10th back, but Binks is being brave. He is sending it. They do not want to allow Grenady out of this match freely. They do not want to let him go without a fight.
Richie pushing, but they're going to need to push so much harder here. Grenady seems to be feeling it, knows that victory is right there, survival almost is right there. A path to the semi-finals, etched out in front of him.
Well, I mean, he releases an awful lot earlier than Binks there. That allows Grenady to a speed heading down this hill into the identity, and that's a crash.
Oh, that's it.
From Binks. That should be it. Grenady now well in the clear. Rich is still a couple of 10 behind. Grenady on the wheel. He doesn't crash these. He's used to precision. He does crash these. I made a fool. I made a liar in front of you all as Grenady will spiral down to fourth place. Richie gets his 10.
It doesn't matter if he finishes, but still.
Doesn't matter if he DNFs or not. It's first or nothing right now for the German, and that was nothing. That was a final corner crash from him in a round where I'm not sure he's going to get one as free as that again on Japan here.
He's just going to have to lock back in and try again, and that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, it's hard to tell what's going on that man's face, but he does not look happy.
Understandably so. Yeah, absolutely. Again, up against some players who are capable of setting incredible times. On Japan, Stufts in particular, I think even if there's a gap of a tenth, a couple of tenths heading into the identity, oh my lord, Stufts! The bravery, the speed he carried through there, that may be the fastest we have seen anyone through that section all week long, as it has taken Stufts from a 10th and a half behind Grenady to now just under half tenth ahead, heading towards the identity. Stufts still leading from Grenady, and Binks is there as well, just in case Stufts needs a hand denying Grenady at this point. We will be entering the identity with Stufts still in the lead, and again, I just think he's brave, he's fast, he's capable of taking a lead and taking it all the way to a finish. Stufts needs to not be too brave right now, just needs to bank these 10 points, move to 133, and Grenady has now had 2 bites at the apple, and it is still bobbing around in front of him out there. There's another world record. Did I not tell you, Twiggy? That is the fastest we've seen anyone through the middle of the track yet.
Oh my god, man.
Oh my
what
days.
a map to come back to at this stage. And Stufts is now within reach of finalist as
still 2
well.
rounds here. Stufts could just win the next 2 rounds here. It's well within the realm of possibility. Stufts equally could crash the next 2 rounds here and end up allowing Grenady through.
I mean, all it would take is one small mistake and Grenady would capitalize, but he's had such a hard time here on Japan, the second time of asking.
Yeah.
But who else has is Binks. Binks has not been gaining points here.
That's the same place, the same speed. He's carrying so much, he keeps it out of the wall, and once again, he comes from a 10th behind and he overtakes Grenady through the middle of the track.
Oh my god, these two are vying for position. Grenady wants this so much, does not want to be denied again here. Does not want to be in a situation where he lets Binks onto finalists as well. The AGAL fans can't even watch.
Understandable. I wouldn't be watching either if it wasn't quite literally my job in this moment to do so. The tension is unbearable. Grenady holds the lead from Stufts as we head into the identity, but we have seen the crashes. We've also seen Stufts able to risk it through here. Look at him, he's closing the gap. He's got the speed. He's catching Grenady. Stufts crashes. Grenady is through.
Oh, what is going on today? Woo! Oh, I can't believe it. Grenady through. It's off the back of a mistake, but I don't think he cares. I do not think he cares.
He does not. I'll tell you what, Grenady is through, but Stufts also through that last round. But I think a function of how hard he was risking that identity, Stufts' pace absolutely unreal. It comes at the cost of a little bit of that consistency here on Japan. He was on for another great snipe and a great round just there, but ultimately not able to hold on to it. And now Binks is within reach of hitting finalist himself. Stufts would need someone else to win the round in order to deny it, and Stufts, well, he just needs to finish and he'll be finalist.
Well, he's well on his way to that. I don't think Stufts knows the meaning of just finish. We have a few players like that at the tournament that just don't care. They don't care. If playing it safe is an option, they're just going to go for it anyway. And Stufts is on a tear once again. Maybe a little less fervent than he usually looks here, but other than that,
you say that. But here we go into the identity.
Still
Binks
first.
is the player who clips. The AGAL fans will hate to see that. Stufts is a long way out in front, and that will be the round win.
Smooth.
Took him around to do it, but now Stufts will hit finalist. But there's only one place left up for grabs in the finals. Stufts will need to do it against Binks, and he will not have the safety blanket, will not have the comfort of doing it on Japan.
Binks, you saw there, just had to recenter himself.
Yep.
It's a good time to have a map pause if you're Binks.
It is, but I throw my mind back, Twiggy, to what happened the last time we were on Canada in this match. And I distinctly remember Stufts sniping Binks repeatedly.
Yes.
Which is not a great place to be in for Binks, now that Stufts is on finalist.
Yeah, sometimes though, I think you've just got to go, all right, well, I can't do anything else.
Just got to drive my race. Just got to go as fast as I can. There is
Can't
one
walk over the stage and break his kneecaps. I've just got to drive, unfortunately.
There is one spot in the semi-finals left up for grabs, but there are 2 slots available in that hydraulic press awaiting behind that back wall right now. And it's all down to just a couple more rounds to decide who will be going where. Richie, technically not out of it just yet either, but it would take a serious run of very impressive rounds from Richie in order to put together a real challenge for that second semi-final slot.
If there was ever a time for Richie to have a glow up here in the series, this would be it. And he's out in front right now. And more importantly here for the fans in the crowd, Binks has overtaken Stufts.
Yeah. That is an important overtake, right?
Yeah.
Even if Richie does end up winning this round, if Stufts can beat Binks, if he can take the second, Binks still isn't on finalist. So Binks desperately trying to hold on to one of these top 2 spots. Richie in particular desperately trying to hold on to first, and Stufts, he's just here. If there are mistakes up front, if he can get through, it wouldn't be how he'd want to do it on pace, but he'll take a win either way. It is going to be Binks taking 10. It is going to be Richie settling for second, but Binks is on finalist, and one round could now separate 2 of these players from advancement.
Well, here we go. It always felt like this was going to happen, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. Look, a little bit maybe more roundabout than we expected getting here, but Grenady through first and Stufts and Binks battling it out for second place, almost exactly how most people were predicting this match to go.
Yeah, well, comes down to the wire now, 1 round.
Oh, Binks has crashed!
Binks is gone!
He's out of there!
Ready for Stuffed as long as Richie does not overtake.
No, he's fine.
No,
he's fine. That was just a release. That release
regular
got me.
slowdown.
On purpose. On purpose.
You're
from
jittery,
Stuffed.
Nua. You're jittery.
I'm spooked. I'm scared. Richie has still closed the gap, though. Let's be clear. Stuffed's maybe over-releasing through those prior sections, and he's now got Richie glued to his rear bumper. Only a little bit of track left to go. Maybe only a few seconds between Stuffed and the semi-final of the EWC 2026. But Richie is right here. Stuffed needs to send it. It's so clean. He's so quick. He is so very much a semi-finalist at EWC 2026. It was called out before the match. His destiny lay with either the Fortnite or the Trackmania. It was always going to be on one of those stages here at EWC, and I am glad, Twiggy, that it is with the Trackmania.
I mean, oh my God, the AGAL fans. Woo! They were elated when Team Falcons went out of CS2 yesterday.
Yes, they were.
They were elated. Their chance with 2 Trackmania players to get things done. They only have 1 remaining here in the playoffs.
Tell you what, though, not a bad one to have remaining. Gwen still playing for AGAL. His quarterfinal coming up just a little later on in the day. But for now, we will be celebrating Grenady and Binks, and we will be mourning the loss of 2 excellent competitors, Richie and Binks, both having played so well over the last 3 days. And that's going to be a theme for today, Twiggy, I think. It's going to be very sad to see all of these players go because they have made this tournament what it is so far.
Yeah. I mean, what an amazing way to finish it. We have not had a single game that hasn't delivered.
Yes.
In some form. There have been a few where we haven't had several finalists, but they have still delivered.
Absolutely. I mean, sure, yeah, Carl Jr. and Neon may not have allowed anyone else to finalist, but Neon did set 5 world records as a 17-year-old in that match. So, you know, comme ci, comme ça.
Yeah, exactly. You're really feeling the moment here in France. Oh, so many.
Grenady was so scary.
So many of those moments here in this game, and you can feel it from Grenady, and as well as that from Stuffed, and you can feel just the heartbreak on the AGAL side of Binks. But now it's time for us to throw it over to the stage and to Milos.
Bittersweet is every single moment here at the Esports World Cup once you get deep into the tournament, and this is where we are. Our quarterfinals set and ready. Please joining me, Grenady, victor of this first quarterfinal. He'll be crushing the first key. That'll be Binks eliminated. AGAL fans, this is what it comes down to. Grenady victorious, and that's the first key crushed. There it is. The elimination for Big. Gentlemen, come on in here. Grenady, you were calm and collected throughout this whole game compared to everybody else. How are you managing your stress during it all?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm just a rather chill person, and luckily it also works out on stage here, and it definitely helps for these high-pressure matches. I don't think we ever had so much pressure in any Trackmania tournament ever, especially now that it's also you get top 2 or you're knocked out. But yeah, I kept it cool. I played good. I had a few mistakes here and there, so it wasn't like my cleanest match ever, but I'm definitely very happy with how I played. Also happy that the finalist mode didn't beat me up in the end. So yeah, I'm very happy that I made it.
Very good to lock it in. That's Grenady. Come on in, Shuffs. I mean, very well done for you. You still get second place out of this. It's very important to advance onto the semifinals, but there was a big fight all the way to the wire, down to the wire in it. How did you handle it and keep your cool through it all?
I think the start of my match was definitely rough. I didn't play the greatest, to be honest, but I just kept my cool, knew I could win the rounds with the pace that I had, and that's kind of what carried me until the end.
And it was a beautiful bit to witness. That is it then, Shuffs. You'll be crushing our second key here. You may join me, Grenady, on the side. That is Richie's key. That'll all be for Stuffs to nom at here with our crusher. I promise you next year we'll give her a beautiful name. For now, she's just munching. That's Richie, gone and eliminated. Stuffs with the second elimination. It's set all for our first quarterfinal of the day. Grenady and Stuffs advance to the semifinals.
Bittersweet is a good word to describe the moments we're feeling here as you see fans from elation to desolation, to despair, sometimes to the high energy of finding a route around. And for Stuffs and his community, they are looking to drive another day. And for Binks, just on the edge of a victory lap, unfortunately, we'll sit this one out for now. What an incredible moment, guys, and welcome you back. Randy here on the desk, Turbo G Geek. That was tough to watch. You could see the emotion from Binks supporters, AGAL. The good news is they do have Gwyn coming up in the next matchup, so they won't be moving far. But it comes a sad end to Binks' story, who was really a great player.
Definitely, but I mean, all things sometimes have to come to an end, and Stuft, after a weak start, bounced back into the match. I mean, we have seen the pressure really getting to the players, also to Granadi, who was really just throwing away that finals round there on Japan, going into the wall. It was, as Granadi would say, a PF ending. He just had to drive into the finish.
Yeah, exactly. And just to give you a little bit of an insight of the map's progression, we were starting to see Binks and Granadi kind of pull away. And on the first rotation of Japan, Stuffs completely flunked it, 19 points out of 14, somewhat salvaging it with a new world record, which would then beat on the second rotation. But where Stuffs' challenge really came alive was when we came to Saudi Arabia with back-to-back wins, and then went all the way to 32 points out of 40, compressing the gap to just 6 points between the top three.
And I mean, also Granadi with really 4 out of 4 wins there. But Stuft, he has to work on those weak starts. Really, it has been a pattern in his matches. And I think if he cannot keep that together, the semifinals coming out now, the top 8 players. I mean, he has also secured some points for Godlike. But if he wants to make it into the final, he has to get rid of those weak starts, because I think those maps really suited him well. And Granadi also picking up the piece on Hungary. Also, he was shaky, you know. Poland was then really good for him again, but it was all really just all over the place at some point. Not really someone going straight through it and not struggling.
Yeah, little things going to get worked on. The benefit of today, unlike all the other Trackmania days, which is different than normal Trackmania esports events, is that they get to drive again and again and again. They get to build that momentum. So shaky starts, but hopefully something Stuffs can work on as he will face off in our semifinal, which will still be full of 8 players.
Yeah, it will still be a chock full of 8 players, and their opponents, if you take a look at the other half of the bracket, where there might be some of the opponents they will be facing against, this is going to be one heck of a stand to make. And as Kai said, the weak point, those very poor starts on his map picks, he definitely needs to iron those kinks out if he really wants to make a statement and stake his claim as the champion of Trackmania here at EWC 26.
Well, the benefit is that he did start on Japan. He picked Japan, and he was able to basically get into finalist mode and avoid Binks getting a lot of first places towards the end of Japan. And that set him up for a really great race, and was tight at the end. Binks obviously feeling a little emotion. See what he has to say.
Binks, that was tough to watch. DNF there at the end in Canada. What happened?
I just crashed. I knew I couldn't win anymore this round, so I DNF and watched the end of the round.
Were you just hoping Richie had something?
Yeah.
That's risky tactics.
Yeah, but it was I crashed, so I can't win the round anymore. So.
How difficult is it then when it's out of your hands like that and you're hoping someone else does something for you, to sit and watch?
I don't know. I'm just praying, and that's it.
I know you came here hoping for so much more. Of course, you're leading the Elite Cup series. You know, we all kind of had you as going through. What do you think you lacked, or was it just that one moment there?
I don't know. Maybe the stress is too much for me. I don't know. I'm not playing like I play in training. So I don't know.
You're not playing with that freedom that you've had. In terms of when you have a chance to reflect on the quarter-finalist, will you be happy with that? What will the feeling be?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay. Commiserations today. Sorry, Binks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Binks doing his best to kind of hold it together, praying at the end of that round that Stuffs made a mistake. He did not, and that's sometimes just the way the cookie crumbles. Coming up, we do have our schedule for our next matches. That will be featuring an AGAL driver also. So Gwen, Epos, Bren, and Massa will be going head-to-head. G-Geek, this is one that many people think the winner could come from, especially Gwen.
Yeah, and this one is going to be one heck of a matchup if you look at the players, but also with one AGAL player already out, this outcome could decide the club championship early in today's day 4 proceedings.
You're right. If Gwen doesn't get through, I mean, I don't know if it's 100%, but it would almost be a mathematical certainty, Turbo, and you know about not doing math live, that AGL would not move through.
There's so many what-ifs still into play, but Gwen looking very strong in this particular tournament. He really was setting the pace, but he has to play against players who really have to prove themselves. Massa and Bren. Massa, of course, miraculously still in the tournament because he won that round after the crash from Wizzy there, who could have been in this match, actually.
Right, you're right.
And then Bren also, he has to step it up. So I think both in the similar spot. And then, of course, Gwen and Epos will be the clear favorites to take that one home.
Yeah, we talk about AJL, we talk about Gwen, we talk about Bren, and obviously Massa, but there's another player there, Epos, who seems to keep getting better and better every Trackmania event that we see, the later it goes on. The Saudi super fans are behind him, and when we return, we'll get to our group stage number 2.
We're about ready to roll in Trackmania EWC 26. Just walking around the venue, and I bumped into a very, very heavy Team Liquid fan. How are you doing?
It's a very exciting moment for me, especially coming from Brazil and be here in the Esports World Cup. It's something that it's very fascinating. The structure, the whole production around it.
EWC is such a huge event, so if you don't know what game to see, you can buy one ticket for here and you have a couple of teams to cheer for and a couple of games to watch, so you have many opportunities in EWC.
The fans of Team Liquid are actually insane. I think you guys don't notice how much it means to us players that you guys support us. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Thank you to friends, family, of course, Team Liquid fans. So yeah, thank you.
If you could grab the mic to say something to a Team Liquid player when they arrive on the stage for one of the games you follow, what would you say to them?
For the Otak from Trackmania, just do your best and you will win.
Bring the trophy to Team Liquid. We're cheering for all of you, for all my passion. So bring this trophy. I want to.
All right, there's some requests coming in right there, and I hope those requests will be answered to them, of course, not only over the course of EWC 26, but of course in Trackmania at EWC 26, which continues this weekend.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a pop and blow the house down.
Massa, what does it take mastering driving on ice? Look, I'll show you. You need to stay in the right gear. Don't brake too much and hold your speed. Stay in the right angle and go for it. Ah, true, the angle is really important. Okay, I think I know what to do now. Watch this.
We're gonna hope my man is okay after that. Turbo, you all right? You good, buddy? He's down on the stage. We've switched up the panel. Welcome back on Rain Day. We've got Aaron Import Brooks with us here alongside G Geek for our second quarterfinal of our playoffs here at Trackmania at EWC. The last day that we have this action, and of course, we're gonna have the Accor with Counter-Strike tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun. But as far as the main venue in Paris, Aaron, welcome to the stage, man. How's the event been for you so far?
I mean, it's been fantastic. You know, just being here, being able to see all the crowds, being able to see the other arenas as well, and the fans and everything. Of course, we have the clubs competing for a big championship and everything, and we may be part of that decision today. So just a lot of cool things going on around the atmosphere here. And then to come back to Trackmania, I was doing an interview somewhere else in the arena or in the venue, and then I came back over here, and all of a sudden I start hearing cheers from Trackmania, and I start seeing the crowd fill up.
Hey, man.
After several days, you know, we finally start having to expand the seating because it's like, okay, everybody's here now because everybody wants to see what's happening. I just can't wait.
I can't wait either. Neither can the fans behind us. It's electric. So let's get into our quarterfinal number 2 here on the stage. You talked about AGAL and the club championship race. Well, here it is again. Maybe the most important moment for AGAL. I know every single person in leadership is watching this one because if Gwen goes out somehow, and there's a lot of somehows there, Epos, Sprint, and Massa only 2 spots out of the 4, then that would almost assuredly mean that the club championship goes the way of Falcons. But a lot to be decided still.
Yeah, Gwen looking really scary over the last 2 days in a good way. Super good performances, super dominant against his opponents. Epos, on the other hand, despite winning very shakily. Very shaky performance. He knows better. He's already admitted it, but he has the confidence that he can go all the way. Looking at Bren, chinks in the armor, still the same thing. Not really having the performance he would like to have, but he can shore it up today if he wants to, if he so chooses and is able to be consistent. And then finally, Massa, the heartbreaking win. He was happy to win, of course, but he was also heartbroken because of Wizzy and that entire scenario. But he knows he has to focus on today, focus on himself, and improve.
If you saw that one, it was basically Wizzy having the win, but crashing and allowing Massa, it ended up being somebody else who won the round, but again, giving Massa the space to, in another round after that, take the win. Wizzy devastated. A lot of people felt the emotion of that. Massa felt a little bit of the regret of being in that moment. But somebody else who was just driven fantastically, who I think is the main story here for many different reasons, is Gwen. Rachel, what's going on with him heading into this quarterfinal that means so much?
Gwen, pretty solid so far. A first and a second over the 2 days. How do you feel coming into this finals day?
I feel great, but very stressed. Like everything in one day for the finals is a lot. We played 1 match per day since today, so yeah, it will be hard to keep the pressure and to continue winning the matches.
What did you do yesterday then? Did you try and make it feel like you were still playing and still in that competitive mode?
Yeah, I think I was still playing, and I don't even know what I did, but it was like I am focusing on the match and like stay in the zone, you know.
How are you trying to deal with the stress that you're feeling with now?
It's very hard to deal with it. Like maybe breathing is the best way to do in matches. Like take the control of the breath and then just think about playing and winning.
Is this something someone has been teaching you? You've been working on this behind the scenes?
Yeah, not someone, but I think with the experience, like I played the game since like 10 years and 5 years of competing. So yeah, with all the stages and everything, I know what to do to keep to stay like good in the matches and try to deal with the pressure.
You do have so much experience. How are you going to use that experience today?
I don't know. I will try to beat the pressure, you know. So yeah. I think I will just do my best and
play.
What do you think your strengths have been so far, which you can use today?
I think I have the pace. I'm a lot of time I'm in first place in the matches, so I think it is the strength that I have to use, and yeah, I will try.
In terms of maps, is there one that you don't want to contest on in the quarterfinals, especially?
Like Norway, I will ban it anyways. I don't want to play it, so yeah.
Okay, well, good luck today, Gwen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Gwen feeling a bit confident, and I don't know who's behind. We got some fans going on as well. If you are a fan of one of the players you just saw, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. Scan that QR code on your phone, your tablet, and get involved. Earn your share of up to $300,000 in prizing, and obviously claim the victory and bragging rights to go along with it. Okay, let's get off this one. You see these guys here in the Y. G-Geek, what's your thoughts after hearing Gwen and setting this match up?
Well, I'm really looking forward to see how he performs. And one thing to note that we couldn't get to during the presentations is that he had a little bit of a 2-day tournament that was a very different vibe. Day 1, he played really well, but he was upstaged by an absolutely stellar Pusti Topako, the man from Virtus Pro, really kind of throwing a spanner in the works in a sense by demoting Gwen to C2. But then day 2, he was back to his usual winning ways. The aliens, we like to call it. It was back in town, and honestly, if he's able to keep that dominant form and able to completely maintain P1 on the chokehold and the 10-pointers, this is going to be one scary man to watch go through the ranks.
G-Geek, there was a little bit of like a hat on a sign behind you. You mentioned the idea of a scarecrow. Is there a scarecrow in this match, or is everybody grabbing points?
I'm thinking Gwen could definitely endorse the role of the scarecrow.
Okay.
But Epos could also try to make it a bit more of a 2-horse race. See, the first match completion has been so complex to decipher that really, Aaron, it's kind of anybody's game.
Honestly, it is anybody's game. You know, Bren and Massa, they have been struggling, they have been inconsistent, but that doesn't mean necessarily that's what's going to be the case today. Each day is a full reset for each of these players. Epos, he's been having struggle. He has really good practice, but then he can't translate it onto stage. Is he going to be able to actually now translate it on the stage when it matters most? Because now it's only one life. That's it. There's no second chances anymore.
One player playing clearly the best here. That's Gwen coming in. 3 players have a lot to prove, but only 2 spots here as we send it over to your stage to begin our second quarterfinal here in Trackmania.
Our second quarterfinal is almost underway, but our first one was explosive in its own right. As 2 players, Grenadier and Stuffs, advancing. Our first 2 semifinalists locked into their spots, but Adam,
oh my
that
goodness,
club championship.
It's wide open right now, wide open. Obviously in our last matchup, our last quarterfinal, one of the top clubs, AGAL right now in the club championship, lost one of their players. However, there are still 1 more left and a Falcons player left in this contest too. So everything is still to play for right now. Paris, let me ask you, are you ready to meet the next racers? They're absolutely buzzing, and we are too. Let's meet them. Let's meet our next quarterfinalists. Would you please welcome onto the stage, give it up for your racers, Gwen, Bren, Massa, and Epos!
A second matchup and a massive game in its own right. AGAL and Team Falcons fighting for every single point, and it's all pressure on Gwen. We've seen what happens when pressure gets to these players in moments like this. It's part of the competition, the bittersweetness of it all, but with a crowd roaring behind you, only one thing is on your mind: victory. So Paris, one more time, are you ready?
Paris is ready at the Paris Expo Porte de Versailles. Our final day of EWC here in this building, and our final day of Trackmania and Import. What a way to send us off.
I feel bad for anybody who's not an AGAL fan. It's going to be very loud from them during these matches. The players are going to feel it. They're going to feel the vibrations on their seat anytime these fans cheering for Gwen. So I'm excited to see how this match turns out when we start getting into the pick and the bans. But G-Geek, I believe believe you have some stats that are coming into this.
I think there might be a couple of bans that might be make or break here. We do see some of the most likely bans: Hungary, South Korea, as well as Australia, Germany, and Norway. Japan being a ban. That's the first time that we've seen it banned in a while, actually. Australia, default ban. Germany being banned by Epos. Norway, we're kind of sticking with default bans, it seems like, with Norway and Australia coming up again. And South Korea being the first pick for Gwen, which will be a very, very solid one. 3 out of 5 round wins over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, Poland also being somewhat of an unsurprising pick from Epos here, as he's been feeling pretty consistent on it, feels pretty good, and also it's not necessarily the trickiest map per se, it's more solid on that regard, but we see Saudi Arabia, Argentina, and Canada as the decider for our map pack for this awesome match.
Pretty much conform to the predictions that we had in terms of the likely picks. Now, Saudi Arabia, I am expecting to see fireworks on the pick from Brand, because Gwen and Epos so far this week have been very evenly matched up over the course of the games that they've played here on this weekend of competition.
Well, fireworks, we've seen it in Paris since we've been here at EWC a month ago or so. They lit up the sky. We'll see if they light up the stage here as we send it over to your casters for our second quarterfinal. It's none other than Onset and Bravo.
Thank you so much. Right, here we go then, folks. The action continues. No time to breathe for all of our competitors here in Paris. We are into our second quarterfinal of the day. 2 drivers will keep their tournaments alive, and unfortunately for the other 2, they're going to have to watch from the stands.
I'll tell you what, on Super Saturday, it is a packed house here at the Trackmania stage, and for very good reason. You heard the desk talking about all of the reasons you might want to be around this stage on a day like today. There's so much riding on not just this World Championship, but of course the Club Championship as well. It's Masa, Bren, Epos, and Gwen here. We're starting things off on South Korea.
South Korea is where we begin the journey for all 4 of these drivers. And one man I don't think was mentioned quite enough at the top of the show, Epos. What a run he has had so far, and certainly a dark horse coming into the tournament for someone who might be thinking about lifting that trophy come the end of today.
That's right, the dark horse, the threat to the throne here. If you ask players about which driver might be the one that sneaks into that S tier, that maybe steals away this World Championship from the favorites, there's a very good chance it could be Epos.
Well, Masa out to an early lead here as we jump onto the grass bank before the first transition, and a little bit of a jump as everyone holds onto the gear. Through the chicane we go. Now let's talk about Gwen and Brent. Not only a commentator's nightmare, but along the shoulders, of course, of the AGG man as well. Here we've seen the fans in the crowd. They are behind the AGG players. And for Gwen, added pressure, or maybe the boost of the crowd.
It's a good line, tiny bit wide there. We'll see how fast he can get wheels down. Epos manages to maintain for just a second here until our last turnaround here.
Epos in the lead on the last turnaround, but I tell you what, Gwen's got some pretty good speed as well, but it will be Epos who starts his day off with 10 points secured. Gwen in behind him in second, Masa and Bren bringing up the rear.
Everyone clean here on South Korea through the beginning, and as you were saying, I mean, you just heard it in the pre-game interview with Rachel. Gwen saying how much stress he's under, just being very open about it, how he needs to control his breath, saying, I've played this game for 10 years, I know what to do. And you know, it's wild to think about how young Gwen is. He's probably one of the youngest players that you would consider still a veteran because of how long he's been doing this. You heard already 5 years of competition as well. The man knows what he needs to do here today.
There's one man who knows what the level is going to be is Masa. He was involved in that incredible Carl Jr. Neon story.
Yes, he was.
That took place a day or so ago, where those 2 just seemed to be untouchable. And unfortunately for him, it meant that he fell down to that elimination bracket, but has fought his way back to be in this position today. And having learned from those experiences in round number 2, here he's leading the way.
Speaking of maybe falling back, take a look at these checkpoint times all the way back on a .376. Epos in the back of the pack. He will need to try to make up that time here.
Not much between them though, and with the identity coming up very, very soon, and this little section here as we see the engine switching off, and it's just drift out early and have to just navigate those brakes. That's where time is made and lost as we now do head into the first turnaround on the identity here. Gwen manages to steal away first place from Masa and seems to have some pretty good speed going into this final turnaround.
He does. The line looks perfect as well. Let's see if he can close. There's one out. No, it's a bit of a wobble and a bit of a correction, and as a result, it is a snipe from Masa off of the adjustment and correction aggression from Gwen. It's a big moment early to get that +10 for Masa.
That was a quick time as well. Not too far away from some of the records we've been seen be set here on South Korea. No surprise to see Neon in the top left-hand corner. There's going to be a lot of that if you've been following the competition so far. However, into the next round, and what a big momentum boost that is for Masa as well.
Yeah, great times from that last lap. It's a really good catch by you, Mark. I want to call those out really quick. Masa on a 1:12.304, Gwen on a 1:12.335 on that one.
It's going to be Gwen who takes the lead momentarily here, but one thing I am noticing, barely a mistake from any drivers at the moment. Everybody very clean as we go through the checkpoint. Look at the separation. Only 0.3 of a second separating Masa in front and Bren at the back of the pack.
Yeah, big moments here for Masa indeed. Now to be tied on first with EPOS, of course, is where he wants to be. We should talk about Masa, the German underdog in this race. Maybe the least talked about coming in just because of the talent that you have in this lobby, but he's out in front and he wants to remind everyone just what he is capable of.
So his teammate Grenade go through in the previous quarterfinal as well. So the big boys, they both want to qualify. They both want to be in a lobby, ideally in that grand final where they can fight it out, see who the better man will be. But Masa with a strong lead here on the turnaround.
Wow.
Runs it very close to that barrier, which has given EPOS a little bit of an opportunity. But Masa just about holds on here with another very quick time here. About 200ths of a second away from that world record time. He will take the 10 points.
Like you said, really pushing the times here. And that big +10 now puts Masa all of a sudden on our first map, by the way, in first place after 3 rounds around South Korea. We'll see if he can repeat here and maybe bring an even bigger lead into our next map.
A little bit quiet from Brent here on South Korea as we head into the final round before we do change things up a little bit. And this, of course, was a Gwen pick. So down in 3rd place with the Mac pick being your own. Will want to come away with 10 points in this final round here just to make him feel like that decision was the right one.
You talk about Gwen, you and I got a chance to ask Pac, what makes this kid so special? And I think Pac said he is elite at everything. Expect him to be so good through the entire map set. Maybe the exception you heard him talk about, except for maybe Norway, as that was, he guaranteed he would ban it. He did ban it. He was a man of his word here. But right now he's in the back. It's Masa, EPOS, and Bren in your first 3.
It was a little bit of a nervy moment for him, though, as Norway wasn't banned until it came to him as that last ban. He was probably thinking, really? I'm going to have to play Norway? However, Masa out in front here with EPOS. He's trying to cut that inside line here as we go into the identity. We've seen a couple of wobbly moments from all of the drivers. EPOS really trying to push for these 10 points here, but Masa is holding off the challenge.
Yeah, really nice lines there from both of them. But as you said, Masa looks up to the task, and he will finish it out as well. What a set of rounds here on South Korea from Masa. And even though on that first lap around the map, he may have not been the quickest. Let's not forget he placed 3rd in the first one. It is back-to-back wins with fantastic times in the low 112s from Masa to now have a pretty commanding lead early on in the lobby.
Yeah, not as many eyes on him maybe as the other drivers in the lobby. Well, no pressure on your shoulders. Nobody's talking about you. Let me just go out and run my race. And boy, did he run South Korea. Now we change things up, though, as we head over to Poland. A little bit of a different set of obstacles towards the end for our players. And the one thing I love about this identity at the end, you are seeing time being made up by how aggressive players want to be on how quickly they're trying to take that identity.
I agree. It's one of the few identities coming in that if you have the proper line, the proper gearing, you can, as you say, absolutely outplace your opponents, not only from that first jump, but on the cuts that you make on the big platforms, on the asphalt as well. There's a lot that can be done on this map. We have seen it as the decider often throughout this tournament, but to have it as map 2 might create an opportunity for a few things to happen. 1, does the Masa gap increase? 2, do Bren and Gwen start to get back into the points race? Anything can happen here on map number 2. We're underway.
And again, take yourselves back to what we just saw from these 4 drivers on South Korea. Barely a mistake.
Yeah.
Barely a mistake from anyone. A couple of wobbles on the identities, but no real big crashes that I can remember from the POVs that we had in front of us. And when you're going through checkpoints right now and you're seeing players barely separated once again. I mean, look at those times in the top left. It is wheel to wheel on the front 3, and Bren, he's only nestled in behind by about 0.2 of a second.
We'll have to see what the back of the pack looks like.
The crash.
We claim some victims for sure, at least Bren and Masa. You could tell by the times alone. We'll see just how much they will drop back by. But for now, it's Gwen all the way out in front, and boy, does he need this now.
Here is the identity then, that jumps onto the platform.
He's wide, he's wide!
Sends it wide with no pressure on him. That is a difficult moment to watch as EPOS gladly takes the identity nice and carefully, and the 10 points as well. A tough watch in those final moments there.
All drivers will get across. There will be finally Gwen coming across with a plus 6.64. But okay, this is what I mean about Poland being second. This really is noteworthy here because we're so used to seeing it as the decider where you have very different stakes coming into Poland. But now it's just who wants it more, who's going to be consistent. And you talk about Gwen just going wide left on an area where you really wouldn't expect it from him. He will need to clean that up here.
Yeah, had the gap. Didn't really need to be as aggressive as he was looking to be in that final moment, and maybe that is the hangover of it being in those deciders. Everybody thinks that they're going to have to hit that intensity with incredible speed, pace and precision to hold off any challenges that will come their way. It's Bren in the back of the pack here. As you can see, Gwen out in the lead once more. Now, if he can hold it this time around, let's see how he approaches the identity. First jump coming up.
This first jump, let's not forget, Epos and Massa struggling on it last time. This time, everyone's a lot cleaner through. Gwen has wheels down very early. Everyone back onto fourth here through the lily pads. And right now, everyone looking much better than our first round.
Everybody within about 1.5 tenths of a second. So close between the players at the moment. Gwen going to be the first into the first jump. Epos with some good speed on the exit though, but Gwen going to slide a little bit wider here, which will give him a bit more speed. And Epos has to hold on here, and the challenge is coming, but everybody coming through in the top three clean. Bren made a little bit of a mistake in those final moments, and it will mean that 10 points will be on the board here for Gwen.
You see a very important nod of the head from Gwen. As soon as that ended, just nods his head once, just kind of reaffirming to himself, yes, I have done the work. I know exactly what I need to do on this track. And honestly, Mark, it was deja vu. It was Gwen out in front, Epos behind, and Gwen even, keep in mind, he's sending the car on that last plank into the identity. He is getting as much as he can out of that left side as the tires are grabbing, and he pushes it again. This time he doesn't catch. So I like that he just didn't kind of bring everything down speed-wise. He just perfected the line. He cleans it up. It's an important win for him.
Yeah, I think he has to. I think that's going to be something that you have to do on this track. I mean, if he would have gone for a safer line there, with how close the pack was, probably loses a few points and loses that P1 of the 10 points that come alongside it. This time it's going to be Epos who goes into the dirt slalom here before this first jump, who will have a very slender lead. Everybody coming through clean by the looks of things as we jump into the lily pads. But look how close everybody is up until this point.
Incredible drone work and incredible driving up front, without a doubt. Massa wants to close in on this. He doesn't just want to give it to Epos here. Same exact line, same exact approach on the identity.
Really good speed on the exit there from Massa that gives him the advantage over Epos. Now it's about sticking the landing. Massa will be able to just about get inside that flagpole, will take home the 10 points, and now sits at the top of the leaderboards, feeling very comfortable. Epos in behind him will take the 6. Bren and Gwen once again at the back.
And Massa there taking a look at that exact time that we just saw him register as well. It's a 108.968. Should also mention that Massa world record 108.820 as well coming in. Now we'll go back in, and we know Massa's running a fast time here. It came in important points. We should mention the context here of the points, and really, you look at a driver like Bren, needs to find something special now because the lobby is certainly starting to slip away from him just a bit.
Well, there will be Bren's pick in Saudi Arabia up next as we're into our final round of Poland. Maybe that's a little bit of comfort in the back of the mind for him. And Gwen out in the lead with Epos right in behind him. But Gwen is going to crash out. And Epos now goes into the lead. Massa into the first jump just behind him and with better speed. Looks like he might be able to take advantage, but the over-aggression gives Epos now a clear run. But Bren, he's managed to slide through as well, and the mistakes are starting to flow.
It's a tragic time as well. Resetting from there gets a very tricky, needing to get fourth gear back again. We'll touch a base on that later because he's way in the back here. It's Bren out in front.
And Bren needs this. I mean, behind on points, behind in the leaderboards. 10 points here will go very nicely for him to close out Poland. 10 points for Bren. Massa will take the 6. Gwen and Epos will close things out, but all the mistakes that have been impossible to find up until that point come to the fore in one round here as we close out Poland and take our attention towards Saudi Arabia.
It's good that the break in between maps gives us 1 second to breathe because you feel like you need it after 8 rounds there. What a start to everything. We can check in on the points table. And it is Massa out in front with 58. I don't think anyone after 2 or 3 laps around South Korea, by the way, would have thought we'd be here right now. As Massa puts together, not only keep in mind the back-to-back wins on South Korea, also nabs a first and a second on Poland. That puts him in first place right now. Not too far behind within 1 race. It's Epos on 51. Gwen at 39, and most importantly, Bren has made it all the way to 36. which keeps him certainly part of the conversation.
As the pressure ramps up and the points become premium here, we head over to Saudi Arabia, and that tiny gap jump at the end, let me tell you, I was kind of like jokingly saying, as the pressure goes up, as the rounds go on, the days go on, it feels like that gap is getting smaller and smaller. And Andy, we'll have to see if it's where it was at the start of the tournament, or if it has got slightly smaller for these drivers when we approach it at the end.
It certainly has had that impact, without a doubt, that it's been more and more difficult for these drivers as the pressure has gone on. First jump is very clean for all of them. Only about a car length or two in between the whole pack as they come through the transfer, and they come through clean. Here they come onto the ice.
Ever so slight correction just to line things up here for EPOS, keeping our eyes on the air brake. Little tap from EPOS as we're at the back of the pack right now as we start to accelerate and slide through these island jumps. EPOS with a very aggressive line once again as we tie in tight. We do see one player go for that outside line. It's going to be Massa with the big line once again, but look how tight the pack is here as we go into this right-hander before the left for the tiny gap jump.
Can EPOS make up the time here right now? Bren out in front, but everyone really wheel to wheel here. We'll see if everyone makes it through. They do! Gwen gonna be out in front though. What a transition here from Gwen. He's gonna take first place.
I mean, it's a beautiful drive from everyone. Barely a mistake to look at. Differences in lines, yes, after those island jumps, but when you're looking at 3/10 of a second separating the four drivers here, that's the level we're at right now. That's how good you're gonna have to be to secure those 10 points.
The win for Gwen on a 107.662. Keep in mind that's only about 2/10 or so off of the Paco record that you do see on your screen. On the bottom of the table, though, it's Bren with another 4th place. The man on your screen needs to put together some very good rounds starting now.
First jump coming up. Everybody catching nothing but net. As we now transfer towards that ice. The icy roads, which the setup is key for. And it's going to be Gwen this time at the back of the pack. EPOS out in front. The consistency we've seen so far from EPOS, such a key to what makes him successful, and he's right up there again.
EPOS was catching up at this point. This time he's way out in front. We'll see if he can maintain these good lines here. And here comes the muscle line just flying in just out of camera. EPOS now through the rocks. Bren through the rocks. Everyone going to hit this right-hander as fast as you can. And it's EPOS maintaining first place into the identity.
Everybody made it clean last time around. EPOS looking good. Oh, Bren will crash out. Does not make the tiny gap. And EPOS will have a clean run through. Look at the speed as well. It's a PB for EPOS, but not too far off of that Paco world record.
Not too far at all. It's a 4.88 that is coming in there for EPOS. And you start to wonder, Mark, it feels like when we saw EPOS in other rounds earlier in the tournament, about halfway through, and guess what? Look at the points table. We are exactly halfway through, is when he started to heat up. If EPOS starts to find consistency, that's when he becomes the most dangerous. He might be doing that now. It's Massa on 70, EPOS only 5 behind on 65.
Massa halfway to finalist mode. 140 is the aim of the game for all of these drivers right now. As once again, no mistakes whatsoever being made on that first hoop jump. Everybody coming through these sections so clean. I think we've got hit every time, Andy, and it's felt like at a maximum, it's been like 3/10 between the four drivers.
Yeah, absolutely here. Little bit of a tap of an air brake for some drivers, and like you said, really close here. It's Brent out in the lead yet again. EPOS this time way in the back. We'll see if he can maintain in the front, Brent.
I mean, it's a 1/10 of a second between the four drivers here, and the differences in line. We'll have to see if it makes a difference. For Massa momentarily sneaks in, but then has to nestle into the position he was previously, which is 3rd, in behind the drivers. Now drop down to 4th as we approach the tiny gap jump. Gwen has the lead. EPOS on the left-hand side, slightly different line. Massa will not make it. Gwen will get the 10 points. EPOS in behind it with the 6.
Running a once again, very fast, 0.668 as well. Each of the times that we've been around Saudi Arabia, it has been a very quick lap, not just from the front, but also from the drivers that have closely followed as well. It's a very important result there because that shrinks the gap at the top by quite a margin. EPOS now on 71, only trails Massa by 2. Importantly, Gwen is on 63, continuing to make sure that he stays with the points race.
They're keeping everybody honest at the moment. But you could say that about every single driver in the lobby. We've mentioned mistakes, there's barely been one. Couple of misses on the jump at the end, but up until that point, everybody has been essentially sharing the same lines and oxygen with how how close they have been together. Once again, barely anything separating the drivers up until this point. Gwen at the back for now. Might have made a little bit of a mistake there, but as we go through the checkpoints, it's going to be Massa, Brent, and Epos. 3/10 separating the three.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap through the islands here. This is one of the bigger gaps that we've seen into this section. You get a first-person view of Massa's a little bit reckless line there as you see him get to take that. And now it's going to be a very similar layout. It's Epos out in front. And now Massa and Brent trying to fight for that second spot.
Really big for Brent here. If he can make this jump and a mistake comes in from Epos, then he'll be able to take it away. But instead, it's going to be the exact opposite of what he would have wanted in that situation. Luckily for him, Gwen's not going to finish by the looks of things, and it will be Epos who comes away with some points, and a little wry smile coming in from the AGG man there. He knows that might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity for him.
Yeah, confirmed. I think everyone could have guessed it from the timer there, but Gwen, and maybe even the smile as well, Gwen will DNF in the end there, so he will not get the points on the board, and that keeps things very, very interesting. It will be Epos on 81, essentially tied with Massa at 79, and Gwen at 63, so very much a part of the race. Bren, we have to say, through all of Saudi Arabia, continued to drop down. Bren did not place within the top 2 across all of Saudi Arabia, and now the last 7 rounds, we have not seen Bren in the top 2, and has it ever cost him? He's all the way down on 50 points while Epos is already on 81.
Yeah, he's going to have to start thinking about first places if he wants to close that gap on the pack that is just slowly and painfully, from his point of view, just extending away from where he finds himself right now. But maybe Argentina will present some opportunities for him to claw some of those points back, and starting at the front of the pack is going to be a good way for him to start doing that. Epos this time is going to have to nestle in behind everybody for the first time in quite some time. Does not find himself in the front 2, as we will find a little jump up here for the no steer into the turnaround. Now this will be where we'll find time made up and lost so many times, as Massa just about avoids missing that checkpoint, but it's pretty good. But look at Bren. Bren's out in front right now. A huge, huge opportunity for him.
Out in front, Gwen went way deep. Massa with a lot of contact. We'll see if he can make it up on the ice. Bren looks good. It's a similar line, but Massa, he does. He comes flying through. And right now, very, very close here for just about all 4 drivers into the bobsleigh.
Massa's carrying more speed by the looks of things as well, so if he can line this one up and keep his nose in front of second place, then he will take those 6 points. But most importantly here, for the pack and for Bren, it's 10 much-needed points for him. He might be back in contention with a couple more rounds like that on Argentina.
He's going to be really proud of that, and to be honest, you even heard the hometown crowd, of course, erupting as well, just wanting to see what he might be able to do. Of course, supporting their French compatriot, even though he flew a long way here. Of course, still a lot of people in the building cheering him on as well.
He was flying into the fragile right-hander. Everybody gets wheels down. Massa this time will be out in the lead. Only 1 point separating the 2 players who currently lead in those points, 85 and 84 respectively for Massa and Epos, as we go through the checkpoint now and into the second one for the right-hander before we get towards this bobsleigh. Gwen in the lead for now. And Massa trying to make that time up. He cut it so close last time around, and he's done exactly the same again. Oh, Gwen goes a little bit high. He's rocking and he's rolling, but he's just about managed to hold control of the car. Massa maybe too focused on what's going on in front of him.
And it's Bren who's through first, but everyone's setting and just trying to get as much as they can out of the car and just sending it a bit too hard. This time it's Bren with the most control. Car will snap back on the dirt into the bobsleigh.
Oh, just carnage in front of Bren. He let it happen. He gleefully watches 2 players crash out in front of him, and it will be back-to-back here for the man who needed it most. It's 10 followed by 10 for Bren.
The man who needed it indeed, as we said, in 7 straight rounds. As Epos will not finish either, will get the DNF. In 7 straight rounds, Bren had not placed within the top 2. Now take a look at the scoreboard. He only trails Gwen by 1, and all of a sudden, anything can happen here.
And he's out into the lead once more, and boy, let me tell you, the confidence will be sky high for him. First jump into the red boost, and it's Bren out in front. And for Massa and Epos, it's not been the best of Argentinas. If first and second place stays like this and it's Bren and Gwen, well, boy, does that make things very interesting when it comes to the standings.
Bren needs no invitation, and he's taken that and all of the momentum here. And it's a deep run from Gwen, pretty deep, so that's going to give Bren even more of a time pad here.
Gwen's trying to push his luck, I feel like, on that turnaround. Massa just going to clip on the exit here. That's going to send him down to the back of the pack, but it's Bren again with a clear run towards the final bobsleigh here. Gwen in behind him in second place. But that gap of 7/10 could be enough here for Bren to look for the hat-trick of wins. It will be 3 in a row if he can thread the needle. 30 points out of 30 on Argentina here for Bren.
Runs a 1:12.355, getting close to that Gwen record you see, but the record between the two is not important right now. What's important is who is in first place, and just like that, it is Bren going back to back to back to change this story entirely.
Look at that live ranking on the left-hand side. Massa 94, Epos 88. Bren now on 80 and Gwen on 77. It is anyone's race at this point.
This is unbelievable. Bren was just on 50. You'll remember he was just at the back of the pack and maybe about to become an afterthought in this round. Instead, he has become anything but. He will move out of fourth place and not just into third, but now threatening second as well.
Massa's fallen right to the back of the pack by 0.6 of a second, over half a second away from the front three for now, and it's Gwen and Bren, and we've seen that Gwen has struggled on this turnaround, and once again he's wrestling with the bobsleigh, and Bren has the speed on the exit, trying to chase them down here. Epos and Gwen under pressure.
Everyone make sure to be very clean there. Into the dirt. Going to be, looks like probably pretty similar low lines. Yes, but Epos's lines is going to be a little bit faster, maybe, yes.
Look at Bren. Challenges Epos and has speed going into the bobsleigh. He's trying to send it, trying to get that momentum off of the sidewalls here, but it's Gwen who's in the lead. Epos battling with Bren for second place. Epos will take the second. Wow. Bren won't be able to go clean. Win on Argentina. But if you'd asked him after the first round, will you take those points on Argentina? He would have bitten your hand off for them.
He absolutely would have. And by the way, just to paint how close that was in the end, it was a 1:12.600 from Gwen, a 1:12.657 from Epos, and just behind, as you saw, a 1:12.692 from Bren. So Bren essentially running almost just as fast as he was. However, Gwen and Epos found the speed that they needed in the end as well. And what a treat Argentina just gave us, because if you simply wanted this to be a close race and you didn't want it to be over yet, I tell you what, that you're speaking our language as well. That is exactly what we just got out of that map. It's going to be Epos on 94 now, 3 behind Massa, who is still in the lead on 97, and this is absolutely a beautiful setup. Gwen is on 87, Bren is on 84. Anywhere, anything can happen from here, without a doubt.
Well, let's see what happens on Canada. Round 1 is underway here, and every single driver is very much still in contention here. Canada, the name of the game, speed and precision. And I think at this stage of the tournament as well, we'll feel it's pretty right to throw bravery in there as well.
It really is, and that identity, you're going to have to be brave. You're going to have to cut the identity as, oh, Gwen already taps early on the uphill sausage road. I tell you what, his claimed victims through qualifying in the months leading up and even here at the Esports World Cup. And he will have to watch from the back and try to make up time. It's Epos in the lead into the dirt.
Massa and Bren, second and third respectively.
Oh my,
lose Bren. He's out of there. He's dropping down after a little bit of a tap, and it leaves a 2-car race at the front here. Epos and Massa, with Epos with a very, very good-looking gap between him and second place as we turn left before the final turnaround for the identity.
Let's see how they both wrap this. It's actually a pretty safe wrap from both of them. They know the gap that they have. This should be a clean finish. Epos certainly has enough speed to close it out. It will be Massa in second. Gwen will be coming across Bren shortly thereafter. And I tell you what, Epos and Massa, I like the way they took that final turn in this scenario on this type of stage with this type of prize pool. The biggest, of course, in the history of the game. There's no need to run that identity as tight as you can. We will see that. Don't worry, that is still to come. But in that exact scenario, that was the right call. That puts Epos on 104, Massa on 103.
10 points here on Canada is just absolute gold dust. As you see the rankings on the left-hand side once again changing after just one round. Through the sausage slalom. It's Epos this time, who's having to nestle in behind Bren and Gwen. Good speed from Bren through this, but a little bit too much. Just a little bit too much. Catches that wall, cannot correct. And Bren, after a brilliant Argentina, has struggled as we've changed over to Canada.
You can really tell Bren's sending it there. It's very rare that you actually have a slalom tap. Usually it's just you lose the speed and you might get overtaken. Instead, he taps. He's trying to once again send it. So now it's just Gwen and Epos into the identity.
Good turnaround by the looks of things coming in from Gwen as well. A big gap means he can play it safe. Another comfortable result here for Epos, who is just consistently adding 6, 6, 6, whatever it might be when it comes to the points. Very rarely are we finding him outside of the top 2. Bren will close in and at least manages to get that 3 points on the board. But a big result there. Means that I mean, look how close it is. Yeah. It's a race. Bren wins, it's a race.
It's a very important result there, specifically for Gwen and Bren. As you see, Masa on 107, Gwen on 101, and Bren stays at 90 here. So Bren really needs to make sure he is continuing to keep up with the pack.
Through the sausage slalom, this is where we have seen players just clipping on that outside wall numerous times as they wrestle with the speed and the undulations of that road.
Here we go.
This time, Bren is going to come through clean, and Bren takes the lead as we jump into the dirt slalom now. Masa in behind him. It's actually Gwen and Bren battling at the front here, and Gwen with some really nice lines through the dirt there, takes himself into the lead.
Yeah, Gwen was such a great exit into the dirt, and he will presumably maintain this all the way into this tap into 5th gear as we get ready for the identity. Now it's a bit closer. Who tries to run this tight? They all do. Very clean lines from all three.
So close, but who has the speed on the exit? Gwen should be able to hold off the challenge. Bren will be in second, and Masa will take third. This time it's Epos who has to take 4th place away.
I tell you what,
again, it just feels like every race it gets closer and closer.
Look at the leaderboard right now. The producers in the back, the script writers, are working overtime. You have Epos on 113, Gwen and Masa tied at 111, and Bren down at 96. Unreal.
Nelson for Masa and Gwen. Will it be good luck or bad luck? As Gwen will go into the lead here through the sausage slalom. Epos at the back of the pack once more. We'll have to see if he can put that previous round out the back of his mind, knowing that
running it so close.
Mistakes will hurt you at this point. He clips and is now half a second behind.
Yep, tried to run it real fast there. He is going to be behind now, which will make things even more interesting as he is your points leader, and now it's the other 3 that will battle for first.
Points leader by 2. But if these 3 keep him at the back of the pack, we are going to have a new leader. Gwen, wheel to wheel.
Bren hits.
Masa, Bren hits. That's going to get him out of it as well. But it's Gwen who has just... But no, look at the slingshot from Masa! 10 points for the German. A shrug of the shoulders from him. And in the final turnaround, slings himself over the line to get those so valuable 10 points.
I think a lot of people were thinking it felt like we had lost Bren at a very rare spot into that 5th gear spot right before the final turnaround, and it turns out we did, as he will make full contact in the end. And on that last one, it's going to be Masa, as you say, with a 102.452 ahead of Gwen. Epos also not nailing that turnaround, and he will be in 4th. So that will make the points, unsurprisingly.
Oh, it's so close.
Not only interesting, but it is officially after that round specifically, Masa will overtake not only Epos, but Gwen as well. Masa on 121, Gwen on 117, Epos on 116, and Bren within 2 races. And let's not forget, the last time we said Bren was down by a few rounds, he put on a show. This is still anyone's race here. We cannot make any assumptions about how this one might end.
As we go back around to South Korea. Now, Epos, very good results last time around on South Korea. But now with everybody warmed up and everybody finding wins, finding points, is this going to be the same result? Goodbye, Bren. An early crash for him.
Let's not forget, Masa went 3 for 4 on South Korea. It's a very important thing to remember here, as he had such an incredible and dominant set on our first few maps of the day in this group.
Gwen and Masa out in front for now. Masa with the points lead in the lobby as well. Holds onto that gear as now we will approach the grass bank. Now this is the area where time can be made up just before the identity. The engines will go off as the players will drift through to the left here, tap those brakes. Massa being aggressive, but Gwen holding him off, but Gwen goes a little bit wide.
Yeah, Gwen goes wide. That's a signature line from Gwen, though. He likes that wide setup there, and now Massa's going to get wheels down first.
But look at Massa, he has so much more speed. And the German, moments away from securing 10 more points. And if he does that again in the next round, he will hit finalists. Closing out will be Brent, looking to avoid the DNF, does get over the line.
That is 4 straight wins for Massa on South Korea. You talk about preparation, you talk about lines, you talk about time invested in the biggest tournament in this game's multi-decade history. It is paying off for him. That's 4 wins straight on South Korea.
And another one here would put him on finalist mode. It would be an incredible, incredible result. The only player in the lobby who could do it with a win here. Massa fighting with Gwen at the front once more. Brent with a DNF. He's out of the race.
Wow.
Not sure what happened there. He's not feeling like the points that worth fighting for at this point. But this battle at the front is huge in the context of qualification, and Epos is not far away as well. Look how close these 3 are.
Keep in mind in the back right now, they want to deny finalist mode, of course, and they want to deny all those points, make Massa work even harder for it.
Engines off. Final turn before the identity here. Gwen goes wide again. Massa with a more traditional line alongside Epos. Gwen really trying to push it here, and Gwen will go and hold off the challenge. Epos trying to push it as well. All 3 drivers. But it's a big mistake from Massa that is going to deny him hitting finalist here. And Gwen and Epos respectively will take the 10 and the 6.
And finally, you saw, like you said, Gwen setting up a little bit of a wider outside line. What that wider outside line lets you do is not have to correct alongside the cement on those reactor soups. And what an absolutely important result in the context of this lobby. Massa stays on 135, needs a second or better, of course, to be on match point. Gwen on 133 only needs a second as well. And Epos on 126.
I don't know what happened to Brent on that previous round as well, and I'm sure we'll find out a little bit later on. That's very, very out of character at this point when points are at such a premium. Those 3 points could have been so valuable, especially with the crash that we saw. Late on, there was an opportunity, maybe even for 4. However, that's in the past, and we must focus on what's in front of us, and that is Massa and Epos fighting out of the front of the pack.
My Epos now could deny match point for both drivers if he's able to win this one.
Massa, though, out in the lead. Epos trying to cut that corner as close as he can. We know that Gwen will be having a nice wide line. It's actually Brent who's fallen way out of contention again, back in 4th place by almost 5 seconds. But these 2, Epos looking to deny. Massa versus Epos on the line. It's Massa, though, who will get over the line and will hit finalists.
Runs it in a 1:12.370 as well. A fantastic time that's even pushing up against that Neon record. And it's a huge moment from Massa. Like we said, had he been sniped there at the line, it could be a very different result. He will now have a free shot on finalist mode at advancing.
On a map where he has been so dominant as well. For everyone else, it's about denial. For Gwen, it's about finishing the race. He will hit finalists if he does so. But Massa...
Oh my word.
DNF does not finish, and the pack is open again.
The last thing that you may have expected there, he will have to now sit and watch as the rest of the pack, and specifically Epos and Gwen, will now look for match point.
Gwen just needs to finish. Epos needs to win, but he's over 3 seconds behind the 2 in front of you.
We're not going to see him there.
Is this an opening maybe for Brent? A mistake here from Gwen, and Brent's back in it. However, Gwen not making many mistakes so far on this identity. Once again, that wide line into the first turnaround.
See what he should be able to close this one out. As you say, no pressure really. Brent's even taking his time through that one. And this should be Gwen. Yes, indeed. The first one through as well. He will now be in finalist mode. And what a result. And what a scenario we have here.
Double finalist.
Important to note, that was, of course, a free shot from Masa on South Korea, which he had nearly a 75% win rate on in this set of matches alone. An unbelievable result, which means we have to look at what happened on Poland in our last outing. Masa and Gwen each having just one win on the map sets us up perfectly, and you saw how devastating Poland was at times with this specific group. Both of them now the exclusive double finalists in this round.
And the fact that Epos was in the hunt every single time, a first, a second, and a second for Epos. He needs the points, and Poland is his pick. Do not count Epos out of this at this point, even though we have two players, double finalists who could qualify. Epos still has an opportunity here to throw a spanner in the works. Gwen and Masa, though, all eyes are on you.
And here we are, back to Poland, and how fitting. The map that you could certainly say gave our drivers the most trouble in terms of any identity in this set so far has been Poland, especially when it came to the first lap. Let's see who can make it happen this time. And of course, Epos wants to not only deny, but also get himself on finalist mode as well and set up a potential triple finalist.
And he's out into the lead. I said, do not forget about the Brit. He's going to have something to say about who qualifies from this group here on Poland. Gwen, though, a lot of speed on the exit into the dirt slalom. This first jump, I tell you what, that little plank they've got to aim for looks narrower than ever as Gwen just about holds on.
Unbelievable. And it ends up, he's sending it so hard, it ends up being a perfect line. He will maintain the lead through.
And Epos has fallen to the back of the pack. Remember, he needs 4 points. A fourth wouldn't be good enough for him to hit finalist. And Gwen in the lead here on finalist, just needs to hold off the challenge from Bren to qualify through here. Gwen, one more jump to go. Gwen has done it. Gwen is qualified.
And this French crowd in Paris, you can see what it means to them. And also what it means, of course, to the AGAL crew. Not just in the context of Trackmania, but in the club championship as well. Gwen is through, but we don't have too much time to celebrate because we have double finalist mode between Masa and Epos.
And the big news is Epos does get those points he needed. So like you say, it's double finalist for all of the eyeballs that are on Gwen, quite rightly, for qualification. All of a sudden, we have a shootout between Epos and Masa. Only one spot available for qualification here.
This is what you get on Super Saturday. There's not even a moment to focus on that last race. Instead, it's all about the battle now between Epos and Masa. Keep in mind, Masa, the world record on this map. Can he send himself through, or will it be Epos maintaining the lead?
Well, Epos made a mistake on the jump last time around. I'm pretty sure Masa and Epos this time. Oh no, it's an absolute disaster again for Epos. Does not make the jump, and Bren might be about to deny him, but he's got Masa breathing down his neck.
Take a look at Bren here. He knows he has to deny for more reasons than one. A lot of pressure riding on him here.
Comes through clean. Masa, I think the gap's just too big. He's relying on a mistake. Bren comes through clean. Bren comes through clean, and Bren will deny.
The only result that would keep us striving here, of course, was the Bren win, and he will do it. He will put himself on 128. And can he create another miracle, or will it be Masa or Epos through here? And Epos, look at the pressure. Just had his chance, and on the first jump, the first part of the identity theme of the map, he will find himself falling into a DNF. Will history repeat itself? By the way, already out to a huge lead over Masa in the back.
I mean, if you're Masa, just stay in touch, because you've seen Epos make mistakes on that jump numerous times, walking the plank. And unfortunately for him, just slipping into the shark-infested waters below. It has been tough for him. And all eyes are going to be on him once again as we go through the dirt slalom here and we approach that jump. How's the grip looking this time for Epos? Comes through clean.
Comes through clean, also gets wheels down. Tiny bit of counter steer in the air here. Onto the lily pads. He is clean. Bren right behind him. No, Bren wants to deny yet again.
Bren with a little bit more speed on the exit as well. Epos is under pressure. Epos holding on though. Pressure situations make great moments here in Trackmania as Epos will hold on and will qualify. A massive, massive moment for him as Epos keeps his dreams alive.
He's been touted as the dark horse. the one who could challenge the best to ever do it. And he makes it through. And you could just tell, look at this reaction. A man who has played this game for a very long time and been on many stages finds himself with pure relief. After that last race, he will come through on a 109.175 on Poland, but much more importantly, will advance through the group.
A lot of talk about his talents away from the game, but let me tell you, this is where he is looking elite. The consistency got him into the position, but the ability to hold your nerve and correct the wrongs of previous rounds on what must have felt like the biggest jump of his career. He came through that first jump clean into the lily pads and then holds off the challenge as well in the final identity. Brilliance when it comes to having that ice. Epos deserves that spot.
And also needing Bren to deny Massa on that mistake run as well. And
crazy.
That is the beauty of not only Trackmania, but also the action here at the Esports World Cup. You need to make sure that you're not only playing the track, but also playing the field. And in the end, it's Gwen and Epos getting through.
Well, as we say goodbye to the racing, it's only about time that we should catch up and hear what the qualifiers have to say. Adam Savage is on our main stage right now with our two drivers.
Here we are back at the main stage. Paris, give it up for Gwen and Epos! Come forward here, fellas. It's time to do the honors and crush some keys. Amazing scenes, absolutely incredible quarterfinal there. And first up will be Gwen stepping forward and crushing the key of Massa. Please come to the key crusher. And if you come just over here for me, Epos, we'll just witness this big moment, this enormous moment in our Trackmania Esports World Cup Championship. My goodness, you can lean in there and watch Massa's key being crushed by Gwen, our leader in this quarterfinal. And there it is! Out of the competition. Come here, fellas, as it resets. Come and join me just over here. Epos too. Gwen, I'll start with you. What an unbelievable race that was. I want to ask, the AGAL fans have been going crazy. How much has their support helped you in this moment?
It's a very big support. Like, I heard Falcons fans behind me, and it was so hard to keep the pressure, and AG fans helped me to keep it, and I just wanted to win it.
We saw there at the beginning of the race, it took you a little bit to get into it, you're a bit behind, and suddenly the second half of the series, you just stepped things up, and what turned it around?
Yeah, I saw I was 2 or 3 on the car, so I sent it, so.
Loved it. And Epos, very quickly, before crushing the key of Bren, you mentioned this there, you can't leave it that close next time. It seemed very close, but still through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, start of the match, I was playing good, consistent, then we got to Argentina, and I think I failed like 3 rounds in a row. It just kind of got in my head a little bit, and he kept getting closer and closer, and it was just, yeah, I don't know, man, unreal.
Epos, you reset now because you are through to the semi-finals. Both of you, I'm going to ask you now, Epos, to come on over to the key crusher and crush the key of Bren. What an incredible moment this is just down there for us. As once again, we have Gwen and Epos making their way through to the semi-finals of our competition. Trackmania, the greatest esport of all time. We're getting there, I think we are. Absolutely incredible. There it is. It's crushed. What a moment. We'll see them later on in the semi-finals. But for now, it's back to rain day in the gang. Does it get any better than this? What an unbelievable race.
And what unbelievable consequences. The club championship, had Gwen not won, would have almost certainly gone to Falcons, but because he stays alive, so does the hopes of an organization. AGAL still in the running, and Trackmania yet to potentially crown a winner. And that, of course, will lead us to some more matches to talk about. But after that, we got to get to this one. Welcome back on the desk. Rain Day here with Aaron Import, Brooks, G Geek, Gwen and Epos move through. The favorite, the beatboxer, the fan favorites of many, these two certainly deserve this moment, but on the other side of that coin, I mean, Massa was so close as well.
He was so close, and honestly, it's sad we didn't get to see what mistake he had. We're gonna assume probably he bumped against a wall or something, or just a little clip that forced him to go 0.8 behind. But honestly, what a battle! There was no front runner really at any point. Maybe Massa at the beginning, but honestly, with Trackmania with 140 points, the first half really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It sets you up for a successful latter half, but at the end, when it gets to later rounds, everybody starts waking up. It's like, okay, it's time to get going. And we saw that with everyone. Even Bren, he had a really successful portion of the match, but then unfortunately just fell off so hard after the map switched to Canada.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. I mean, he talks about that latter half. That's where we're seeing this decided. Despite who comes in driving a little bit better, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, exactly. And coming back to Gwen, he had such a slow start. Over the course of the first two maps, only 39 points collected. That's downright abysmal. He managed to somewhat navigate it through around, I'd say, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, like also Poland were a little bit messy. But by the time we reach Canada, this is when he started his resurgence. 30 points out of 40 collected. It compressed the gap down to only 4 points between the first and third. And then after that, just circle back to the second rotation to South Korea, righted the wrongs of the first rotation, which went completely south, and concluded on his first attempt on Poland in a beautiful fashion.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Epos here, he did really well for himself for certain maps like Poland and whatnot, but I saw something with Argentina. Not sure, something wasn't clicking. He was having a terrible time. I believe he even had a DNF at one point.
Yeah.
And it was a rough Argentina for him. Also South Korea, a map that he's been wanting to play so bad. He's like, why is everybody banning South Korea? I want to play it. He gets a chance to play it, and then he's lacking pace, about 0.1, 0.2 behind each round. So he has to shore those up coming into the next round. I believe he can do it. He knows he can do it. You saw the reaction on stage, that just overall relief, but he's got to recuperate himself for the semifinal.
Yeah, he barely made it through, and the person he beat out was Massa, who has some thoughts about not qualifying and what it means to him.
Massa, how tough is this to take right now? There was 3 of you in finalist mode. You booked your finalist mode spot first, and it didn't work out for you.
Yeah, feeling a bit empty right now. I got my form back, I would say. I performed today very, very well. Can't complain about that. But yeah, the way it ended, Brand denying me in the second last round. Then in the last round, I just get an unfortunate slowdown, to be honest. SK, I choked the last round of the map, but then again, it's like one fail. Yeah, I don't know, just a bit unfortunate, but at least I played good. So yeah.
And the crash in Poland as well, kind of letting EPOS get back into it. Do you think it was the stress?
I mean, it's normal to make mistakes, I would say, under pressure. I don't think I really did bad mistakes. It happens. You have to push. Yeah, it definitely helped Epos getting finalist earlier on, but it wasn't really on my mind. I just played my game and tried to finish a clean round, and one round it wasn't enough, and the other round was unfortunate. So, yeah, that's that.
Can you try and explain to us what the pressure feels like out there on stage?
Honestly, it's a very nice feeling. I like it a lot. I like having pressure. I like playing under it. Somehow I couldn't handle it the last few days. Today I could, I would say. Just unfortunate ending, and yeah, I enjoyed it very much. That's why I do this. I enjoy the pressure, actually. I really enjoy the stage matches.
Are you going to learn from this? What are you going to take away from this experience?
Every day is a new day. Anything can happen, and always believe in yourself. And most important, what I learned for today is have fun. And I had fun.
Quarterfinalists, having fun at EWC.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Can't complain.
Thank you.
Keeping the bigger picture in mind, one step at a time, making his way towards a new version of himself that can be a little bit better next time he shows up under the lights, but at least enjoyed the process of getting there.
Yeah, I hope he sticks to those words that he has. He has a bit of a reputation after events like this, and, you know, going through it, he has a little bit of a crash out phase. So I really hope he does stick to those words. I think, honestly, Massa should be proud of his performance. I mean, yes, it's a tough loss, but at the same time, like, he has performed really well. I wish he would have gone further. It would have been nice to see another German go forward into the tournament, but honestly, it's a tough world out here on this stage with all of these matches, and we're literally having the best of the world. So
It's just a cutthroat world, not only in the real world, but also in the virtual world, the world of racing. You got, as we say, the same motto as Esports World Cup. Nothing is ever granted. Everything is earned.
That's so true. I appreciate it. I know that we've got our schedule coming up here in a moment for you. We've got more races happening here. Elcon, Mime, Josh, and Paco coming up next. G-Geek, excited for that one?
Honestly, yeah, Alcon and Mime, former teammates, I would say frenemies in a sense, fighting against another former teammate of theirs, Paco and Josh. One of the greatest stories over the course of day 2 and 3. Can he keep it going in day 4 and going to the semis?
Yeah, I think Josh and the emotional turnaround you talked about, import to me, I've got my eyes on him.
Oh, 100%. Dark horse through the roof on him for him. That's going to be his title for this tournament. I don't think anybody expected him to get this far necessarily, and for him to be at this point and to be so scary now with his performance against Otek and Wosov, he's going to blow it out of the park if he's on point.
And don't forget, he promised us a new t-shirt. That's right.
that's
Josh said he'll have a new t-shirt for today. We'll see what that is. So many free agents in Trackmania. Orcs, come on, scoop it up. All right, Chris Dunn has an update for us on the Katia City grid about what's going on with Fortnite and the Club Championship race. When we come back, Josh and the rest of Group 3 take the stage for our third quarterfinal here at Trackmania.
Here at the Katia City Grid once again, and this is going to be a regular theme, Lauren, coming backwards and forwards. Of course, AGL are not doing too great on our stage. They still have some hope. Not looking too hot for them here in Fortnite, though.
No, they're not, and I don't know what's going on today, but Falcons have found themselves at the top of the leaderboard. But the big story right now is that we are in match 9, and Aurora are the only team on match point. They hit it in the last game, so if they win here, we're done. That's the end of the tournament. If they don't, we go again until we do get a winner, until we hit match 15. This could be Aurora's chance. We talked about it a little bit earlier. It's just going to have to see if they can actually do it.
And where are Falcons sitting right now? I presume when it ends in whatever game, wherever they're sitting in the leaderboard is where they finish, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see where they end up. They were in 5th, I believe, heading into this. So we'll have to see if they maintain that, get a little bit higher, because then whenever they get points-wise, it's all going to come back down to your stage. See if they can make up for it.
I'm far too stressed about this, to be honest with you, Lauren. We're going to be going backwards and forwards all day. Thank you very much for checking in with the update. In a couple of minutes' time, I'd imagine. Honestly, it feels that quick. Thanks, guys.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Big update here over at the Katia City Grid. AGAL have just won a game of Fortnite, adding about 100 plus points to their tally, moving up from 18th to 16th position, while Falcons currently in 11th as it stands. But more importantly, denying a win from Aurora, who had a chance to close out the entire event there. If it stays moot, well, we'll still be deciding things on Trackmania. If another game like that happens, AGL may get some extra points over Falcons there, would change things here. We will keep you up to date. Welcome back here to the desk. Rain Day here with Import and Turbo now joining us. to me, this is a really great star-studded matchup, and it's in the different type of stars that you would think. There are people who have had journeys to get here that maybe were a little bit less on the top side from the Pax, from the Carls, from even the Epos and the Gwens that we've seen be so dominant. Josh, to me, takes the cake as maybe the best story of a dark horse, but also somebody who showed their emotion and has now got a lot of fans rooting for them to keep succeeding.
Yeah, I think each of these players have a decent fan base that are rooting for them in certain ways. And honestly, they are all at this point. I would consider them maybe slightly underrated across compared to the rest of the board.
Every single one of these players, probably, huh?
Yeah, I would definitely agree that none of these players are necessarily expected to make it to the grand final, but they have the ability to.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is for sure. I mean, Elcon, one of the fastest players out there. He is so good, but also a moody player. He only plays competition that he really enjoys. Mime, I think a player that a lot of people sleep on. He's very scary, a very consistent opponent, plays the format. We have seen that yesterday as well. And then, of course, we have the man, the myth, the legend.
Salmon? You didn't wear salmon today.
1248.
He wore it.
Yeah, he had the feeling that he probably was going to wear it, and then I was like, you know what?
You didn't want to match.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. You look good anyways. And then Paco, of course, who is, he kind of started off sending Mudda down to the lower bracket. Now Mudda's not even here.
I mean,
twice.
Yeah, he's definitely good, but can he remove the O from good and become a god?
Wow, yeah. Question. Obviously, Paco has his family here in the stands as well. You saw the Virtus Pro signs. That is a big deal, too. And, coming into this Turbo, there's...
Well, just here, the sign. Maybe we can go back in the shot. It was
you missed the people with the signs behind you.
The sign was just
he wants the limelight.
Yeah, it was.
All right, Turbo.
Okay, what was the question again?
I didn't ask one.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's keep it on moving here. Elcon is coming up on your screens. We talked with him before the matchup. See how he's feeling going in this group of dark horses who could be favorites.
Elcon into the quarterfinals, but I feel like you've been going under the radar just a little bit. Do you like that we're not giving you too much attention?
Yeah, obviously, I'm a bit shy in interviews and all of that stuff, so I don't really mind it, but I'm here to perform.
Do you think you're a little bit of a dark horse and maybe other people are underestimating you?
Oh, definitely. I haven't been to a World Cup yet, so this is my first time. I don't know what people are expecting, but I don't think it's that much. I hope I'll prove them wrong.
We've seen a little bit of what to expect. You have been fast. I think whenever anyone says Elcon, they go, he's got the pace. He's so fast. Is that your secret weapon, your speed?
Yeah, definitely. But even the consistency is there today, so I think I'll perform good.
You've already taken down quite a number of big scalps. How would you assess the last couple of days?
They were good. I think I performed pretty well, even against the really big names. So I'm definitely happy with that.
How do you feel yesterday was, having that day off? Has it stopped that momentum a little bit, or has it helped you, would you think?
Well, it was refreshing to have a day off. I really analyzed all the matches, looked at what my strengths are, what my weaknesses are, and today I've improved on that. And I think I'll come into the last day really strong.
What was the weakness? What were you trying to improve?
Well, definitely some parts that I really couldn't make consistently. That's it. The speed was there, but I think my consistency was the issue.
Did you analyze your opponents as well? And if so, what did you find out?
Well, I did. And we found out what their picks are, what their bans are, what their preferences are for maps and all of that. So I think we'll have a really good day.
I feel like you've been the perfect student. You've studied well. There's now time to go into this exam and you're feeling confident.
Definitely.
Okay, Elcon, good luck today.
Thank you.
Team Nemesis's Elcon ready to go fast and also stay consistent with it. A day off, Aaron says it helped him.
Yeah, and I mean, he is known as a player who lacks consistency, but he's so fast. that he can beat anyone. And honestly, this tournament, he has been relatively consistent, I feel like.
I agree. I mean, it's a different Elcon that we've seen. Usually he is a glass cannon. He goes fast, but then crashy as well at some point. But yeah, Elcon also a very good interview, you know, talking like very, very deeply about what he has actually been doing, analyzing matches and all of that stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd like to pull the focus over to Mime. We haven't talked too much about him. A really good player. He's considered always a scary element to any event that he arrives to because he is known for such a high level of play, but for whatever reason, this tournament, the hype hasn't necessarily been surrounding him, but he's had some really good wins in this tournament, and so he's a top contender coming into this matchup.
I mean, I'll use it again, Scarecrow. So we had some Scarecrows for the hype. I mean, we have been talking about the big names. There's the club championship on the line, huge tournament as well. Maybe Mime not getting as much of the eyes from his players and maybe from the fans, but maybe the one to deserve it. This quarterfinal should certainly prove that.
But I mean, that's always the case for Mime, and that's really the thing. He is someone that you have on the radar of maybe winning it, but then at the end he falls a bit further behind or loses that one match. Maybe this is the tournament where he redeems himself and makes it all the way into the final.
Not only the tournament for him, but the tournament for everybody in this matchup. Again, this is the race of the dark horses. Who is the darkest horse that's going to make it through to the semifinal? I can't wait.
And also the fan favorites are in this match here as well. Josh and Paco, great stories that have been, and I cannot wait to see this match. It will be absolutely awesome.
Yes, maybe sometimes the personal elements, the lights, they've distracted us from what could be the main narrative. But there's only one way to make sure your story is told the way it actually happened. That's for you to write it yourself. As we head over to our third group of the day, we've crushed 4 keys. We've sent 4 players to our semifinals. Let's begin the second half of our quarterfinals and advance 2 more.
I said to our players just now a bit about Trackmania, saying, could this be one of the greatest esports of all time? I think we all agree it can be. This is incredible! Incredible! And we have the fans already starting here as well. We saw an amazing, amazing quarterfinal there. We're halfway through our quarterfinals. Just goes to show how close they are now. Every single race, every lap. The margins are so slim, Milos.
Absolutely, and this is kind of the cherry on top. That Trackmania is the game that will decide things in the context of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Huge, obviously, for EPOS. He was beatboxing before the game. He was beatboxing out of it, but for Gwen, for AGAL, you heard it from the fans, 100 extra points on top of it all. It keeps it all competitive right to the edge. But now, game 3 is upon us, so please, Paris, are you ready for game number 3? Let's bring out our players to the stage. Our next 4 for game number 3, please, big welcomes for the match of the underdogs, Elcon, Josh, 1248, Pushtito, Paco, and Mime.
The crowd go wild, and rightly so. 4 players all gunning for that semi-final, but which 2 will make it through and which 2 will fall slightly short? Remember this competition, $500,000 prize pool here for Trackmania at EWC. Every player wants to ensure they make it to that grand final later on today. Who'll go through? Let's find out as we get into race 3 here in our quarterfinals. Oh yeah!
And the fans have just been replaced. The red and white now with the black and yellow of Navi. Mime still has a chance to push up that leaderboard. And don't forget, Navi is in that club championship race. They're in $1 million position. I'm not sure how many millions, guys, but Mime getting a win here, making that underdog, that dark horse run, in actuality would result in a major impact for that organization.
But the fans are already performing like $1 million here. What a great entry that was here, bringing in the vibe. And also take a look onto the ban phase now. We have our bans coming into play. Australia being the first map being banned, then Japan, Canada, and Germany, and Argentina here import is our very first map.
Yeah, oh, we finally get to see Norway. This is going to be really exciting because we have a lot of players who could potentially have a really bad time in this or a really good time. But Josh was having a really good success on Norway when he played that yesterday. Elcon picking Argentina, honestly not that surprising. It fits his style very well.
And also he played that double final situation against Lingo on that particular map. And also we have Saudi Arabia as our third map. The penultimate map will be South Korea. And again, as almost always, Poland will be the decider.
You know, this is interesting because Norway's been banned out almost as consistently as Australia, but they let it through. And in a race with dark horses, maybe this is the key to somehow switching, turning the tables in your favor, and finding a way through the gauntlet. So much more to be decided here as we send it over to your casters for our third quarterfinal out of 4 here in Trackmania. It's Twiggy and Nua.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And yeah, Norway sneaking through the ban phase there. It has, as pointed out there by the desk, Twiggy, it has been banned away almost as much as any other map. Australia, the only map with a higher ban percent. But I will say, Norway, a surprisingly high pick rate when it gets through the bans. There are very clearly a few players who are happy to pounce on that one whenever it makes it through the ban phase.
Yeah, and least of all here, although he didn't pick it, is Josh, right? Who did win that game in such insane fashion, alongside Mudder in the lower bracket, to what seems like sent him on a streak of momentum that propelled him through the next match in unbelievable fashion. Look, Josh, I don't think many people would have had him on their lists of the top 16 players in the tournament, but he is here, and that is partly because of this surge in performance that he has had.
He really, really has. Well, we have so far had 3 out of 4 players who qualified through the upper bracket from groups make it through to the semi-finals. In this match, Elcon and Mime are those 2 players who were the upper bracket qualifiers, but I do not think they are going to have it all their own way in this match. This first round, they are very much having it all their own way. Those 2 upper bracket players out in front, a couple of tenths the distance as we head into the turnaround in Argentina for the first time. But here comes Josh, and his turnaround is clean. Paco is quick as well. Mime has switched, and that is a 4 tenths turnaround as Josh was 2 tenths down. Now he's 2 tenths up.
Wow, just picking up the lead like it was made for him. It is Pushlito, Paco, and Elcon who move ahead here into the ice. Coming through, it's just the identity left. We haven't seen many places swap here, but if there was ever a time for it to happen, it would be when it's this close. Pushlito Paco goes a little too high up the wall, and everybody overtakes. Josh up into third, Mime in second, and Elcon comes home to first.
So far this week, players have been making that identity on Argentina look deceptively easy. They've made it look so consistent. But if anyone was watching when players first discovered these maps as well, or if you've tried it yourself, you know how difficult that identity is. If you are not perfect on it, it will send you flying. You will end up hitting a side wall, as we saw from Paco there. You will lose all of your speed. It is difficult to get right. These players have just put a lot of time into making sure it never goes wrong. Went a little bit wrong for Paco that last round. Unfortunately drops to 4th place in round 1 on the map. Elcon walks away with 10 points, Mime with 6. This time around though, Josh out to a better start, but great speed from Elcon until he got a little bit too much airtime. It's Mime with the lead as we head into the turnaround.
Oh, but it isn't anymore. Slams into the wall, he's gone. Oh, and Elcon almost flips the car there on the side of the bobsleigh. We've seen a lot of players get things wrong here. Paco especially has many times crashed into that wall, but most of all it was Afi who was really making mistakes there on the edge. And this time around, fortunately, nobody going too far off to the side, but Elcon going for that low line through the ice, gaining speed, and may just be able to make an overtake happen again here on Paco, on the identity. Their wheels are touching, but that's good from Paco. Is it good enough? It's neck and neck, and it's Elcon to pip him to the line.
Only just, but only just is good enough. Elcon picks up 10 points for the second time in a row. Paco with a PB, still only able to get second place, and I thought it was going to be Paco able to hold that lead all the way to the line. Just about denied, and you can see Elcon already springing out to an 11-point lead over both Mime and Pushtito. Paco, Josh, only 1 point behind the pair of them on 8 after 2 rounds played.
Well, surely with a lead like that, you can't just go away over the rest of the game. We're
basically done, right?
Exactly. Well, Josh not off to a good start in this round. It is the 3 up front that are Mime, Elcon, and Pushlito Paco. Josh, trailing behind. There have been mistakes. It's not unlikely that he'll be able to take advantage of one moving on through, but it is Elcon up in first position for the time being. It's all about this turnaround, though, which Josh has been amazing at. Will he gain any time on the rest of the pack? It does not seem as so this time around, and it is Elcon who maintains that lead. Mime trying to push for more time, taking all of his speed through this section here and going for the overtake on Elcon.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get him, though. We haven't really talked about it yet, but Elcon and Mime, basically the only two players left in the competition who go for that super wide line in the middle of Argentina. Hasn't made a difference in this round, and now Elcon is starting to pull away up this final hill. It will be Elcon crossing the line in first once again. 3 rounds from 3. He's on 30 points. Mime trying to keep pace, and he was only 42 thousandths behind him on that round, but he drifts even further away down the leaderboard. Little shrug from Josh on that occasion as he sits at the bottom, still looking to find his rhythm here on Argentina.
Yeah, what can you do? Early mistake, and there's really no way he was going to be able to make that one back up with everybody driving so cleanly that round. This is a new round, the final round here of Argentina. Josh looking to make something happen this time. We have yet to establish a player in a second place position right in the standings. Josh goes ultra low on the grass banking, excuse me. And it is Elcon once again. I mean, he's on fire right now.
Yeah, this is only our second time seeing Elcon on Argentina in this competition, and he is looking absolutely fantastic this time around. Looked okay the last time, but definitely not this good. The turnaround isn't ideal, as you say, Twiggy, a little bit much there from Elcon. Went a little too deep on the turnaround. And so Mime, maybe a chance at the 10 points here. Elcon has managed to climb back into second position. Again, that wide line from both Mime and Elcon, who should appear now past Bushido Paco, who's sliding into view on screen. And as we enter the identity, it's a large lead for Mime. As long as there's no mistakes, should be able to take home 10 points. Elcon, though, will settle for 36 points out of 40 on map 1. That is a huge performance, and exactly how he would have wanted to start this match off.
And that will push ourselves into a situation where we do have a second place player finally. Only took 4 rounds to get there. Yeah. But obviously there's still plenty of time left to go, and usually by the end everybody's on about 140 anyway. It doesn't seem to matter how many points you get right at the start of the series.
No, it doesn't. As we have seen in our quarterfinals already, it is a long match.
Yep.
140 points is still a long, long way away. We've joked about it as a broadcast team a couple of times over the course of the week. You know, that perfect 15-round game. When are we going to see it? A little bit too late in the competition at this point to expect that to happen at all. So, you know, you're looking at 20 plus rounds a match.
Completely cleans his act up and starts driving world records every single round.
That's true. Unless Neon decides that he's simply never going to crash again, and nobody else can touch him. I mean, looking forward to that final quarterfinal, right? I mean, it's Neon versus 3 world champions. Players who have all won a world championship at some point, and you somehow still can't discount his
still got to rate Neon in that one at the very least. It's I mean, every game from here on out, the semi-finals are going to be ridiculous, the finals are going to be ridiculous. You cannot pick a player out of this group of 16 that you're like, don't feel too strongly about them, honestly. Not my, you know, it's all right, I guess. Oh, Josh is going to fall out of contention there, going a little wide. It is seeming like it is going to be an Elcon and Mime show for the time being.
Yeah. Looking very good for Mime, who, again, we've seen him on this map once before, picks it this time around. And I will say Mime, out of all the players that we've seen on this map, one of very few to not have a DNF on it. And that might be what you need here at the start of this match. This might not be a DNF, but it will be a big crash from Mime. Having a little bit of an awkward time of it here in the first round on Norway. Elcon looking comfortable, looking confident. I don't know how Paco didn't clip on the inside of the hole, but he does clip on the outside. Mime back through into second place. Elcon with an easy first place as long as he lands this, and he will. Round the final corner, Elcon across the line first. Mime takes second place. And dominance from Elcon across 5 rounds.
So far, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Bushido Paco's line outside of that final ice slide, sorry.
It's scary, isn't it?
So scary.
Sketchy.
He has hung a wheel into that gap a few times.
And in order to avoid hanging the wheel this time around, he crashes into the outside wall
to overcorrect into the wall, yeah, exactly.
Which is also not ideal.
Yeah.
I'll level with you.
He's the only player who seems to go quite that inside. Oh, and there's another situation where he's gone too inside on the ice and he has hung a wheel over into the barrier. And well, with him out of the picture. Josh might just be able to catch back up to the player in orange, especially if Mime falls back once again. It's a deceptively difficult section of the track, getting off of the dirt and then directing yourself around the banking.
This line from Josh, we talked about it last time we saw him on Norway. He is crazy through that first jump, taking such an inside line on the jump, so close to the wall on it and landing so early. It's a good map for Josh as long as he can keep everything else clean. It almost makes it more insane that he's still losing to Elcon on this round. Finally wrestles the lead away from him. Now out to a decent lead. Elcon kind of clips, but it's just quick. He's that far inside. Josh still with the lead. One jump to go. Can he hold it from Elcon? It looks good. I think it is good. But the speed from Elcon is there and Mime is through as well. I thought it looked good and I was wrong.
Yeah, all 4 of its wheels weren't on the ground at the same time, and he just bobbled and bobbled and bobbled and barely got gripped by the end of the platform.
Boy,
just wasn't quick enough. That is rough. There's not a massive amount he could do about that. Realistically, it's just a rough landing.
Twiggy.
Yeah.
We're 6 rounds in, and Elcon has 5 firsts and a second.
Yeah.
We have talked for years about how quick Elcon is, but the consistency.
That's the thing. Any one of these players as well, if they turn it on a certain day, you know,
You're right. Listen, Twiggy, you're right. But for Elcon in particular, is this the Elcon that was promised?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. I see exactly what you mean. Right.
Is this
Elcon insanely fast, crashes all the time.
All the time Josh crashes there. That's a little bit unfortunate. That is the risk.
Finally, Elcon has found out how to not crash.
Yeah. Is this the Elcon the Twitch chat has lost their mind about?
Yeah.
Like, you know, for every tournament for the last 3 years, where they've been like, Elcon's going to win this. He's so quick. He has every world record entering the event, and then he just crashes a little too much. And now he's not crashing.
Yeah.
What is happening?
That is scary. It's a scary prospect as well. It's his first game of the day, and if he wants to win, he'll have 2 more to go as well. And look, if everybody's looking at this, Elcon might have the same problem here as Josh did. He does indeed. He's alive, but he gets overtaken once. And not quite twice, because Josh is 8 seconds behind. He might just be able to get it over the line. Oh, he won't.
Dear.
That is going to slow him down enough that he's not going to make it.
Close.
Oh, he made it. Oh, just about.
With tenths to spare for Josh there. At least picking up the 3 points. But I think 3 points a cold comfort here on Norway.
Those Na'Vi fans are going crazy, but it's not enough when Elcon is driving like this.
It really is. I mean, nobody, I think, expecting how dominant Elcon was going to be in a quarter-final match against some really, really good players.
That's the thing, right? If you wake up and you're feeling really good, so far we've only had 1 game a day, so it's just, you win your game, cool. Today,
there's the chance.
3 games for Elcon if he wants to get through to the grand finals here, and if he's feeling this good over the course of the whole day, I don't see a reason why he would stop feeling good.
No, you have the chance today to build momentum in a way that you really didn't across the first 3 days of competition. In fact, Elcon and Mime, they've had a day off at this point, and Elcon has clearly used that time off wisely, looking great coming into Saturday. He will be overtaken by Mime as we speak about him there. Nearly goes into an outside wall. He has survived, but it has handed Paco a very large lead at this point, in front of Mime, in front of Elcon. Although look at the speed, look at the line from Mime. 1 jump left to go, looking for all of these players to make it on through. Paco has the line up well. A little bit of a release from Mime in the air, and he has the speed around the final corner. Paco is inside, but he will not be able to keep pace with Mime, who was just faster around the outside. 10 points to Mime, smile on the face, nod of the head, and it wasn't perfect. It wasn't 40 points, but I think Mime can be happy with picking Norway. Look, it's always a little bit of a risk, you know, given how difficult this map has been, and I think it's worked out well for Mime there.
Yeah, he's not going to be unhappy with that whatsoever.
No.
Heading to Saudi Arabia now, and this is another map where Mime feels relatively comfortable. This is where Mime beat out, who was it earlier?
It could have been anyone. There's simply no way of knowing.
Oh man,
I got you, Twiggy.
I can't remember exactly what the result of that one was. All of the games have started blurring together.
Grenadi was he beat Grenadi?
Yes, he beat out Grenadi here on Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I mean, all the games. We've seen the same players playing against different players over and over again now, and it's all blurring together. But I mean, what a blur it has been, because it's just all been action, right? There's not been a forgettable game. That's why it's so confusing in my mind right now, is because every single one of them has been exciting, has been memorable.
Yeah, well, Let's see how this one goes then. For especially, I think, our top two, eyes on them. Can they continue to extend their lead on a map that has caused more DNFs than any other track in this tournament? This would be a great time to really start to pull away as you approach the halfway point of this map as well.
They're right behind
the
us.
drum is approaching us rapidly. I'm in danger.
I thought
Send
they just
help to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage as I am under threat. Twiggy, I don't care so much about. Twiggy, I'm sure will be fine.
Yeah, I'll be okay. I can fight.
Josh on out.
Yeah, I thought they just got louder. I was like, what has happened that you're getting so excited about? We're between maps.
Yeah.
But look, Mime, they just be able to make something happen here.
Very awkward. Split the difference between that kind of keeping the wheels grounded and jump line we have seen. So Mime dropping away. Paco in the lead, leading from Elcon. But Elcon maybe a chance to snipe at the ender. We've seen it before. It is good from all of Mime. Came flying in just to crash. She will be out of this round. Should still maybe be able to finish, but I think it's going to be a relatively close run thing. Will he make it up the hill in time? 3, 2, 1, 0. He just about makes it across the line before that cut off. And so Mime will at least get his 3 points, but not the round he would have wanted. Elcon, though, is now at exactly half the points needed for finalist.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, this is starting to fall away from Paco and from Josh here. This is the thing. You get caught up in the whirlwind of a player doing incredibly well, feeling themselves on a day like Elcon, and to a certain extent now, as we've warmed up into the series, Mime, and can start to fall away from you very quickly. However, usually we'll see by the end, by the time somebody gets to about 100 points, these people at the back start to wake up a little bit, and hopefully for Josh and for Paco, that is the case, because things are looking rough for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it said yesterday, but I believe it was Pac, that there are certain players in this competition who kind of wake up once someone else in the match hits finalist, and I think that's definitely a worry here with especially Postito Paco, who has taken scalps already this tournament, has beaten Mutta twice. Part of the reason that Mutta, pre-tournament, one of the pre-tournament favorites for a lot of people, not here in the playoffs. Hang on a second though, as Mime is overtaking Josh. That's a snipe. Beautiful on that last jump through the tiny gap, and so Mime will take second place. It's another round win for Elcon, though, who is looking unstoppable, frankly.
Completely. I am gobsmacked by Elcon right now. We genuinely could be seeing one of the most dominant performances in the tournament. I mean, right up there alongside Carl Jr.'s first game. This is a playoffs game. This is not a, this is not a first round, just, you're up against whoever, right? This is a playoffs game. Every one of these players has grinded. Sure. I mean, both past tense of the same word. Has grinded their way here so much and have proven themselves. Oh dear, Mime. And to still pull off a performance like this at this stage, that would be unbelievable. The job is not yet done. He has to get more rounds than this, and Josh is looking to stand in his way.
Yeah, this will be big for Josh, who's only on 35 points after nearly 3 full maps, and he's not going to get a huge amount in this round. Elcon, I think, a little bit of a release just to keep it out of the far wall there. Is, though, in a clear first place, nearly about half a second down to Postito Paco in second, and the other two out of sight in the drone shot just there.
Nowhere near.
Hang on a second. Postito Paco through into first place. That's 10 points for him. Elcon, he's still going to get second. There's nobody near. He will make that jump cleanly, second time of asking. And Josh and Mime, DNF from Josh. He's not even going to attempt it. Mime is going to DNF. Just a timeout on track. So
someone check Elcon's outgoing bank statements.
I mean, look, Elcon, he still extends the lead.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable how he's still that far ahead. I mean, look, we've seen leads that look amazing. Turns out they're tenuous in the end. Obviously, 10 points around can really start to stack up very quickly if you drop the ball for just a second. Look, this one seems ridiculous right now. I don't know. Something about it. Paco is there within arm's reach. Mime is obviously right there, but of course, we're checking for the cutoff point, the second player really, and if you are in first, you have a cushion. You're not safe, But you feel a lot safer up there than you do when you have a player right behind you, as Mime does.
Well, 3 players right behind him at the moment. And now
in
one
the
player,
round,
maybe even right in front of him in this round. Elcon through into first place, and Mime sitting just behind him. This time around, no mistakes from all 4 players as we head into this tiny gap. Will there be the mistake? Elcon leading the way, and that is perfect once again. There is the mistake. It's
Where's
Paco
Josh?
who's made it. It's another round win from Elcon, and it is going to be Paco and Josh trying to at least finish. The timeout will be there, but Paco, I think, the only player to get caught by it, as Josh will get through.
No, he was way up ahead.
Yeah, okay, there you go. And here's a stat for you, Twiggy.
Go on.
Across 14 rounds now played on that map, on Saudi Arabia, Elcon is the only player remaining in competition to have neither DNF'd nor ever even come last on a round in Saudi Arabia.
That's pretty amazing.
On a given how much we've talked about how difficult that map is, how many DNFs there have been and the rest of it, Elcon seems to be having no problems with it.
That is interesting.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah.
Isn't that just a little bit of fun?
Yeah. I mean, look, sometimes, look, maybe, you know, obviously, if you're a football player, you'll do penalty drills. If you know you're a penalty taker, you'll do, you know, corner kicks over and over again.
Sure.
If you know that you're going to be taking corners. If he knows he's going to be playing Saudi Arabia, maybe he's just redoing the tiny gap jump over and over again. Practice that one bit, that little section at the end. We do know that part maps exist, but like these players make part maps before big events so that they can practice specific sections of the track. Problem points, there may just be one just for the jump. It seems like a lot of the players haven't found it though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Elcon's been keeping it safe and secret at the moment. The thing is, I believe Elcon and Mime training partners coming into this event as well. You know, we've talked about the fact they were ex-teammates. I do think that they were training together pre-event as well. So, you know, I mean, it's why we see them taking similar lines through, for example, Argentina.
The drop down. Saudi Arabia.
And hey, hand in hand in this match too, right? I mean, not quite as close as maybe Mime would like it to be. He is now 24 points behind Elcon, but maybe a chance to close the gap here as Elcon has fallen off the lead just a little bit here in our first round on South Korea. And of all maps in this map pack, South Korea may be one where there isn't as much room to gain that time back here at the end.
Josh looking for something here. He's had a very, very quiet series as well. Let's see if he can make something happen on the identity. Does seem like British players very good at this identity somehow. Epos always makes up a hell of a lot of time, and Josh has done the exact same thing. Finally, welcome to the stage, Josh. How'd it feel under those lights? Mine was only 2,000s behind you, apparently, but...
Yeah, you can see it. Sigh of relief from Josh, I think, as you said, welcome to the stage, welcome to the match. Maybe now you can start to settle in. You've proved to yourself that you are capable of winning rounds here in what is a difficult quarterfinal match where there is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of all of these players. I think maybe especially for Pushito, Paco, and for Mime, they may know each other well, but both of them representing teams who are still vying potentially for top 3 here at EWC. Navi and VP, both with a chance still.
Indeed. I mean, yeah, exactly. Look, obviously, we are keeping our attention at the top with Team Falcons and AGAL. It's hard not to be looking at that when it really could come down to where the Trackmania players place the one remaining AGAL player and Carl Jr. up for Team Falcons. But there is a lot of money to be gained down below first and second place. Obviously, you want to be winning the event, but if you can't, you might as well go home with lined pockets. And Navi and Virtus Pro can both be doing exactly that. So they're cheering on their players with the exact same kind of fervency that I think AGAL and Team Falcons are. But it's Josh once again to take the most speed out through the identity of South Korea, and he's on a comeback.
Well, don't call it a comeback, Twiggy.
Never call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. He was always here. He wasn't really, is the thing. This has been now 2 round wins in a row. And you called it before we even got into the identity the first time that the British players have looked quick here for whatever reason. And Josh now has found a couple of tenths in the identity both times to pick up clean round wins against the rest of this field. So that'll be more than a few tenths over Mime for all 3 of the other players. Touch on the wall early on this one, and Mime starting to fall back towards both Paco and Josh. Elcon still with a commanding lead out in front of the rest of the field, but Josh is really starting to squash this field. A 3rd round win in a row on South Korea would be huge for him.
Well, indeed. I mean, yeah, what is it about that identity that Josh and Epos know that nobody else seems to. I mean, look, same thing with Elcon in Saudi Arabia, right? Some players are just absolutely brilliant at certain identities and certain specific parts of the game. Josh comes from full speed. I don't know if reactors are really his thing, but here we are. And he's doing very well. Can he do it again? Paco and Elcon out ahead for the time being. Is he going to gain any speed on them? He's gaining speed on Elcon. He's gaining speed on Paco. Can he do it again? Can he get the overtake? No, the final turn isn't quite there. It's Paco to get 10. Elcon 6 thousandths behind once again. He's going to move up to 109 points. And Josh finally is stopped from his, well, I mean, the monumental amount of points that he has gained in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, but
right back up there.
Look, Elcon has been a little bit quieter in these last couple of rounds than he was to start this match off, but it built up such a genuinely monumental lead already that now these second places just ticking it over. Elcon is slowly getting a little bit closer towards that 140-point mark, only 31 points away from it now, and any second now, a win for Elcon would put him dangerously close.
Won't do it.
Won't be this round. Tell you what, as that is a touch on the outside wall from Elcon, still had the reactor going, so doesn't lose too much speed, will still be able to pick up a couple of places if there's a major mistake from anyone else, but that mistake may be unlikely to come through with only a few corners left here on South Korea. Mime overtaking Paco as we head towards the final grass turn. Chicane to come, and then we're into the identity. Mime now has built a 10.5 of a gap back to Paco. Josh is still here. Mime has made that mistake, and we'll see if Elcon can overtake him. But up front, this battle is Paco versus Josh. Paco way out in front for a given value of way out in front. It will be enough, though. It should be enough, though, to carry him to the finish line ahead of Josh. That will be 10 points for Pushito Paco. Josh 1-1-1 behind, and that will be another second place for Josh.
What is it about getting to 100 points that suddenly just everybody else is right on your tail?
They look at the scoreboard, they're like, oh, wait.
Hold on a second.
Hang on.
There's a game going on. They might win. There's only 2 spots available. I forgot.
That's true.
These guys just play this game all day, every day. They're so used to that there being no stakes, none at all.
Yeah.
They realize under the bright lights. To be fair, I do think I said this a while ago in a completely different context, but you know, obviously, massive event.
Yeah.
It's insane the stage that they are on and all.
Yeah.
But once you're locked in, you forget.
Yeah.
You forget all about it. Maybe Binks and Gwen can't with the fans that they've got. And honestly, the Na'Vi fans might actually be louder.
Well, yeah.
I think there's less of them, but they are louder somehow.
Yeah, there's kind of a little bit of rivalry going on between all of the club teams present as well, as who can make the most noise here in Trackmania stands.
Yeah, right in front of us too.
Right in front, right behind us, right in front of the stage. And as you said, for the players, definitely a little bit of a new experience for some of these Trackmania players as well. So that much noise at the end of rounds.
Those noise-cancelling headphones better be good.
They better be putting in
be
work,
real good.
They're trying. They're doing their best, and so is Josh. Has mounted a little bit of a comeback, but the last couple of rounds there on South maybe not really going his way. This first round on Poland not going his way either, as he will drop into a distant 4th place. And Elcon, who now hasn't won a round in just a little while, doing his best to maybe get there and get to 140 with momentum. We saw in the last match, Twiggy, Massa made it to finalist first.
Jump.
And from there, just not able to close it out, right? You want the momentum hitting 140 as well. It's not just about making it to finalist.
Precisely.
It's about closing it out there as well.
That's a full crash. You were talking about a few corners on South Korea. We're going to need a few coroners on Poland after that one.
Truly
that one in the tank for 10 minutes.
Big fan of that. Is look, Elcon with a little mistake earlier on, still in contention for this round, but will not manage to beat out Mime to the finish line. There, that'll give the Na'Vi fans something to cheer about as Mime picks up 10 points, only 2 points away from breaking that 3-digit barrier. And not a huge amount for Elcon there again. He is starting to fade a little bit as we get deeper into this match.
Yeah, that's the thing. You were talking about wanting to get to 140 points with momentum. Just at any point, you don't want to lose your momentum. You need to rest it back early before you start losing and losing and losing. Epos just last game was talking about how it felt like it was slipping away from him after a couple of tough rounds. He felt like it was becoming harder to get back that control and finish out the game there on Finalist. And the same thing can happen at any point. You do need to make sure that at the very least you're coming home with some points in every single round, otherwise it will get into your head. I mean, it was the same thing I think probably earlier on in this game for Josh, and suddenly he is back in things, and you can see how much the confidence is doing for him now.
Really is, as he is pushing Mime in this round. Around the wall we go, and how hard can you push it? Elcon pushing harder than Josh on that one, as Josh forced to release to make it around the corner, is now down in third place.
Where are you going?
So is Elcon. Is Josh still alive? He's not there. Where is he gone? Elcon still holding this lead. He's not moving fast, but he is still
Where is
going
everybody?
to pick up first place in this round. Respawns further down the track. Paco is the player who picks up second place. Mime will take third, and Josh had a respawn off camera in there somewhere. He'll only take fourth.
Oh dear, we'll forget that round. Oh, Malcon. But he still made a mistake. He'll probably want to forget it as well, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey,
you got 10 points.
Got 10 points.
Got 10 points.
Got 10 points.
Whether by an inch or a mile.
It's
fine.
10 points is 10 points, and well, Josh would love that right now. Again, out to a little bit of a lead just here, but again, everyone's still there on track. Well, except mine. He has had that early touch. 8 tenths down on these other three drivers. Elcon drifts
right behind.
Well, not far away.
Thank
but
you.
he is behind at the moment. We do love our observers.
I have noticed that you, whenever I say something about a player, sometimes you'll just go straight to them. It's wonderful.
We love proving Twiggy wrong. You know, Elcon's a bit further behind. No,
he's
not.
just behind the camera.
He's right here. And he is involved in this. Josh is not going to be involved any longer. Full crash into the platform here on Poland. Paco just in front of Elcon at the moment, but a little bit of the pressure taken off as Josh drops multiple seconds behind. Can Elcon do it again? Inherit another win on this track? Can he maybe just
catch? Where did Paco go? Paco!
It's Elcon inheriting another win on Poland. He will pick up another one. He'll move 2 points away from
letting him get away with it.
And Twiggy, we talked about how important this momentum is. And it's kind of just being given to Elcon.
You can't give him it like that. You cannot give it to him.
They're making it easy.
Exactly. 138 points now, so he just needs to finish one more time. And he is absolutely good. The final round on Poland, and all he needs to do is get to the line. And he will be on finalist mode as we head into Argentina. And for everybody else, it's coming a little bit too early for them. They wanted to gain a few more points before they let Elcon up into finalist mode here. I mean, Josh was loving life, getting a few more on the board. He was on 30, I believe, 38 or so before we got to the map before this. South Korea, indeed. And now up in 80. It's not within striking distance, but he can do something from that. If Postito, Paco and Mime were to have a couple of bad rounds. But right now, all eyes are on Elcon. All he needs to do, get this one done, and then we start the second phase of our game on Argentina. But right now, let's see, can Josh gain any more points from this? Elcon knows he doesn't need to push. He's probably not going to want to go too hard, not risk a DNF. Josh is low, very low, but he gets it done. Mime on the inside, he has a lot of speed. Can he get an overtake by the finish line? It's Josh with a better landing. He should be all good, and he will get some very valuable points in the dying embers of the game. I was going to say of the round. Obviously, you get points at the end of a round.
Yep, that is in fact how Trackmania works.
Yeah,
that will be big points.
It would be weird
for Josh,
to give out points in the middle of a round.
It would be pretty.
I would get a little bit worried that we'd
maybe some kind of
the
system
competitive
where
integrity of.
But with maybe some system where we give points based on where you are.
Wicked points.
Checkpoint.
You remember Wicked points 3 years ago?
I do remember Wicked points back in the Trackmania Challenger League 2023 days. Who won that in the end?
God, who won? It was
Twiggy's Wicked Championship.
Who won the Wicked Championship?
Yeah.
I believe it was
Twiggy awarding points based on
might have been Scrappy.
Massive crashes and cool tricks. It might have been Scrappy, actually. I remember some very cool backflips from Scrappy.
No,
that season.
I think it was Link.
Could well have been as well.
I think it was Link, not Link Max. Link,
different players. Even though Link Max has also formerly been known as Link.
Yep.
Lots of confusion. Look, one thing that's not confusing is that Elcon is on finalists, right? He has done very well, and honestly, going back to Argentina now for Elcon could be big. Looked really, really good on our first rotation through here, and this is one of the earlier finalists we have seen here in our competition at EWC. Elcon reaching finalists very, very quickly in this match and has given himself a large buffer to head into the rest of this match with as well, Twiggy.
Elcon now can close it out. He is out in first place here. Paco right behind, trying to deny him, trying to get himself back up to a place where he can do something and get back onto those points. And a stop, but oh, it's Mime who overtakes first place. Unbelievable stuff. It's going to come down to the wire if it stays like this. Mime looking for first place. Elcon holding him back.
Line.
Bringing out the shoulders, trying to stop him from getting it done. He wants this right now. He does not want to risk having another streak of rounds where he loses out on those points. Those all-important points. The speed is good. Is it good enough? Mime goes further ahead. It's only by half of a tenth, but it's good enough to deny Elcon.
That is so close. Elcon was there. He had the chance. He nearly made it. And of course, training partners, they have the same lines through this track. It will not be decided by someone having found something in practice that gets them an edge. It will be decided by execution in every round between those two players. Elcon denied for one more round by Mime. This time around, it is looking like a clean start for Elcon, although he catches a little bit of air. He may even have touched a wall. Elcon will drop behind by a few tenths, and this may not be the round he closes it out either. And as we have seen time and time again in this week, time and time again throughout Trackmania history, if you hit finalist, the longer it takes to close out, the harder it becomes.
I've been watching Trackmania for years now. I'm beginning to believe that we have entered a stage of the game where it is not possible to have nice, easy, drama-free games where somebody gets through and then somebody else gets through and it's just breezy. Yep. We might have to do what people were saying with the Olympics and bring in amateurs to just so that there's somebody like a to see actual average pace, because oh my god, we're gonna have another situation where two players are going to be joining Elcon right up towards 130 points, if not on finalist as well, as Paco is gonna come home to 10 and Mime to 6, which brings them both well within touching distance of Elcon as the drummers process past us here.
There is an entire parade passing the caster booth right now, and I mean, what a time to arrive.
They've got a loudspeaker.
Why is it necessary? It might be, honestly, as we now have Mime on 128, Pushito Paco on 122. Elcon could still close this match out at any time, as he just needs the one round win, and he looked so good on Argentina the last time around. 3 round wins on the first visit, 1 second place. Elcon looked untouchable. He is looking, well, very touchable right now, Twiggy.
I don't know if you can say that. I mean, Elcon, I don't even think he's driving badly whatsoever. He's still driving fast. It's just Mime has reached another gear trying to stop him, but that is a beautiful turnaround from Elcon, and he gains time on the rest of the pack here. Mime is going to have to do something unbelievable. They're right behind us. I have to speak louder just so you can hear me at this point. I'm not getting that excited, believe me, but it might just be an exciting round anyway, because Elcon is going to enter the identity in a clear first position, and again, we have not seen overtakes here. Rarely have we seen anything, so Elcon will sail into the semi-finals.
And for a lot of that match, he was making it look easy. And then for a little while, he was making it look very hard indeed. And at the end, it was a clean win on Argentina. Well out in front. And Elcon, long before anyone else reaches finalist, will move through to the semi-finals. I say long before. Mime could well do it on this round. A second place or a first place for Mime would put him on finalist as well. Pushito Paco needs a couple of rounds to get there, and Josh, he's going to need more than a couple, but it would begin for Josh with a round win.
Yeah, it's a long road at this point for Josh, but one finalist out of the way means that there is just that little bit of extra time before we we get into I believe the technical term is squeaky bum time. Oh no! Oh, and he's going back for it. You
missed the checkpoint.
I've already said you can't park there, sir, but that would have been a beautiful time to bring that one out for the first time. Well, Mime is completely, I was going to say, home free, but I think he's still got stuff to contend with here. Yeah, good line on the ice. He'll be absolutely fine. He will be on finalist mode. Oh. That was scary.
Look, extended that lead to Paco. Now, the big thing for Paco is he is still getting second place here. Hang on,
big
Paco might even...
Big slowdown, big slowdown.
Look, the big...
He's still on finalist, but my lord.
Yeah, look, that actually changed nothing, now that I look at the scoreboard, really.
He just got a few more points, that's it.
He got a few more points, but like, Paco would have been within 10 points of finalist either way, and still needs to deny Mime in this round. Still can't allow Mime to get first place. So the big difference is if Josh wins the round and Paco gets second, Paco does now hit finalist himself as well. But, Twiggy, we go to Norway.
People usually follow that word with my name, yes.
Yeah.
Well, back to Norway. And again, look, while Josh did not look perfect here on Norway in this series the last time we played it, again, we have to mention that he was immense on it.
Yes.
Only yesterday.
Yeah. Very quick, and has that line that really nobody else we have seen as aggressive on the first major jump into that tower.
Yes.
Where he goes so much further to the left, he tries to land early, and he carries a lot more speed through the following corner than a lot of other players. So if Josh can get that right, we said it yesterday, it's just a couple of free tenths that he has over everyone else. But when I say free, there is definitely a risk attached, because in this very match, we have seen him crashing, trying to take that line several times.
Well, Mime is very, very happy right now, having reached finalist at the exact time that he has gone to his map pick once again. The map where he has world record, and right now he's pulling out a worldy performance here, staying ahead of Josh, who is struggling to keep up even with a clean round. It's way, way ahead.
Looking really,
no slip out on the ice, no gears lost. It is absolutely simple for Mime. He's not even going to let anybody have a chance in at this rate. No drama, quick, easy, finalist through into the semi-finals, and all he needs to do is make the final jump. It's looking good to me, Noor. I don't know about you, but I think Mime is going to be our second semi-finalist from this game.
You know, Twiggy, you called it right. No drama. Maybe for the first time here at EWC.
That was pretty simple, honestly.
Mime hits finalist, Mime wins the round. Now, he did do it with a very sick time just there.
Yeah, that was very cool.
Was the final time in that round on Norway, which is really close to Mime's world record on that track. But he made it look easy. Unfortunate for Bushido Paco, unfortunate for Josh, but honestly, maybe the best way we have seen any quarterfinalists lose, in the sense that there's a little bit less heartbreak. Elcon and Mime
somehow
never really left the door open at any point during that match.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel weird that we did just have, I kind of said it right at the start.
My heart rate spike?
Yeah, exactly. Why is my heart rate at, wait, oh, it's still at 100.
Well, of course, yeah.
Why is my heart rate at 100? Why am I not sweating? Why is my voice... Oh, my voice is still a bit hoarse, but still, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter, because we have crowned our final semi-finalists there with that game. No, sorry, we've still got one more.
We've still got one more?
Sorry, the order got switched before we got on. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my Lord.
God, I forgot. Dear.
We do have 3 world finalists, and then a 17-year-old
and then the 17-year-old who set 5 world records in one game. Yes.
That's going to be a fun quarterfinal.
Oh my God.
This was a fun quarterfinal as well, but definitely the lowest blood pressure so far out of any of them. But I do want to say, because it feels like a little while since he qualified already, impressive from Elcon.
Very.
Almost unexpected so far, just how well he played in this match. And I don't want to detract from how good of a player he is, but he has been that incredibly quick player throughout Trackmania history. He's been so fast, but the consistency here at EWC, absolutely wild, in an arena that is the loudest I have ever seen, a Trackmania arena as well. So impressive from Elcon. Himself and Mime will move forward in this playoffs bracket. Can they keep it going? They'll get to crush a couple of keys first.
Yet another quarterfinal done and dusted. Our victors are set in, and it's time for yet another key crush. She's hungry, and she's been at it the whole time. Elcon, our victor in the matchup, go up to our key master for a very first one. That is Bushido Paco eliminated, the first key of the series, knocked out and destroyed. Elcon, Couple questions here. I mean, congratulations, you win. How do you keep your cool? Because this crowd was wild the entire time.
It was stressful, as it was insane. So much cheering from the crowd and everything. It was really tough to keep the cool, but I managed to in the end, and it worked out.
It worked out, absolutely. And of course, coming over by my side, Mime, I mean, you're also very calm and collected through it all. There's always a good smile on your face here. Why is that always the case?
Because if I try to overthink, then I'm just spiraling into bad thoughts, like mistakes happen. So I just try to capitalize on it, you know, like I can do a mistake, but next round will be good for me. So there is nothing to be afraid of.
Mime is joy maxing, and you're going to be destroying the second key in this matchup. Elcon, if you stand just behind me here. Mime going in for Josh 1248's key. Everybody here in Trackmania is a tight-knit, close family. But outside that racetrack, once it's all done, there can only be a victor, and that is Josh, eliminated. Mime, successful. Elcon, both advancing to the semifinals. Ardesk, what do you have to tell us about this all? Crazy moments.
And it all ends on Norway as Mime takes a clean, no drama run. And if you have played Trackmania, or if you're getting inspired to play, I suggest you go out there and try your hand at Norway for the very first time. Pick up a controller, a keyboard. It might take a while before you're back with us. Let me just say that. Those jumps are not easy, but he made it look easy. Mime swoops in with the win.
I think that's kind of mean of you to suggest people to start with Norway. That's a little advanced.
It's rude. It is rude.
Maybe start out with the campaign maps.
With Argentina. Argentina, maybe.
Yeah, that's even meaner, I feel like.
Yeah, man, those jumps are tough. I learned the hard way. But also, Elcon, you talked about the speed that he brought to this competition, and he's continued it, taking the win in a very convincing fashion. Mime following up as well, and I gotta say, Norway to me a big deal because it was his map pick. He did feel so comfortable, and also it's just something we haven't seen in the tournament. So as these two continue now into the semifinal, whoever they'll face, I feel like that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, and of course, he also was really comfortable on Argentina as well. I mean, just looking at them both, they did really well. If you would have came in before this tournament and just looked at this matchup on paper, I definitely think people would have said Elcon or Mime. But with the way the tournament went out, that's why we were saying they're all dark horses, because we had no idea what the result was going to be.
But also the match then kind of, like, it turned around a bit, because on South Korea, we had Josh and also Paco having back-to-back wins, coming back. I mean, it was not all smooth sailing there for Elcon and Mime in the ending, but I would say a bit of a breather in comparison to what we've had before, and also what comes up, a highly anticipated match, of course, but we're gonna come to that very, very soon here. But of course, storylines finishing as well. Josh being eliminated, I think we already said that so often, our favorite story of this event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Josh, I hope he takes it okay. I know it's a tough loss, but at the same time, it's just when you can't get that momentum, and Josh is a very momentum-based player.
Yeah.
He never got started well at the start of Argentina, struggled every single round, and it just continued there on. He had a moment on Poland. I believe that was the track that he had a good run on. But or South Korea, excuse me. On South Korea, that's what he had a good run on. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue that momentum going out of it.
I mean, the Navi fans, you could hear them. Those are the drums behind. I'm not exactly sure on the semifinal yet that Navi and Mime will be joining, but if it's with AGAL, boy, this is going to be a loud place, Turbo.
Oh, and I mean, maybe Carl joining in there as well. That would
God, don't get me started there.
That would be absolutely incredible, but I mean, we don't know. We don't know just yet. There's so many what-ifs and whatnot, but still an amazing match. But I mean, it's just incredible to think about that this was the least exciting match that we've had today. That was still a banger.
And I got some confirmation it is going to be Gwen and Mime and Renati in that semifinal alongside one other. We'll tell you who's going to qualify there in a moment, but first let's speak with Josh in an exit interview.
Josh, commiserations. It's been a great tournament for you. Didn't quite have enough today. Talk me through that quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty good going into it. I thought maybe I could, you know, beat Mime. He's had a history of coming so close, but falling just about short. Elcon, I mean, I was his teammate previously, felt confident as well. But I mean, they just drove really fast. I wasn't expecting that type of pace, and there's not much you can do for that.
it was so fast. What, obviously the speed, but in terms of what else do you think you were lacking? Do you think it was the whole kind of experience got to you a little bit, or not really?
Not really. I mean, for today, I was just mainly there to enjoy it. I wanted top 16, succeeded, so I didn't really want to put any extra pressure. So yeah, I mean, I just couldn't keep up.
Tell me a little bit about your family. We know they've been here watching in the crowd. How proud are they to watch you up here on the biggest stage?
Well, especially after the things that happened on, I think it was Thursday, me even playing, they were very proud. And I mean, from there on, yeah, they're just very proud of me.
Yeah, what has this experience taught you about yourself and your ability?
That I'm better than I think I am, but I'll probably forget that within the next week.
Oh, absolutely not. Going home tomorrow, when you look back on this experience, what will be your biggest takeaway?
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, yeah, just that I'm one of the best players, it seems. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world, getting to quarterfinals at Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. That's a good story to take away, maybe to the pub or to work and tell your mates next week.
Yeah.
Josh, congratulations. Sorry it wasn't meant to be today.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Josh, for those words. And I love the lessons being spread here. You know, you do get to tell your own story, and not just to other people, to yourself. Josh taking away the fact that he is one of the best players in the world. And without a doubt, the facts support that. Top 16, quarterfinals, biggest tournament in Trackmania history. Congratulations, Josh. I know your family's proud. I know many online are also proud as well. Let's turn our attention to the bracket, because you're probably interested who matches up with who. Let me tell you, this is going to be fun. So Gwen is going to be matched up with Grenady and Mime now. And look at that. Second in the quarterfinal is going to be able to come in. So when we go to Carl and Neon and Pac and Otak, the second place finisher is going to go into that group. So if Neon or Pac or somebody stuns Carl and he actually doesn't finish first, we will get the Carl Gwen matchup, Falcons AGAL, in our semifinal.
That will be so incredible, really. You really want to get first in that match. That is for sure. I think it's do or die there, but what a match we have. It's highly anticipated. The crowd is filling. It's getting quite busy here, I would say.
They might need to add more seats in the back because it's getting crowded already.
Yeah, they did. Look at that. All right.
I mean, it broke out a little bit here. There's a little bit of space, but that's just because people are getting some snacks or something like that.
And that's because AJL fans had to take a break, probably bathroom break or whatever. All right, we're going to have a lot of fun coming up after this one. But in the meantime, as we mentioned, the GOAT, Carl Jr., 7-time world champion, is about to race. Here's a little bit of his story on how he keeps his momentum and his drive to be the best.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He's just not stopping. He's always winning.
The benchmark, the guy to beat.
I joined my first big organization, Dignitas, in 2011, I think, or even 2010. I was 12, 13 years old back then. I didn't know there was a World Cup. I just wanted to be in this group because they dominate the online competitions. In 2012, I discovered LANs. I told my father that I want to go in Paris. Fun fact, it was exactly here. And my dad, he didn't know much about esports, but he likes video games. And then we go to my first LAN ever. And from that moment, I had the trust of my parents. And, well, because of them, I'm here today, you know. Carl Jr. has been around for so many years in Trackmania, but he's also such a nice human being. He's so friendly, so open to talk with, and over the years, he's just not stopping. He's always winning, and even in 2025, he redeemed everyone wrong and won a very important title alongside Pac again. it's quite difficult to find new objective. It's not very easy to reach the top, but it's way easier to reach the top than staying at the top. Because you put the objective that I want to be the best player. You achieve it, now what? That's a beautiful struggle to deal with, and it's just about setting a new objective, trying to find new ways to set new goals. Everybody's expecting a lot of you every tournament that you play in. Sometimes it's hard to deal with, but I'm trying to make sure I deliver to my expectations every single tournament that I play.
Carl Jr. into first place. He's mine has been caught. Carl Jr.
Getting Trackmania into EWC is really life-changing for us, and I'll be forever grateful for that opportunity. Now, since there's so much to win, I can finally be a full-time player, you know?
He's one of those players that just stands the test of time, irrespective of discipline. No matter if it's like the early World Cups or like the transitional part at the beginning of the decade or the present day where there's so many young guns coming to the scene, he's always the benchmark, the guy to beat. And most often, you can't beat him. It's really the way that I see it. Probably an immovable target most of the time. And the ones who are able to actually pip him off the throne are very few and far between and can be counted on maybe a few fingers of one hand.
Welcome back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It doesn't get much better than this, does it? We've got Trackmania ready to go to decide a club championship for the most part. And up next is the GOAT. It's Carl Jr., but he is not alone. He is going to be going against his teammate from last year who won the World Championship with Pac, driving alongside him in this semifinal, this time as a competitor. But don't forget, we still have Otak in the mix as well, who's trying to steal a spot from him. And when you come down to it, Neon, the young gun, one of the stories that we talk about the most here, the kid versus the GOAT. It is anybody's race.
Anybody's race. 10 World Championship titles in one single match. Wow. How crazy does that sound, Kai?
It's absolutely incredible. And then Neon, the 17-year-old in there. Like it's just a fairy tale. It's such a good match to conclude those quarterfinals here. And I mean, don't count out Otak, who probably is the dark horse for a lot of people in that match. But once this guy picks up momentum, it can be over.
I completely agree. And this is time for us to introduce our PS5 story of the day, which is Falcons Dreams, Carl Jr.'s hands, which means that the club championship for Falcons has a chance here to go back to back to back. For those just jumping in, what is the club championship? It's a battle that ties all of EWC together over these 7 weeks. Teams earn points to get their share and finally find themselves on a leaderboard that will potentially mean $7 million to the winner. That's right, $7 million and lifting that elusive trophy. G-Geek, what does Carl have to do to relax, to not know that, to feel like there's no pressure on him, even though there is? There's tremendous pressure on this moment.
There's tremendous pressure on this moment. I feel like he's just got to stick with his guns, like play his own race. He knows that he's got the pace to beat pretty much everybody in the field. And really, the pressure is on AGAL with Gwen, which we saw manage to qualify for the semifinals. Really, it's the pressure on the youngin from France. The man from Quebec is very much looking calm and collected, but so is this man, Neon, who had an absolutely scintillating day too.
I mean, about Carl, it's really like his armor was almost getting cracked, I would say, in that match against Neon, and he should try to avoid that, but now he has Pac, Thomas Cole in that match as well. Vitality joins in now as well. You can hear the crowd going crazy as well, and look at that.
Oh, he got security. Otak got security.
Wow. We got competition.
Oh, no.
That is
Men in Black right here?
Bonkers.
Oh, my goodness. This is a Frenchman in black right here. That doesn't look like Will Smith, but I do think that he's got some style. I will say that is an incredible walkout. The cavalry, indeed, for Team Liquid. So this gave you goosebumps, Turbo. I can understand why now.
Yeah, like every time when I think about this game, I'm just getting goosebumps. It's like you can hear the crowd as well. They're going absolutely bonkers here, but I cannot really predict what will be happening because the match before and as well, I thought it would be not that close, but it was close in the end because everybody came back, everybody has weaknesses, and it's just crazy.
Well, there's two guys I really want to hear from. G-Geek in a second, but right now, there's only one. Carl Jr.
Carl, a lot of people have sat here on quarterfinals day getting very nervous. As a 7 times world champion, how do you view a quarterfinal?
It will be tough. It will be tough because I have a pretty hard bracket, I'd say, with Pac in mind. Neon has shown amazing stuff against me. And then Otak, a former world champion. So I think I have a very rough quarterfinal, but I'll give my best.
Yeah, 3 world champions in this quarterfinal. You've just mentioned them all. Who's the most trickiest opponent? Pac, on one side, you know him so well, you're great friends. Neon is this new underdog coming through, and he's had this world champion pace. Who worries you the most?
Well, I'd say potential-wise, Neon has so much. He has shown that he has the pace on all maps, so if he can get consistent, he will be very scary. Pac, obviously, it's around the same style as Neon with a little bit more experience, so it's very dangerous. And then you have Otak, who's a little bit slower, but always there, always consistent, always solid. So, to be honest, I just need to play my game because they're very good.
With your pedigree, though, are you able to just play your game?
I hope so. I hope so. I'll try my best to do that.
With someone like Pac, who obviously you've played alongside so many times as well, do tactics ever come in it? Have you guys spoken about how you might approach this together?
Not really, because everybody can be good on any maps. We know what maps I'm good on. We know what maps Tom is good on. So not really. Like we know what to do, I think.
All 4 of you are good on all these maps, pretty much. It's now quarterfinals. What will give you the edge out there today?
I hope my composure. Yeah, my composure will hopefully give me the edge.
Do you think the others, and especially likes of Neon, who is new to this, may lack composure on this biggest stage, and will you look to capitalize on that?
I really hope so. I mean, Neon, it's his first LAN, and he already has shown that he's very good at his second ever match on stage. So we'll have to see.
Have you tried to get in any of the players' head yet? Have you tried to do any trash talking of the likes?
No, not really. I'm quite boring nowadays.
Does anyone do that, actually? Any of the players? Who's most likely to?
Maybe Otak, he likes to joke around. But the thing is, in the Trackmania scene, we know the guys too much. So they cannot get into our head.
You're the last quarterfinal today. The other 3 have been stressful. You are, though, a 7-time world champion. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Carl Jr. saying he's counting on his composure, and I feel like it's a great word to set the scene. If it's not being set enough behind me there with our fans from Vitality, I'll let you know. This has the most stakes out of any quarterfinal. Carl Jr., if he were to go out here and not qualify top 2, G-Geek, that would actually open the door for AJAL to steal the club championship, so he must win.
He must win indeed, and this is going to be one tight matchup to try and win it. If he does go out, Gwen would have to win his semifinal, go to the grand final to tie. He would still need to come in 3rd if he wants to bring the title for AJAL.
Also 2nd place, he would then play against AJAL, against Gwen in that match. It would be absolutely bonkers, really. That would be so incredible to see. And then both have it in their hands, of course. But before that, they have to get into the top 2. But only 2 of them can make it. 2 will be eliminated and their keys will be crushed.
This is going to be probably match of the year, if not match of the decade, Kai and Rain. And I'm so excited to see it get going.
It really could be. At the end of the day, the stakes are as high as ever at EWC. Who would have thought it would come down to our final day? A club championship trophy fought for weeks on end, months in Paris, grueling effort, planning, and preparation. They get in here for Falcons. It could continue for them as well. We're witnessing history, and it's being made by Trackmania on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. So let's begin our final quarterfinal.
Yes, you heard it, and you can barely hear me, I'm sure, because the entire crowd is on its feet here in the arena. We're loving every bit of it, and Trackmania gets to decide it all. Fans from multiple clubs have joined us for the final quarterfinal. 2 players have already advanced from quarterfinal 3, and we're set. 2 more have to move on to semis, and guess what, Adam? We got 3 world champions and a huge rookie in the next one.
3 world champions in the same. This could be a grand finals anywhere else. 10 titles between them. I know one thing's for sure, that they want to make it all the way through to the next round as they are aiming for the biggest title in Trackmania history here at the Esports World Cup. The question I have here, Paris, is, are you ready to meet your drivers? Oh, we can't wait. Then let's bring them out. Here they are. Please put your hands together for the one and only Carl Jr., Pack, Otak, and Neon!
4 incredible racers. 3 of them world champion, 1 a massive challenger, 16 years of age, looking to put his name in between the stars. A massive challenge for all 4 of them. In any other situation, this is a Trackmania Grand Final. Here at EWC, this is only the quarter final. Who decides what happens in their club championship? Who advances to the semifinals? A lot on the line for one singular match. It'll all be decided right here, right now.
Super fans, I don't know if that describes them enough, but fans aplenty here at the Gauntlet, where 4 of the greatest names in Trackmania will go head-to-head for 140 points and 1 more race.
It feels like we're about to lose our mind. Here come the first bands. Argentina, banned by Otak. Then South Korea. This is a good counter Pankai because Neon has been exceptional, especially on day 2 with those 4 out of 4 round sweeps.
Japan being the very, very first map here in the rotation. I really want to say Canada has been an absolutely bonkers world record from Neon. So will this be in the rotation or not? Poland will be picked by Pack. Germany will be map number 2 from Neon, and yeah, he's very fast on that map, that is for sure. Saudi Arabia and Hungary loses the coin flip there. So this is our rotation here. Hungary will be the decider, but I think, I'm certain that we're gonna see Japan again.
Now, quick question. Do you think we're gonna get another world record sweep like we did in day 2?
One?
A world record sweep?
Yeah, we do, yes.
Yeah, but do you think we can get it again?
Yes.
All right, I love to hear that, and I'm loving this crowd as well. Paris, faites du bruit!
And with that, we will send it over to Onset and Bravo for what could be the best match we have ever seen.
Well, Trackmania certainly deserved the spotlight, and now it has it. So much history just in this one matchup. And the stage could not be more beautifully populated by fans of every single driver. The greatest to ever do it, Carl Jr. He's representing Falcons. Neon, the phenom who came out of nowhere with world record after world record after world record yesterday. Pack the #1 seed, the Vitality man, and closing it out, the hometown boy for Team Liquid. You've got another world champion in Otak.
And you heard it on the desk. In any other context, on any other day, this could be a grand final. But instead, somehow fate would have these 4 players meeting as early as a quarterfinal. And almost unfairly, only 2 of them will advance from here. This will be some of the most cutthroat Trackmania you will ever see. We're underway.
We have to wonder if experience is going to come to play here. Neon yesterday, boy, can he go fast, but has that element of youthful exuberance about him where sometime could go a little bit too hard. Inside of that, you have the 3 drivers with so much experience who have lifted the biggest of trophies in Trackmania. One of them numerous times. Carl Jr. already in a battle for first.
Let's see if Carl can overtake on this section. It's a pretty important one. Yes, he will. It's a very common tight turn that he'll be able to do. He will take the lead now. And let's not forget, Carl Jr. won 3 for 4 in the Neon lobby on Japan, the last outing just yesterday.
Absolutely phenomenal consistency from Carl Jr. And as we go into our first of many identities in this quarterfinal, it is going to be the Canadian who has the lead through the final gates here. One more left-hander, and hey, surprise, surprise, all the talk, but Carl Jr. always comes through. Carl Jr. will get the first 10 points.
Neon with a bit of a mistake there, and let's not forget also, when we saw them match up earlier, we did see him already with a 4th on Japan as well. So as you heard Carl Jr. talking about, he said it will be tough, and I have a very tough quarterfinal. Neon has so much potential, and Pac the same potential with even more experience. Otak, of course, is always there, always consistent, always solid. As you heard him say in his interview, he is hoping that his composure will give him the edge.
Into the first somersault and the turnaround, the backflip, and through the checkpoint, we all go cleanly. Neon and Carl Jr. This battle yesterday, Andy, was absolutely unbelievable. It was back and forth, back and forth. The only way that Neon could beat Carl Jr. was with world record times, and he's out in front again and flying ahead of the pack.
Wow, and really nicely done there on the turnaround as well, but it's Pac out in front. He's got something to say about all of this as well.
So much support here for Pac as well. The Vitality Faithful are out in the stands here in the arena, and a win here for Pac would send them absolutely wild. Leading the way here as we go into the no-break section, and then we get a little bit fragile.
Yeah, into the fragile, and now you can see just a little bit of different speed coming out of it. It's still Pac out in front.
Pac leading the pack for the first time here is Neon. You know he's going to push him, and you know that Neon loves to go quick, and he goes into the lead here. Pac's trying to cut the corner, and it's a head-to-head to see who takes it. It's the Vitality man by 0.02 of a second.
Wow, you talk about the composure to hold on there, and you could see deep breaths from Pac. We've seen him deep breaths, big exhales, talking to himself all weekend long. He knows how big of a deal this is. Let's not forget, Pac with the #1 seed here as well. They'll be tied up now, Pac and Carl on 14 points apiece.
Remember, DreamHack Birmingham was then this year where so many drivers who have ended up here at the Esports World Cup competing for the biggest prize pool in Trackmania history threw down everybody at that land. And it was the top 8 who went through. And who was the #1? Who walked away with that trophy? It was Pac.
It's important to note through this map set as well, you heard the devs talking about when will Neon throw down those world records. You might have caught it on social media, across Reddit, Twitter, the video edits as well. Neon throwing down 5 for 5. The last time he met up against Carl Jr. in world records, an unbelievable feat. He's out in front yet again.
A little mistake from Carl. Put that one in the scrapbook. That is extremely rare. A little touch on the barrier will send him behind Otak and down into 4th place. Neon in the lead. This time with a little bit of a gap opening up over Pac with a win in the last round. Neon pushed him all the way, but Neon with that advantage here going into the identity.
See if he can hold on here, and Pac's gonna tap as well. That means Otak will now be pushing here against Neon.
Neon could just take his foot off the accelerator if he wants to, but that's not really the way that this young man does it, and he falls at the last turn. Otak gladly will accept the mistake and take home the 10 points. It's a PB. That's well for Otak.
By the way, Carl almost gets in ahead of Neon in the end as well. That was almost even more points being stolen off. Instead,
Turbo couldn't believe it.
Yeah, instead it's a very important result coming in for Otak, and he'll now be on 2nd with 19. Wow.
Well, into round 4 of Japan, and it has flown by. And barely a point to separate everybody. Pac with 20, Otak with 19 after that 10 in the last round. Carl Jr. 17, Neon just in behind, and maybe should have had a few more with 13, but barely a point separating them as we will conclude Japan and look forward to our next map that's coming up. It's Neon in the lead once more, but can he eliminate some of those mistakes?
Let's not forget, on this last outing when we were on Japan, Carl went 3 for 4. It's a very different landscape. That tells you just how tight, just how competitive this lobby in this quarterfinal is.
Well, once again, falling behind the pack a little bit here. Has made a little bit of time up during that last section as we go into the no-break now, and Pac will go into the lead. Otak is in 2nd place. Neon's just fallen behind as well. A little tap coming in from him as we now have the Englishman and the Frenchman battling out for 1st place.
Yeah, Pac's looked very good through here. Has had very clean lines. We'll see if he can close it out.
Otak trying to press though.
Yeah.
Trying to close that gap, but Pac is holding on. And Pac comes through clean. It will be the Vitality man closing out with 10 points and another PB for him.
Wow, and Carl there will be in 3rd yet again. We have to mention it. These are different races. This is a different lobby. Let's not forget, last time it was Carl and Neon up against Masa and Solja. And while incredible drivers, there's a different quality in this lobby here. Coming out of Japan, it will be Pac on 30 points, Otak on 25, Carl Jr. in 3rd with 21, and Neon only 5 behind him in 16, but it's Pac and Otak out in front.
Phenomenal drive from Pac. 30 points out of a potential 40 in this lobby. Absolutely fantastic stuff from him. For Carl Jr., that was his pick, remember?
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you after the performances we saw from him yesterday? But not the greatest of starts, but something we haven't seen before from Carl. He's always there or thereabout when the big moments come. So just warming him into these rounds a little bit as we turn our attention now to Germany, which is a pick coming in from Neon, which is somewhat interesting for me. Usually he just likes to go quick, likes those very quick tracks, but the fact that we have those 2 big jumps that really will separate some of the players as well as the backward section. That lend itself to some of the more consistent drivers that we have.
Yeah, we got to mention Germany was banned so much through different qualifiers for this tournament. It was really the spring ban of the spring map selection, but instead to now see it featured here, we have to mention Carl and Neon did not play this against one another 2 days ago. We don't have a precedent for these two up against one another.
3 cars side by side as we head into the first of the ice turnarounds here. Carl Jr. having to play spectator at the back of the pack for now. Otak in a very, very slender lead, but as I say that, it's taken away from him. We go through the checkpoint and 100ths of a second is separating the top 3 essentially here. Pack trying to close that gap onto Neon and Otak. Slightly variable lines from all of them as we go into this final transition here.
See how low they can each land. Looks like really good lines coming in from each of them. Otak, though, just ahead by a hair.
Neon, though, taking an aggressive line, cutting both of those corners, and by doing so, takes the lead into the turnaround now. Everyone turning a little bit of a different direction. Neon trying to hold on the line. Great speed from Otak, but not enough track left for him to steal away that 10 points.
And uncharacteristically, it's another 4th place for Carl Jr. Like we said, we didn't see a lot of him on Germany, not just this weekend, but even leading up as well. So that now puts Pack on 34, Otak on 31, Neon on 26, and Carl Jr. just behind at 24.
Some good speed from Pack actually coming out of that transition to the sausage roll, put him ahead of Carl Jr. again. He finds himself at the back of the pack. And Carl Jr.'s consistency is what separates him from a lot of the great drivers in Trackmania. And you wonder when we get towards the latter end of this matchup, when the pressure starts to rise up, if that is where that experience and brilliance in consistency will come to the fore.
Neon gets wide, but not dangerously wide. He will maintain the lead by just a bit. He ran that very close to the flagpoles, but it's Pack as well as Carl Jr. right behind him.
Wet wheels for everybody as we transition onto the dirt. Here he comes. Different line, tries to get aggressive on the inside against his former teammate, a very good friend Pack here, and takes the lead away as we transition into the backward section. Everybody in reverse, and it's Pack who has a momentary slender lead over Carl Jr.
How about it? Pack and Carl Jr. all the way through the finish. Neon's trying to maybe catch across either of them. It will be Pack in first. It will be Carl in second. Neon rounding it out in third, and Otak. It's a very clean race from all 4 drivers. But most importantly, Pack is able to hold on to first, and Carl Jr. going to throw some extra points on the board relative to his last few rounds.
44 points on the board now for Pack, opening up a 1 race difference over Otak with a 10-point differential between the two. Neon and Carl Jr. tied up on 30, so everybody's still within striking distance, or essentially a round or 2 from each other. With the back and forth we've seen so far, and the fact that this is the 3rd of 4 rounds here on Germany with only a couple more to go, expect that to keep flip-flopping between the players when it comes to those standings and those placements. Pack with a very good angle here. He took numerous places away and now has the speed on the exit to try and challenge Neon and Carl as well.
Unsurprisingly, the jumps and the obstacles here on Germany not challenging anyone yet. Not catching anyone out. No back wheel catches from this talent in this lobby here. We go through the grass back into the wet wheels into our final section here.
Transferring over to the dirt, we can see a little bit of variance in line. And once again, Otak's going to go to dive down the inside and see if he can put some pressure onto Neon. Cars take to the skies here. It's a wide one from Carl as well. Pack and Carl both fail the jump, essentially leaving a clean run here for Neon and Otak. And barring a disaster, Neon will take home the win this time. 10 points for him. Otak slides in behind for 6.
Wow, Carl then finally finishing out. And of course, Pack will have plenty of time, but most importantly, it's Carl and Pack coming there in 3rd and 4th. It's a PB in the 1st place spot, but 1 more lap around Germany, and not only are we close at the top, but slowly Pack pulling away from Carl. Pack on 47, Carl Jr. down at 34.
It's almost too early to predict what's going to happen when it comes to who's going to hit finalists first and how many players are going to be hitting finalists. But if you've watched some of the Trackmania and you've watched enough historically with how close these players are, there is a very good chance we are seeing multiple players with that daunting red F next to their name when it comes to qualification. Remember, in this quarterfinal, only 2 players can make it through, and we will lose 2. Pack into the lead though, with a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field as we turn back into the right-hander before the wet wheels start to take
hold. Yeah, it's probably the biggest lead he's had in a while, and even the biggest lead through this section. Looks like his line should be good. He will be leading into the last jump.
And don't forget though, Pac did not make this cleanly last time, and nor did Carl Jr. Pac comes through a lot better this time around though. Neon way out of it by the looks of things, over 10 seconds away. He must have made a huge mistake a little bit earlier on, but at the front of the pack, a 10 points here for Pac would really extend that lead. A beautiful run from the Brit. 10 points secured for Vitality's Pac.
And now we'll see if Neon 4 seconds. Looks like he might just have enough. I think he might get cut off. He gets through. Let's go ahead and double check that.
That's terrifying. He was
on a second screen. It looks like it will be 3 points on the board for Neon and not a DNF. We'll double check that. It is by, my goodness, just a hair. A few hundredths, I believe, is how he gets through. So it will still be 3 points for Neon on the board. A moment to take a breath, but really only just enough time for one breath. That will now wrap Germany. And like you said, Mark, Pac finding a +10 there not only puts him quite a bit ahead, he puts him on 57 over Otak's 46, Neon just behind in 43rd. And in 4th, but only by 5 points, it's Carl Jr. So I tell you what, in terms of the storyline of this match and of this tournament, we've begun to see already a moment where Carl Jr. will need to mount a points comeback. It is now, of course, a 20-point deficit or thereabouts, but Carl is trailing Pac. Carl will need to put points on the board starting now.
Well, goodbye to Germany and hello to Poland. A new challenge for everybody in the lobby. Carl Jr. once again will play from the back of the pack here. How close everybody is running that outside dirt line as we go. With the boost here, through that grass wall, and then this sweeping right-hander. And at the moment, it feels like Carl just can't quite find the pace that the rest of the pack has found.
Otak out in front here through the dirt chicane. Some no slides all the way through, setting up the all-important jump number 1. Everyone in the front looks clean through it. We'll see if they're able to land. Yes, they are, into the lily pads. It's the same formation all the way in.
Yeah, and Otak wheel to wheel. Pac running that so close, and look at the tight line. As we see Otak colliding with the wall, he is going to fly behind. And to the back of the pack in 4th position is Neon and Pac now battling out for first place for 10 points. A valuable 10 points. Can the youngster hold off the challenge of the #1 seed? Yes, he can. It's a PB for Neon.
Wow.
Pac will collect another 6 points in behind him.
Carl also sneaks into 3rd. There will only be a 1-point difference, but all important, it was the result up front, really, as you say. And the first round of Poland, it does go to Neon, who's able to hold off the pressure from Pac.
Big mistake from Otak, though. We saw it as that right-hander with a setup is there for that jump over. As we dip into the water. Can be so aggressive, but you can see at what cost. Otak found that cost as Carl makes a mistake. As we enter page 2 of the scrapbook to put that one alongside, it's Neon and Pac out front again.
You can see Falcons fans in the crowd with their head in their hands. Probably quite surprised at what they're seeing. Now, it's worth mentioning, it's early days. There's a lot of racing still to come. But Carl Jr. will now be 5 seconds behind on this round as well.
Through the jump come Neon and Pac. Otak a little bit behind. Neon disappears into the ether, runs it too close once again, and it's now a clean run. Nobody within a second of Pac here. He can serenely walk his way and drive his way on these final platforms. This is 10 points for Pac. He doesn't make mistakes in this kind of position. Another 10 points for the #1 seed.
Really well done there, and you even heard Carl himself saying Pac's a lot of the same style as Neon and even more consistent with even more experience, as we said. It's an early mistake from Carl. It is uncharacteristic from Carl. And speaking of setups, if you're just joining us, welcome along. We're so glad you're hanging out here for the Trackmania Grand Final Day at the Esports World Cup. You can hear the drums in the back. It is a packed house here, and for very good reason. Huge stakes for Trackmania. This historic game, huge stakes for the club championship as well. Pac is up 73 points over Neon's 59. Otak on 53, and the greatest of all time, Carl Jr., he's in 4th place right now.
Carl's found a little bit more pace through that first section. Was lagging behind the Pac a little bit, but this time he's in the mix. But it's Pac out in front once again as we set ourselves up for this first jump. Wheels down for everyone, almost simultaneously. as we now head in towards the lily pads. Now, this has been a little bit of a separator. This right-hander with the wheels underwater, and they are going to see Neon once again colliding with the wall and finding himself at the back of the pack.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity here, especially if there's another mistake ahead of Carl to maybe get even a bit more. A little bit slow through that section. It could be a pack. Otak Carl.
He's trying to take this corner as quick as he can, but Otak will hold him off. But it's another 10 points for Pack. He's on fire right now.
Unsurprisingly, you see bottom right of your screen for just a second. The Pack fan club loves what they are seeing as well. Going to be our last lap around Poland, and you're absolutely right, Mark. The story here so far has been the dominance from Pack. A player who came in with the #1 seed, maybe had a tiny bit of a shaky start at this tournament, has shown up on the most important day, not only of the Esports World Cup, but maybe even the most important day in Trackmania history. If we're talking about legacy, if we're talking about prize pool, he's on 83 points.
One of the funniest quotes that we had in the build-up to this event when we were speaking to Pack, and he said, oh, I forgot it was the first seed. Well, he's showing it right now. This level of skill on display for the Englishman is unbelievable up until this point. But like you quite rightly say, still so much more driving to come. As these four will throw down until the very last point is available. At the moment, it's going to be Otak out in the lead, but less than a 10th of a second is separating the top three, and Carl Jr., as you can see from your screen, is less than half a car's length behind.
Yeah, this is the closest his Pack has been into the identity now. This is Neon's going to be off. The Pack and Otak here, but Carl's got good speed.
Carl's got great speed. Otak, though, comes back at him. Carl tries to cut that line. Can he get the second place, though? No, he cannot. Otak once again holds off the challenge from Carl Jr. in the identity. And when you see that name and that Falcons livery in behind you, that is a scary proposition. Otak showing some great ice in those final moments.
And a sip of water there for Pack, and it's well earned so far after our first 3 maps. Now, it's very important to note, the results that we're seeing are not only different, Carl and Neon group, also we're seeing completely different maps. We also did not see Poland in the previous Carl-Neon matchup, and all of a sudden the table is completely different as we head into Saudi Arabia.
Just to focus in on Neon for a second, 65 points at the moment. Yes, he's in second place and battling it out with Otak at the moment. To put it into perspective, Pack is flying away at the top right now on 93. Carl Jr. 53, still very much within touch distance. But you felt there in the previous map that maybe Neon, the pressure was getting to him a little bit. A couple of crashes that were costing him a second place into a fourth place. That turned 6 points into 3 points, halving what you could have taken away. Maybe the experience and just trying to push a little bit too hard in those situations that you really didn't need to has cost him here.
Now, the last time Carl and Neon were here on Saudi Arabia just 2 days ago, they exchanged and traded map wins. It was Carl, Neon, Carl, Neon. That might tell us that these two are going to put a lot of points on the board, but let's not forget that it's Pack who's going to feel very at home here. He has your world record in the top left of the screen.
Neon in the lead for now, but can he hold on? Can he eliminate some of those mistakes that have reared their ugly head? The youngster does have the lead as we'll transfer through the penalty sand before the right-hander coming up. Pack in behind, Carl Jr. right on his tail though. A mistake from Pack, and Neon has a clear run at first. Carl Jr. He has a chance to take second, but here comes Otak! Out of nowhere, the Liquid Man will take 10!
Wow, Carl going to be happy to still go in Otak. We were asking who might have a little bit of fun trash tag coming through, and it's Otak who comes through not only with a little bit of, I believe the technical term there is a nananana poo-poo, actually, but also takes the win as well. Carl going to be happy to still, of course, get second, but that's going to rob him of just 4 extra points, and Carl Jr. still here on 59.
I don't know whatever button Otak pushed, it felt like nobody else had that available in that final run. Through the tiny gap jump, a beautiful, perfect landing from him. The speed at which he exited with sent him over the finish line in first place. Carl Jr., though, for the first time, it feels like in quite some time, at the front, but only by 100th of a second.
Look at the obstacles here. This is the technical prowess of this entire lobby. Everything, any piece of tech on these maps, no one's barely stumbled at all. Neck and neck here into the islands.
Slightly different line here from Pack, trying to cut that angle so that he can set up here. The transfer onto the dirt. Cole Jr. fighting with Neon at the front of the pack, and it's the youngster who takes the lead as we go into this jump. Tiny gap. Big problem though for Pac as he does not make it, and Cole Jr. announces himself. 10 points and a tournament record when he needed it most. Cole Jr. comes to the fore.
Pac might hit the slow. He's going to hit the slow. Will he get across? He does with 1 second left. But like you said, there was a roar of the crowd here. By the way, incredible atmosphere as we see a tournament record there being set at a 107.382 from Carl. And it's well timed. And first of all, incredible tournament atmosphere here at this stage in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for Trackmania. It is raucous, and for good reason. And you asked yourself, with Carl Jr. still in 4th place, is that maybe just the shift that Carl needed to change this story and get himself into the top 2 and advance here?
Well, the thing with Carl Jr. is it's never if, it's when. He will have a run. He will start to find form. He will start to find his lines. And he will start to add a little bit of pressure to the rest of the lobby. Had to touch the air brake though, just slowed him down and gave Pac an opportunity to take the first place away. But here comes Carl and Neon. Once again, it's wheel to wheel between the 3 at the moment. Otak only 0.2 of a second behind, but he feels out of it right now.
Let's see him cut this off with the all wheels down onto the rocks, and it's Neon with just a slight lead, but Carl's right there with him.
Into the skies we go. Carl lands it. Neon and Carl, but look at the speed from Pac. Look at the speed from Pac.
By 15 thousandths over Neon, and 6 thousandths Neon ahead of Carl Jr. I mean, that picture was painted so perfectly, all those wheels coming across the line nearly together. That will put Pac on 110 points, Otak on 82, Neon here on 80, and you have to wonder, at what point does this pressure start to really add up on Carl Jr.? We keep talking about what he's capable of, but when does the math, when does the pressure become too much?
Maybe the weight of the club championship in the back of his mind as well. Carl Jr. in second though. It's an early mistake from Pac, and pretty much the biggest gap we've seen at this point as we transfer into the skies before the downhill. Between the front 2 and the chase, you can see Otak and Pac, they are out of it, bar a huge mistake. Over a second behind this battle that started off yesterday, but the battle lines are drawn once again here between Neon and Carl Jr.
You heard Carl yesterday, the driver right in front of him saying,
Neon!
He's a little demon, but Carl was the more consistent one. Can he do it again?
Here comes Carl. Tiny gap. Needle threaded. Carl Jr. is arriving here, folks, at 10 points for the Canadian.
And you get the feeling it needed to be there, and it needed to be then. It's a little bit, not only 10 points on the board, but maybe a mental reset, as that, of course, will wrap up all 4 rounds of Saudi Arabia.
Wow, a chance for us to just take a second to catch our breath. Phenomenal quarterfinal that we've seen so far. Every single driver producing pieces of magic. But like I mentioned, the end of Saudi Arabia, it wasn't if, it was when.
That's right.
We started to talk about Carl Jr.
And you have to also mention Pac places last in that race, which just compresses the points table by a bit. It buys everyone else, by the way, Otak and Neon tied on 86. Carl Jr., as a result of Saudi Arabia, is on 83. The comeback story has not just begun, it is well underway, and somehow, despite earlier trailing by 18 or 19 points, he is now only trailing 2nd place by 3 points.
Well, we go over to Hungary. This is the decider track. And if you're watching for the first time, you've heard the hype, you've caught up in the electricity that Trackmania has provided over the last few days, and certainly the names in this lobby have provided. The final 2 jumps here in the identity have taken countless victims. Prepare yourself for some of the biggest jumps of these players' careers.
Oh boy. We're going to start to see Otak drop in the back of the pack. We'll keep an eye on his times through these checkpoints, but it will all be about Neon, Carl Jr., and Pac up front now.
There's Carl Jr. at the front. And it's his former teammate in behind him. The identity arrives, and Pac, with beautiful speed, makes that first jump, the second approach. Neon trying to take it on the line, but Pac will get the 10 and closes in inch to 140 points. Finalist mode is within his grasp.
How many times are we seeing 3 players across the line, all nearly within thousands of one another? We knew this lobby would deliver, but this has been unbelievable. You also heard Carl himself saying Pac is like Neon, but just a bit more experience, you could say. Unbelievable for Pac to hold on there. He's on 123 points now.
Everybody living this. I mean, look at G-Geek. He can't watch. But do not avert your eyes here, folks. This is some of the best racing that you will see in Trackmania's history. Into the left-hander before we set up for the jump. Pac in the lead. Carl Jr. at the back. Otak in front of him. That's the first target here for Carl.
Everybody was unbelievably clean on the identity here. The way that they were able to get through. Can they repeat?
More speed here from Pac. But sends it out wide, and Neon now has his opportunity. With one more jump.
No!
Oh, and Pac falls to the back after failing the final jump. Carl jumps up to third. Otak in second. 3 PBs in the lobby. And the leader lets the point slip away, and now Neon closes in on the Englishman.
And that will buy, once again, that will buy the lobby just a bit more time. Instead of a +10, it's only a +3 for Pac. As you said, the entire lobby zooms past him. We got to focus on the rest of the points table as well. It's Neon on 102, Otak on 95, Carl Jr. still in 4th at 91, but it is 1 race separating 2nd place right now.
It's thousands of a second on the line here on Hungary that separate the drives. It's absolutely incredible to be a part of it. Back at the back of the pack once more. That sentence was unbelievably difficult to get out, but not as difficult as the pressure of making these final turns. It's Neon in the lead once more. Carl Jr. and Pac battling out for 2nd.
Very important triple right-hander here, and we've seen important setups, but you need to also execute here
comes
through
Otak.
the identity.
But Pac again has more speed on the transition, sticks the first jump. Carl Jr. steals away 1st place, but it's Neon who's challenging him here. How brave do you want to be? It's a mistake from Carl! Neon takes the 10! And Carl Jr. will have to settle for 3rd, but Pac again at the rear of the pack means it compresses the scores once more. 129, 112, 101, and 95.
And with still 1 round left on Hungary, we don't even get a chance to think about that. Maybe it's good news for Carl, who doesn't get a chance to dwell on that.
I think we just saw a big mistake right at the start from Neon. The youngster really, with a tough jump very early on, clips and sends himself over half a second behind.
And will that last round 3 of 4 in Hungary, will that be a round that we look back on? Because look at the scoreboard. Carl Jr. would have been a +10. Instead, he simply settles for a +4, and he's down on 95. And with Neon on 112, the gap for 2nd has certainly emerged.
If Pac wins this, he's on 139. A number that is filled with dread. 1 point away from finalist mode. It's Carl Jr. and Otak. Neon seems to be out of this box. A big mistake. Pac's out again. It's Carl Jr. and Otak. For the 10 points, Otak clean. Carl Jr. clean enough for the 6. And Neon and Pac in 3rd and 4th. Otak loves it. But again, Pac failing on the identity just opens up the leaderboards once again.
Pac able to get 1 win on Hungary, and then 3 4th places in a row for Pac. How different this entire landscape of this lobby could be if he has even slightly different results through the rest of the matches on Hungary. As you said, Carl Jr. able to squeak out a 2nd in what was round number 20 in this lobby. Now we have to mention, we're way past the fastest, of course. We go all the way back around on these maps with no one on finalist mode just yet. And it was Carl Jr. who started things off on Japan with a win, but after that struggled. Can he make it different here because he absolutely needs to. Carl Jr. is still in 4th place. It's Pack on 132. Needs a win to be in finalist mode. Then Neon on 116. Otak 111. And Carl Jr., who needs to continue writing his comeback story against some of his toughest opponents of all time, if we're talking about a quarterfinal especially.
Pack will be feeling pretty good going back to Japan. Last time we were here at the 4 races, he came away with 30 points total. Now, right now, he only needs the 8 to hit finalist mode before the simple task, I say in very inverted commas, of winning a race in this lobby. Early on, though, it's going to be Neon with a blistering start.
Let's not forget, Carl only went 1 for 4 on Japan on our first outing on this map within this group. He has to perform better here in this second iteration.
Well, Neon streaking ahead again. This is something we saw on Japan before, but the identity claimed his race times and placements a few times, and there's a tap through the fragile. And Carl Jr. does not need a second invitation here. Streaking away from the rest of the pack here. Carl Jr. comes through the identity clean and will get the 10 points on the board with a PB.
It is a huge, huge +10. That'll bring him so close to Otak, as you said, a PB as well. But it comes at such an important time. Neon with a catastrophic touch through the identity there.
How many times have we seen it from Neon leading into the identity on Japan? And not just leading, but kind of tense it feels like ahead of the pack, and then just makes that mistake, trying to force the pace.
We got to talk about Pack as well. Right now, he is only 3rd place or better away from finally being on finalist mode here.
Bad turnaround, though. A bad backflip from Carl Jr. You saw he just clipped the edge on the way down, and that will send him to the back of the pack. But going back to the conversation about Pack, he's been cold. The last few rounds, he has been cold. Needs to find a way to warm up again here.
Yeah, right now, just so close to Otak and Neon, but all he needs is a 3rd to be on finalist mode, so he knows he just needs to run a clean race here.
Neon in the lead once again, but can he come through this round without making a mistake? As we go into the no-break section here, it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, mistake from Otak. That's opened the door here for Carl Jr. to get a few extra points, but Neon in the fragile was where I wanted to get my attention to, and everybody who's watching, because that's where the mistake was before. As we go through the identity, he looks like he's coming through this clean. One more gate to go. Neon will take the 10 points and pressure back onto Pack, but with the 6, Vitality's Pack will hit finalist.
An absolutely huge moment. It took a little bit extra for the Vitality man, and maybe a little bit extra for the Vitality fans as well, who have been watching with bated breath, but it is Pack with the red F on finalist mode in a grueling lobby. Maybe one of the most grueling quarterfinals you will ever see, certainly that we've seen in a long time. Can he close it out here? This will be his first go at finalist mode, and you know he wants to make this quick.
Carl Jr. at the bottom of the leaderboards as his former teammate, as Neon disappears into the ether. His former teammate Pack has the chance at qualification as he streaks into a lead, but look at the speed from Carl, chasing him down, putting him under pressure.
Carl wants to deny. Look at these longtime friends, former teammates up against one another on the biggest stage the game has ever seen.
Tight right-hander, Carl Jr. A little bit less speed on the exit. How brave do you want to be on the no-break? Pack plays it pretty safe through there, but manages to keep his lead through the fragile. One identity to go here for Pack, and he will qualify. 2 more gates. 1 more gate. Carl! A mistake from Pack! And Carl Jr. gets the 10 points!
And how important is it? Think of the implications of what you just saw. Neon will cross as well. Think of what you just saw, not only in terms of the deny, but also in terms of the points table. That will steal points off of Neon. That will steal points off of Otak. And because of that, Carl Jr. is only 10 points away from Neon as well.
And how's that going to affect Pack? Maybe got ahead of himself, maybe thought I've qualified. Not the case. 123, 125, 135. All three drivers, Carl Jr., Neon, and Otak, so close to finalists themselves. And Pac will know that opportunity slipped through his fingers.
This is unreal. Once again, it's these two out in front, and you gotta feel like with every race, Carl Jr. might be getting stronger and stronger here. It's him, Neon, and Pac through this set of right-handers.
And it's almost poetic that at the front, it's Neon and Carl Jr. again, resuming their rivalry from yesterday, but here comes Pac. Aggressively through the fragile, that is about as close as you can cut it. Neon disappears once again through the identity. Carl's trying to send it. Everybody's making mistakes. As Carl will come through and get 10 more points.
You cannot write it. Look at what it means to the Falcons fans. Carl stays calm and composed. It's another +10 for him. He will deny Pac yet again. In what is that's the only word, unbelievable scenes here. There was no doubt this quarterfinal would deliver, but this is something special.
Time to change the track. Time to change the challenge for these players. We're heading back to Germany, folks. 129 for Otak. Don't count him out of it, by the way. Pac still on finalist mode. Neon and Carl Jr. 135 apiece.
With that back-to-back win, look at the scoreboard. Carl Jr. is tied for second in 135. Pac still on finalist mode. We would not write this story any other way. And I just feel lucky to be a part of it here. Let's get into it.
Well, sit back and enjoy, folks, because this kind of entertainment does not come around very often. As Pac on finalist mode needs to put those demons to bed. It's Carl Jr. in the lead. Why wouldn't it be Carl Jr. in the lead at this point?
Carl will look to deny yet again. Keep an eye on this turnaround. Could see a difference made, and you will see a difference as all of the hands in the crowd go up in disbelief.
And it's Otak, who has quietly been staying in touch with the Pac, who now has an opportunity himself to not only deny, but put himself so close to finalist mode. Remember, Carl Jr., he only needs a second place here.
That's all he needs. He's on
and
135.
He will have the 6 points that is required to hit finalist himself. Otak in the lead. Carl Jr. doesn't have to worry about the win. He just has to worry about second place. He gets the 6. Double finalist.
And with that as well, Otak will be on 139, 1 point away. But more importantly, as you say, somehow, some way, Pac on the left-hander out of the first jump at what can be a difference maker, but it's never a devastating moment. He clips at a very rare point in the track, and we have double finalists between Pac and Carl Jr.
And who's leading the way? It's Otak and Neon to start off with. Why wouldn't it be? The two players who are yet to hit finalists, but are just one single solitary point away from doing so. Into the skies we go. And Pac on the ice turnaround here.
There it is.
Takes the most slender and fragile lead as we transfer to the dirt.
And oh boy, does Pac ever want to end this here, because he knows Otak's also on 139. He wants to make sure to advance right here, right now.
But he's got a young prodigy on his shoulder. The phenomenon of Neon has now taken first place away. Carl Jr. and Pac in behind him. Neon, who's been full of mistakes, but also full of speed, is in the lead here.
Here comes Carl.
And here comes Carl. But hold on, it's Neon! It's Neon!
With the +10 as well.
Quad finalist!
This is unbelievable. You have quadruple finalists here in the quarterfinals on Germany.
Well, quite simply, whoever wins here will qualify. It's a shootout on Germany. Neon, Pac, Otak, and Carl Jr.
Pac will be asking himself, how on earth did I let this get here? But he has no time to think about that. He needs to make sure he closes out after round after round on finalist mode.
It's down to 3. Neon with the DNF, Pac in the lead. But with his longtime friend and former teammate and multiple-time World Championship winning player on his tail.
Otak in it as well. Any players here cannot afford a mistake. It's Pac still out in front.
Pac lands it. Cole lands it as well. The gap might be too much. It would be a mistake from Pac that would cost him, but this time, Pac will do it! Pac will qualify!
Can you imagine the relief after round after round? And there it is. That picture just tells you everything on Pac's face. But we don't got time to focus on that. We are back in, and now, of course, still in triple finalist mode. Neon, Otak, Carl Jr., the winner of this race, will advance. The other two are going home in the quarterfinal.
And remember, if Carl Jr. falls here and crashes out of the tournament, the implications of the club championship for Falcons as well. It gives AGG an opening. And Carl will know that, but he's fallen behind it to the back of the pack by over half a second. Cole needs a miracle,
and Neon taps as well. He's home free. Can he end it here?
Otak just needs to hold on. Deep breath, Otak. Your fate is in your hands. The Team Liquid driver, in front of his home crowd here in France, just needs to complete the course here on Germany.
You talk about how many times you've done this jump, but he lands it clean now into the reverse section.
Otak onto the turnaround. Otak towards the finish line. Otak will join Pac in qualification and says, yeah, talk now.
And look what it means to the Team Liquid fan base. The underdog of this group. An unthinkable result for Carl Jr. at the Esports World Cup.
An icon falls. But Otak and Pac have a chance to do something iconic here in Paris. What a race.
An absolutely unforgettable quadruple finalist with an unbelievable ending. And you see what it means to Otak. When you talk about the pedigree that was in this group, he was often the third to be discussed. But of these four, only two would ever advance. And it is a historic early exit for the 7-time world champion, Carl Jr. And it's Pac and Otak who will advance through.
I mean, it's so tough. You know, it's such an unforgiving format here. And every single player in that lobby played their part. Incredible level of Trackmania we've just seen. So few mistakes. Races decided by hundreds, thousandths of a second on the line. An incredible comeback from Carl Jr. in the middle of that race as well. He was out of it at one point.
He was.
And still managed to find quad finalist.
And I think you and I are thinking the same thing, every Trackmania fan out there. Just a pleasure to witness that live.
Unbelievable. And for us, an absolute pleasure to be involved with it. But we've got to crush some keys. We've got to send it over to our main stage now. Adam Savage is going to be here with your qualifiers.
Paris, would you please put your hands together for Pac and Otak? Woo! Fellas, we make our way towards the key crusher. It felt like a grand final. It was just a quarter final, but there's so much more to play. I'm going to ask you firstly, Pac, to come forward as you'll be crushing Neon's key. When you're ready, please do the honors as we eliminate a competitor, an incredible racer from our competition here at the Esports World Cup. Pack says farewell to a player who's been so impressive. And there we go. Let me ask you to come forward as a Keymaster realigns things. Otak, come forward too. Pack, I heard you mutter the words just then. That's the hardest race I've ever played. Tell us what it was like to be in there, because we witnessed it, we watched it, we enjoyed it, but you guys felt every second of it. How was it to be involved in that?
Stressful, way too stressful. I knew I had to get a point buffer because the maps coming towards the end was going to be difficult for me. But my word, what a match, insane. I mean, Otak played incredible, Neon played incredible, and Carl played fantastic. It's just unlucky that both of them have to go out. They could easily have been in the grand final, to be honest. This could have been a grand final.
Very easily could have been. Before I come to Otak, I just want to say the Vitality fans have been absolutely incredible this entire time. Anything you want to say to the Vitality fans supporting you throughout this process?
Thank you so much, guys. You've been insane. That was just so good during that match. Keep up for the semi-final, please. Let's go.
Love these guys, love these guys. I'm going to come to Otak now as well. Otak, similarly, the Liquid fans over here as well. What do you want to say to the Liquid fans who have been so supportive?
All right, I'll tell it in French, all right? Merci beaucoup, c'est pas fini. On continue de crier sur le prochain, s'il vous plaît. And yeah, I'm back, finally.
Otak's back, baby. Before you go and cross the key, just here in a second, Carl Jr.'s key of all keys. What a group it was. We mentioned before, we got world champions in there, 10 titles. How was it for you being involved in that? That must have been a real experience.
Yeah, well, I've already played those kind of matches against Pac and Carl especially. I have huge respect for them. Could have gone like either way, but I'm so proud of myself. Because I've been like losing my finalist mode every time on the same map, and now I'm winning finally one in the most important time. And so yeah, I'm so glad.
We're so glad too. Otak, when you're ready, you can make your way towards the key crusher. You'll be crushing the 7-timer, Carl Jr.'s key. And when you're ready, you can make history here at the Esports World Cup as Otak crushes another key and solidifies our competitors going all the way through to the semi-finals. One more time, Paris, please give it up for Pac and Otak! Absolute scenes here. We've got our semi-finalists, but boys, got to break it down for us. That was momentous. What a moment.
Well, many think that history is written only by your actions. That may be true, since nothing is granted and everything is earned. But the reality is history is written by those who write it. And those who write it are usually the ones left alive to tell the tale. In this case of Trackmania, the GOAT falls, and it is now a new chapter that certainly will be written in Paris at the biggest stage of all. And of course, speaking of stages, big moments, the club championship, everyone wondering, where do we stand? We've got Glitter Explosion over at the Qiddiya City Grid to let us know.
We are live from the Qiddiya City Grid, where Big just took home the title in Fortnite for EWC 26. Now, this is completely unexpected for what we've been talking about all weekend long. So let's break down the CC implications that this win has. First of all, that means those first place 1,000 points don't go to any of our club championship squads. Huge miss from all of those teams. But what does that mean about all the people we were talking about? Aurora Gaming, they ended up in second place. This is massive for them. It means they were in 10th heading into it. They've now put themselves around 5th place. We'll obviously have to wait and see how the rest of the games go for the rest of the clubs and see what it means in the final. But it's a massive jump in prize pool earnings for Aurora Gaming. Then the rest of the teams we've been talking about, what happened to Vitality? What happened to Falcons? What happened to AGAL? The short and sweet of it is that all three of these clubs got 0 points, could not break into the top 8, which means at the end of it all, it is going to boil down to Trackmania. Who can close this out? Who will take home the club championship title? Who will etch their name in the history books of EWC? You will just have to wait and find out. Can't wait to see how this is all going to go.
We have another...
You heard it right. It all boils down to Trackmania. And with Falcons out, Carl Jr. and that legacy will no longer continue, meaning that it will be up to Gwyn and AGAL, the last representative, to make a move. Now, I don't want to slight, as we come back, G-Geek, Turbo, processing that one, Big's accomplishments, because Grenady on our stage still represents big. And so that could also mean currently in 16th or 17th place, 1,000 extra points could put them into the top 10. A major move which would have huge money implications. But of that sign right there, that's the biggest story because AGAL can actually lift the trophy. They're still down by Falcons. Guys, let's now go into what we just saw. I know there's the sweat at the brow, arms are heavy. You know, what are we doing here, man? This is one of the most incredible moments we've ever seen in Trackmania.
If I may talk real for a second, I shouted, screamed, punched the table so much, living that match to the fullest. And
oh yeah,
yeah,
you guys are doing everything.
I feel like my head is about to explode, which what we just witnessed. Pac on a very dominant form, very early on in the race. Neon a little bit on the back foot. Then everything started to close back up by the time we headed to Hungary with a very, very solid performance from Neon. But then, as soon as we reached Japan 2, Kai, it went off the rails.
It was an absolutely incredible match. I mean, Pac somewhat gained control in this match. He was a bit further ahead, but then the finalist mode came and he wasn't able to close it out. And then we had Neon also DNFing there. He could have been earlier in finalists, and then it all came down to Germany. It was an absolute... yeah, cinema. It was cinema.
Cinema.
Really. It was so good.
Pac drove so well to get to that position, but the Vitality fans, the Liquid fans, the AGAL fans, the Falcons fans, it's really hard to describe how incredible this atmosphere has been. I said maybe this could be the greatest match ever in Trackmania. Obviously not been a part of its history, but G-Geek, that's got to be up there.
Match of the year for some. For me, I would willing to place it above on another pedestal. Match of the decade. Not only in terms of the stakes, of the progression, the elation of the winners, but also the atmosphere. In my memory of Trackmania commentator and analyst, I have never seen or felt anything like it, Kai.
But also the storylines in here. Neon, who was the underdog going into that one, and Otak saying, I am back. Yeah. I am back. He was really struggling and then crushing the key from Carl Jr. Like, it is absolutely phenomenal to see that. Pac definitely showing great performance there. And yeah, I think if we have seen, or if we were to play this match again, we would maybe see Carl Jr. and Neon winning it. It was that close in the end.
I mean, quadruple finalists.
That's what
you don't get that every day.
You don't get that every day. It meant that the next two races would decide the two people going through to the semifinals. That was not a quarterfinal. That was a grand quarterfinal.
Yeah, that's what quarterfinalists is always a pipe dream. Every time we see a match in cup mode. Whenever we get double, it's exciting. Triple, ooh, this is getting real spicy. That quad finalist is a true unicorn outcome that we always want to see, and I'm so glad that we got to see it in a match as packed as this.
The only difficulty, Turbo, I feel like, is going to be moving on. Because we got 3 more matches.
I talked about that as well. We had at Raider Cup 2022, we had an absolute stellar semifinal, and then it was like, what now? Like, we already have exceeded our expectations, but seeing the playing fields, seeing the stakes, the club championship has not been decided. Also, Big Now being a thing. I talked with Granadi about that as well, right? That they are not really somewhat close to the top 24, but now taking home Fortnite. Well, I mean, they can go up there.
They can go into the top 10. Literally, that's incredible stuff. Now, we all know the implications here. AGAL's still alive. Gwen still has some work to do. But of course, the reason that this work may be having a different complexion, maybe a different outcome necessary to lift that trophy is because Carl Jr. is now no longer in the mix. Falcons have lost all their representation so far in the club championship, and they will have to wait and watch. One of the people we expected to be here but is not is Carl Jr. We have an exit interview with Rachel standing by.
Carl, if you can, sum up what's going through your head right now.
I sucked, simply as that. I had a terrible start of the match. I had a terrible mid of the match. I had a terrible finalist. I was just bad. There's nothing. I'm just so sorry.
Who are you sorry to?
To everybody who supported me, to Falcons, I feel terrible right now. It was my biggest opportunity, and I don't have the words. I'm sorry.
We know you can do it. You've done it so many times before. Why couldn't you do it today?
I have no idea, and I'll work on it to figure it out. I don't know what to say. I'm just so sorry. I'm just so sorry to everybody who supported me.
We were all watching during that, and everyone was saying, don't write Carl off. He's going to come back. He's the one that's capable of making these epic comebacks. We all believed you were still believing right till the end, right?
Yeah, of course. I never lost it. It was just a bad map order for me. But it's not even map order. I just suck. Simply as that. It happens. Well, not really, but I don't know what to say. I'm mad. I'm sad. I'm tilted. I don't know.
Are we seeing a new generation of Trackmania competitors coming through? Obviously, we know Pac and your relationship, but Neon, we thought he was going to go through today and didn't. OTAC is the one knocked you out.
Yeah, good job by them. They are friends, so I'm happy for them. But yeah, new generation is getting better and better, and I'll have to work harder to challenge them.
What are you going to do right now? Take time to process it? What is next?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'll let you, the time will go, and I'll figure it out.
Thanks for chatting to us, Carl.
You're welcome.
Go and process it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, being in those moments and you see the ovation from the crowd acknowledging Carl, it's tough. You can't ever look at one moment like that and make a decision on yourself. You know, there's times that life, luck, opportunity doesn't quite align for you. Carl, certainly the player that could have done it, didn't do it. And you have to take yourself back and say that maybe this was G-Geek in my eyes, you know, maybe somebody else's story. Maybe I'm here to come back later and learn from this and be bigger and better, but this wasn't my time.
Maybe I'm not the main character, indeed, but
yeah.
I gotta say, watching through that interview, and Kai can attest to that, never have we, it's very rare to see Carl being dejected. That was beyond dejected. He felt distraught. Like, there's no other word for it.
I mean, I was very surprised by that as well, really. It was such a hard interview, a tough watch, one could say, because you could really see his emotions. You could really see that he's sorry. He tried his best, but then maybe his best wasn't enough. You were already saying, at the end, it's luck. It's maybe one round that decides everything. And yeah, seeing him going out and being out for words is just, yeah, it's just sad.
Yeah. That is life. C'est la vie, as they say. And sometimes all we have left is not to remake these decisions or change the outcomes, but to do our best to process them. And Carl on his way to do that as well. The tournament continues, however, and the implications, they do not simmer. They actually start to boil. As Gwen now in this semifinal with Grenade, Mime, and now OTAC, who is driving as good as he's ever driven. That needs to be a win for Gwen. Gwen needs to top two there if AGAL are going to win the club championship. And then it's not over because he still needs to place at a certain point in the grand final. He cannot come in fourth in that grand final. Third would be the requirement. So still, if you want to see if AGAL win the club championship, or you want to see if Falcons retain onto it, if Gwen wins the semi, you must watch all the way to the very end of the grand final here at Trackmania. G-Geek, are you excited?
I'm hoping my heart can take any more after what we just lived through, but I am so ready to see potentially, well, history being made for Trackmania, but also overall for EWC.
Well, EWC has one tie that connects all of the games across 7 weeks, the 24 titles, the best players in the world. Of course, it is that trophy, the exclusive, the elusive club championship. Here's a little insight into what it means to the players participating. And when we come back, we begin our semifinals.
I love the idea of the club championship, to be honest, because playing for a team rather than just yourself, it feels like you are part of something more. When other people in your organization sort of care about what you're doing and it affects the whole team, then it does give that wider feel. If by some miracle, the week 7, we win every event, then what a story that could be. My goal is to finish where I want to finish, in the top, get points, and make sure that we get to our top 3.
Falcons, they have put their trust into me. I want to deliver for them, and I'll try my best to do it.
Alors du coup ça me donne plus de pression parce que forcément il y a pas que je joue pas que pour moi-même entre guillemets, je joue aussi pour l'équipe en général pour gagner des points pour leur première victoire à cette au Club Championship et je vais tout faire de toute façon pour ramener le plus de points possible à EGAL.
Winning EWC would be incredible and I feel ready more than ever.
I've put so much work into my Trackmania career. It's just like what you get for working hard all these years, and I'd be so happy, obviously.
Alors gagner le WC pour moi ce serait vraiment quelque chose de vraiment incroyable parce que ça fait 6 mois qu'on s'entraîne énormément et ce serait vraiment le point final à ce long entraînement.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here at Trackmania. We have got, well, I could have reversed that, Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. Either way, we have got some major implications for this next semifinal. Gwyn from AGAL has to win. And if he wins, he gives himself and that org a chance to lift the club championship trophy in the grand final. But of course, he's going up against Grenady, Mime, and Otak, who just drove. He's going to be so ready for that, Kai. And I've got Aaron Import Brooks joining us as well. Going to stick with the desk for the rest of the day. Kai, though, I want to talk about Otak coming into this so fresh. That game was incredible, and now he gets to drive again.
But I mean, fresh in terms of, yes, he was just coping the pressure, he was winning there, but now he has to reset, he has to restart this match and needs to redeem himself yet again. Of course, on paper, this might look like a bit of an easier match. I would doubt that though, because Grenadi's looking very good as well, and I think he can make it, but at this stage, like, everybody can make the grand final, right?
Of course. Import.
Yeah, really quickly. By the way, last match, crazy. Got to stand between Epos and Elcon, get their reactions. And
yeah, you were in the crowd, man.
Everybody was freaking out. Anyways, let's move back to this over here. Gwen, Otak, Grenady, Mime. Honestly, Mime, I'm going to be looking out for him because he's going to be the unknown factor in this match. Yes, we saw Otak. He's going to be warmed up. He's going to be able to fight pretty hard. Gwen, the crowd. That's going to be insane. They're going to be as loud as they can be. That's going to be really distracting for the players. And then we have Grenady.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been performing so well. Probably the only player, I think, outside of maybe Gwen, that has done super well throughout this tournament with no major issues. So coming into this match, again, anybody's game. Maybe we get another quad final. I want it. I want it.
I want it too, man. Sometimes, though, it is going to be very hard to go up after such a high that was. Grenady had a chance to catch up with us coming into this matchup as semifinal. Big implications for him.
Grenady is a semi-finalist. You've achieved what you set out to do. Anything else now, a bonus?
Honestly, kinda yes. I mean, top 16 was like my pessimistic goal, I would say. Top 8 was like my realistic goal. Top 4 would be a very optimistic goal, but can happen, of course. I'm just happy to be here. Everything else is a bonus, as you said. And I'm just going to keep performing. I'm pretty relaxed, to be honest. I just do my thing, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'm fine with it as well.
That's what you put on X. You said you were so relaxed and driving so relaxed out there. How were you able to do that in a quarter-final?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'm just super chill this tournament. I'm just enjoying the moment, kinda, and just enjoying the tournament. And I just know what I'm capable of. And if others are faster, then so be it. I cannot drive faster than I can. So I'm just trying to do my best. And if the others are better,
the turnaround is now really quick, isn't it? The matches are kind of come thick and fast into the semi-final. What do you do in between? Now, what have you done since you qualified?
I first of all cheered for Massa, of course. He had the quarterfinal right after me. It was a very close match, was very exciting, so it was kind of sad, but still he got, I think, 9th to 12th now, which is a really good result. And then afterwards we just did some analysis together, we chilled a little bit, and yeah, now I'm gonna go warm up after the interview, and then I'll get ready for the
semi-final.
What does the warm-up involve?
I just play all maps because I haven't played now for 3 hours almost. So yeah, I'm just gonna play, and honestly, the warm-up is also just like more of a confidence kind of thing. In theory, you don't even need it, but yeah, you just do it because otherwise you feel bad, kind of, if that makes sense.
You've played these maps for obviously a couple of months coming into this, but now obviously over the last 3 days, have you ironed out any weaknesses?
I mean, I have a map that I permanently banned. That's definitely my weakest one. Other than that, honestly, I never had this before, actually. I'm feeling good on every single map. Usually I'm the type of guy who has like the clear favorite and the clear non-favorite maps, but this time it's like all even, and that's why I also don't really care what I play. I can do good on anything.
What are we now expecting from you, and what are you expecting from the semi-final? We still obviously have one player left to join you.
Yeah, so I play definitely Gwen and Mime. Mime is kind of nice because he was in my practice group. We played together. We kind of know each other. We're also friends, of course. And yeah, personally, I just expect to play consistent and good again. And yeah, I hope I can have a bit of an upper hand there against the opponents. I hope they will make some crashes here and there, and I can profit of that. And then in the end, of course, the infamous finalist mode. I hope it works out. But either way, I'm just going to try to do my best, and I hope it works.
Trying to capitalize on others' mistakes. I like it. Into those semi-finals. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, Grenady famously with the wheel. Not everybody plays with that. Keyboard typical, controller absolutely acceptable. Grenady with the wheel in full force. Import, as we get into it, feeling good about his comments and feel like he could be a favorite here?
Oh yeah, I definitely think he's right on the money with that. I think everybody else agrees with that as well for the most part. I mean, Grenady coming in, playing really cleanly, able to move forward. I think he's going to do a great job here.
Who's the other story, Turbo, who could take it away? Obviously Gwen, but is Otak coming in with such momentum that he needs to be aware?
Yeah. And I mean, Grenady talking about it, warming up, you know, hasn't played the maps that much. But I do think that we should take a look onto Otak as well. But I think it will be close for second, third, and fourth, but for first, it will be Gren.
Otak is going to have to continue his momentum. It was shaky, though. That last match wasn't clean at all. He barely made it in quad final. Can he show more clean play going forward?
And another dark horse conversation. One of the players we don't mention at the top of it, it's Mime. Can he keep surprising us? If he wins here and either takes out Otak or Gwen, we'll definitely be talking about him as well, because he'll have earned a spot in the finals, the grand finals. This is the semis, baby. I know it can't seem like it can get better than this, but it has to, because somebody's got to win. Two keys still have to get crushed here at the end.
Hello, Paris. How are we feeling, guys? They're feeling good. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where things are really heating up now. We had ourselves an incredible quarterfinal. We've said it many times. It could have been a grand final. The caliber of talent there, unbelievable. But now we look ahead to the semis. We've only got ourselves 8 players left in this contest, all desperate now to get a place in our grand final, Milos.
Yes, Team Falcons eliminated also, but that does not mean that the run is done when it comes to the club championship. It all depends on AGAL, on how well they do. All here on our plucky Trackmania stage. However, ladies and gentlemen, Paris, are you ready for our first semi-final? Let's bring on our player. First up, it's the one, the only, Grenady! Cool, calm, collected. It seems that no wind can shake the mountain. That is the OG Wheelman. Only fitting that such a giant represents big on the international stage.
Next up, please put your hands together for Otak! Having escaped the group of destruction, the 2023 world titleist now faces an even greater challenge. Will the Frenchman cement his legacy and rise above his competitors? He looks good. Looks real good. Look at those shades. Ow!
Next up on stage, it's Mime! Representing Natus Vincere, do not let his kind visage and wild smile fool you. This man might have qualified for EWC right on the buzzer, but he's the one having the crowd absolutely buzzing.
Welcome to the stage. Next up and finally, it's Gwen! AGAL's last warrior standing. Can the Prodigy reach the Final Four on home soil and stake his claim for glory? One more time, give it up for your racers, Paris!
incredible set of players, and we're going to ask them all to place their keys and take their seats. It's simple, only 2 can advance. We've seen how tight our games can be, and it's all pressure on for all 4 of them. So Paris, one more time, let's get this started!
Well, to me, it's an idea that I've got here that we should take a breath. We should take a breather, because after all that excitement, we need to slow down to be ready for a grand final. But the truth is, this is a semifinal that has the same level of implications, guys. If Gwen does not win, the club championship goes to Falcons. If Gwen does win, though, this story continues until the very end.
I apologize to you, Rain, but this is Trackmania. You press gas and you go fast. What breather are you talking about here? We are in the semi-final. 3 matches left to go. The first of 3. There is no stopping here. There's so much on the line as we get into pick and bans.
I tried. Pick and bans here. It is Argentina being a swift ban from Otak, then Canada, South Korea, and Norway being the bans. Granadi talking about South Korea being his permaban. First pick being Japan. Then we have Poland being picked up by Granadi as well. Map number 3 will be Australia for the first time today, isn't it?
Yes, first time today with Australia.
But Mime's been doing that with Norway as well. Now he's picking Australia. I think this is part of his strategy.
I think he's definitely trying to throw people off with these picks. Australia, Australia, Saudi Arabia, and Hungary coming in at the end. A solid map play here for Australia, though, by Mime. I'm excited. That's gonna be a nail biter every single time.
That could flip it all on its head. The only good news is it's a middle map, which means if we go all the way past our decider, we'll come back onto the first 2 maps first. Will Australia give us a grand finalist? Will AGAL continue their fight for the club championship? We're about to find out as we send it over to your casters, Twiggy and Nua.
The stage is set, the maps are in, the stakes could not be clearer. For Gwen and AGAL, it is win here or hand the club championship to Falcons.
Everything from here on out rests on the shoulders of Gwen. Yes. The entirety of the Esports World Cup for 2026 rests on Gwen's shoulders. Every time he sets, puts AGAL closer to the club championship. It could not be more of a poetic end to, well, it's not even the end, but to Trackmania's first appearance here.
Gwen probably feeling like he's in that hydraulic press right now with the amount of pressure bearing down on his shoulders. But let's focus away from the club championship for just a little while and focus in on what promises to be a truly spectacular game of Trackmania as we have our first round underway on Japan, and Gwen has taken the lead early.
Do you crumble under pressure? Or do you, thrive under it, right? Gwen, I feel like he's the kind of player who could, but that's not a good start. He has touched the edge of the checkpoint. Mime goes on through, and Gwen falls into 4th position, the exact place those fans in the crowd do not want to see him at any point in the day. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a fun start for them. It is not going to be plain sailing. It is going to be a nail-biter through and through.
It absolutely will. And this first round going to set the tone for at least a little while in terms of how things are going to go. It's a touch from Mime as well. Here in the semi-finals, you can understand it. It is going to be nerve-wracking up there on the stage. But Granadi will be the player to take down first place in round 1. Otak coming home in 2nd, Mime in 3rd. Gwen kicking off his attempt, his challenge to Falcons with a 4th place in this opening round.
Not ideal. Time to make up for it, Gwen. Methinks. We'll see what he can do. Got a brilliant start on Japan. Usually ends up at the end of this checkpoint in first. Not this time around, however. It is Granadi out ahead. Mime and Otak following. And Otak only just having made it here under unbelievable circumstances. What a quarter-final that was to send him into this game. He's got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
I hope the adrenaline's managed to flush some of the adrenaline out, I hope. He's driving like it right now, cool under pressure. He is challenging Grenady for the lead of this round. It is very close between those two, less than a tenth separating them. It's down to 24 thousandths with only a few checkpoints and only a few corners left to go. We head towards the identity. Gwen lurking in the case of a mistake, as we will see them head into this NASCAR section. The release is coming through as Otak the first to ease off the gas on that one, but he might get back onto it a little bit early. Gwen goes late on that release, and so he will manage to catch up and overtake Otak through these corners. How hard will he send it?
Oh yeah.
Into this identity. This is the Gwen that AGAL fans in the crowd will want to see. Reversing that run from the last round, 4th to 1st, and he will now sit on 13 points.
You can hear what it means to them. Very clearly, you can hear what it means to them. I do hope that, well, I've watched back a couple of seconds of footage of the event, and I know that the crowd can be heard. I hope they've turned up the volume dial just a little bit more for this game, because you are going to be hearing some stuff. I mean, look, next game as well, when the Vitality fans get back into the arena. Oh my God.
I'll tell you, Twiggy, what I've been saying. It's been very funny listening to the crowd, all these fans of other games, as they've arrived in the arena here for Trackmania. They've been learning the game on the fly, and now they are locked in these tense rounds. All of a sudden, the crowd goes quiet until the round is decided, and it has been it's been so much fun, honestly.
Yeah, unbelievable. I think meetings maybe Trackmania make a couple new fans today.
Yeah, some new people who might pick up the game, who
just
might
a couple.
at least open it, at the very least tune into some competition in the future as well. Another incredibly close round here to kick off our semi-finals. Gwen from Grenady, Mime so close behind, all about being brave through these corners, and Grenady is having to weave a little bit just to keep the car on track. Gwen now in front of Mime, but Grenady coming straight back at him. Great speed out of that corner, and we go into this identity. Otak is still here as well, but Gwen with a clear lead. The speed from Mime. He's pushing for second place. Otak might truck for third as well. It's a crash from Gwen. Mime through into first. Otak couldn't quite catch Grenady. 3,000 between them, and the push from Mime pays off.
Well, that brings the scores back to pretty much as even as you can get in the middle of a game. Nobody out ahead by any significant margin, and in fact second, third and fourth are all separated by 3 points right now. It's catch Grenady for Gwen. Look, there's a lot on the line. I'm not going to keep harping on about it.
Twiggy, I honestly think we haven't talked about it much just yet, but Grenady, with Carl Jr. now eliminated, arguably the player who has played the best in this tournament so far. His consistency is through the roof. His times are good. Grenady's in with a shot to win it all. And Gwen crashing out of it. Grenady in with a shot to win this round as well.
He's way out ahead now. Several tenths separating him from Mime behind. Looks can be deceiving as we come round the corner. And Mime does catch up. Touch the tail lights there of Grenady through the NASCAR section. It is Otak trailing from the Na'Vi player. Gwen well out of the competition. It would take something monumentous, catastrophic at the finish for Gwen to get anything out of this round, but Grenady weaves through with precision. Mime does not. Otak overtakes into second place, and he'll come home to a 6-point round. Gwen will be very happy for that 1 point. Mime will have to settle for 20.
Let's see, how far can Grenady extend this lead now early in the match? Because we have seen this kind of thing play out multiple times through the tournament, right? Someone jumps out to an early lead and then they slow down a little bit in the mid-game as well. So really the question becomes, how big can Grenady build this lead early? And can he keep the momentum through the mid-game in a way that, honestly, I struggle to think of a single player we have actually seen do that almost at any point. Maybe back on day one, you know, Carl Jr. on day one managing to do it. But here in the playoffs, it has very much been a different story. Nobody gets it all their own way.
Yeah, back and forth and back again with all of these players in the middle of rounds, in the middle of series, in the middle of the tournament. Everything. Players have had such highs and lows everywhere, and it has been such an amazing thing to watch.
32 points for Grenady, 20 points for Mime, 20 points for Otak, and you're not going to believe this, 20 points for Gwen as well. This match very even after a single map, but Mime probably not going to be picking up many points in this round. Now down by quite a lot after a clip at the start line. So Otak and Gwen, the two Frenchmen, out at the front until Gwen touches on the outside dirt. And then Otak gets the lead all to himself, but he is being hunted down by the German.
Grenady has been super consistent over the course of this tournament. And he tracks down Otak, who has been playing up to the crowd quite a bit.
Yes, he has.
Saw his reaction after the quarterfinals. He was celebrating with them. He basically jumped in.
Yeah. Will we get a full crowd surf from Otak if he wins this match?
Oh, imagine. I mean, look, it must feel pretty damn good to take a look at screaming fans from another org as a Trackmania player and go, yeah, how's that feel?
Yeah.
How does that feel? I would say Liquid, one of the teams with less attendees in the crowd, and maybe those attendees are going to have to wait for another round to get Otak through, but it's absolutely fine. He holds off Grenady for the time being.
Again, Grenady just like clockwork in this tournament so far. He's there, sure, someone might catch him on a round on pace here and there, but he's there to take second place. He keeps the points ticking over. No big mistakes from Grenady yet, really, in this match.
Every mistake he makes is a big mistake.
That's true. He does, in fact, play for Berlin International Gaming. You're absolutely right, Twiggy. Good wordplay. Haha. Well done. I'm so proud of you. We will still have Grenady in the lead then. That lead has shrunk just a little bit with Otak picking up that last round win. Gwen out to a lead in this one, but Gwen maybe starting to feel that pressure a little bit. There has been a lot of mistakes coming through from Gwen in this first map and a half.
Yeah, well, again, maybe those nerves are making a part of it, and sometimes players really do thrive less than others. I mean, Pack seem to be doing incredibly with all of that noise from the Vitality fans,
Gwen.
the home fans.
Yeah.
We'll see if Gwen can pick something up here. In first place, it's a good turn. But Mime right behind, arcing for that first position, but he touches his wheel to the outside, and Gwen touches his wheel to the inside. A quick recovery will have to do, but the most points he's getting is 4 here as Otak and Grenady once again battle it out at the finish line. It's millimeters and milliseconds that separate them.
18 thousandths, and Grenady comes out on top of that battle this time around. Liquid fans, maybe not silenced, but a little bit less to cheer for at the end of that one as Grenady once again pushes that lead to 12 points. But now it is Otak here on Poland who is starting to pull away with Grenady. Those two starting to leave the competition just a little further behind, but we still have plenty of Trackmania left to play.
Yeah, Gwen is going to be hunting for that all-important first good round, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you get a round on the board where you're feeling good about yourself, that's when the floodgates can open.
Yeah.
Carl Jr. had it come a little too late. We were saying in the green room, oh, he'll do it eventually. He'll get it going. And then
he nearly did.
He nearly did, but it was just a bit too late. Could not find himself enough points in time to contend with the finalist, the quadruple finalist in the end. I wonder if we'll get any more of those over the course of the tournament. Only 3 games left to go. Oh, and Mime crashes out of this one. That's going to give Gwen the opening. As long as he stays clean here, giving that corner a wide berth this time, but not giving the jump much berth at all. Going as low as possible, trying to stay ahead of Otak, who has been brilliant in the end here of Poland, and he's going for the lead, but it's Gwen finally to get his round win and start things off.
That will wake the AGAL fans back up. Otak taking second place once again. He has started to put some consistency together here on Poland. Grenady's map pick, of course, he has been pretty straightforward. You know, ban South Korea every time, pick Poland if it's available. And, well, this time around, maybe not working out for him so much. Yet to pick up a win as we head into round 4 of the map. And once again, it is Otak and Gwen out to flying starts in this round.
And Grenady's had a complete non-starter. I don't know if he completely fell off the platforms at the start or what, but he's 6 seconds down, and that is an untenable position to be in. One more mistake and he will not be getting any points from this round. 10 seconds, the DNF timer here at EWC. But more importantly here, for EWC, is Gwen's performance, how well he does, and he slams into the lights, and he will not be progressing with the rest of the crowd. Fortunately for him, Grenadi's so far back that he may just be able to squeeze one extra point. He DNFs. He doesn't even want to try.
Fair enough. Well, Gwen with the DNF, 0 points for him in this round. Otak looking to pick up another 10-pointer here on Poland. This map has gone not quite as well as you could ask, but pretty damn well for Otak on this occasion. And there's a PB as well, a 108.995. He joins the 108 club here at EWC on Poland, and he is feeling good. Gwen, after that DNF, just hands together, deep breaths, try and lock back in time to move to our next map. And he's going to need to lock back in, Twiggy.
Oh, yes.
This is what, our third time seeing Australia all tournament long, and we only have 3 matches left.
We have been avoiding this one. The players have been avoiding this one.
Yes,
we
they
haven't.
have.
We've been asking for it repeatedly.
Begging, on our knees.
Oh, well, I am good at that. So, Australia, if you haven't seen it yet, because you've only joined now for AGAL, or because well, I don't know why you wouldn't be tuning into every single game. Maybe you just became aware of Trackmania after that last game, and now we are here. Yeah, exactly. This is it's a pretty difficult map. It's very fast, incredibly fast. The whole point is that until you get to that slalom, that zigzag right there, you're pretty much going full speed, and then you go right back to full speed, and you have to make jumps over very precarious platforms while you are going full speed.
Yeah. Now, Twiggy, I'm going to make a bold prediction here and say we are probably going to see, at the very least, a tournament record or world record on this track here, because we have only seen it played once so far in this tournament. This is actually only the second time we visit this map, and we have not visited it with players of semi-final caliber quality just yet. Here we go. This is what the identity looks like on this track. Those plastic platforms they used to jump between. You get it slightly wrong, you're going to orbit, baby.
Now let me teach you about plastic for a bit. It's a we have a couple of plastic pieces over the course of the EWC map pack. It's not
bouncy.
It's bouncy. It's a bit slippery. It's bouncy. You need to be very careful with how you are driving on it, otherwise you will be losing out on a lot of time and plenty of gears as well. But Gwen out in first. He's looking pretty good. These are good times these players are setting, and everybody processional right behind each other, but it's Grenadi who gets the most speed out of the exit of that turn. Now be very careful. You want to maintain as much speed as possible, but you can not fall off the platform. It's looking good for Grenadi with a 114.5. Mime right behind 16 thousandths. Gwen is going to have to settle once again for third.
Mime was catching. He was catching just a little bit towards the end there, and he wasn't quite able to get Grenadi. But Mime, the player to send us to this map, and he's been a little quiet in this match so far. Maybe a chance on this map to really open up, to start to put some points on the board and maybe catch back up to those leaders. It is still Grenadi in the lead of the match on 66 points, and then 11 points down. Otak on 55 as we head to the middle sector of the track. That first look at this identity in the plastic in the middle coming up just here. Yet to see any big mistakes on it, but we get one here. It doesn't look like it. Mime jumping very, very high. He will lose a little bit of ground to the chasers.
Well, Gwen trying desperately to keep up here. Unfortunately, being put onto a map like this as somebody else's pick can be quite distracting, difficult to deal with. He's going to have to reset once again after this track is done, unless he can get himself up into first place and on the board with some more points here. He is trailing behind the leader by 26 currently. Very similar times to the last round. We're going to be seeing another 114 at the very least here from Mime. It's looking quick as well. He's entered the identity with a lot of speed. He's not slowing down whatsoever.
Grenadi.
Fully risky. Grenadi goes a little wide. He's absolutely fine. Oh my God, it is neck and neck between those two. It's only 3 thousandths that separate them in the end. But importantly for Mime, he's got his 10 points from his map pick.
I mean, great for Gwen, right? You win a battle by 3 thousandths. It feels good at the end of the round. Unfortunately, both of them were 4 tenths behind Mime at the end of that round, who drove very, very fast indeed to pick up that round win. And he's starting to sneak back up that leaderboard just a little bit. The gap from second to third, now only 5 points back from Otak. But Grenadi is looking quick as well here on Australia. We have yet to see him on it, and honestly, I've been impressed so far. He's gaining a lot of time in these identities as well.
Yeah. On very good times here once again for that first sector. There's not a lot of time that you can gain there on the full speed section of the map, but of course, well, we'll teach you about SDs another day. I don't know, that's a lot to,
don't know if we've time right now.
There's only like 10 seconds of one map in the pool that really uses it. Anyway, Grenady and Mime contending, and Grenady clips the inside of the checkpoint. He's going to concede first position to Mime there. This is a very quick round. We're below 52 seconds there on that checkpoint. It's looking good. It's going to be another 114. Who would have guessed? And they are neck and neck as they enter the identity here. Gwen trailing from Mime by about 1/10. Oh, there it is! There. He has not made it, and Mime is having a tough time as well, maintaining the speed. Grenadi's right behind. He can't quite get it done in the end.
That was
Oh my
Otak.
lord.
It was Otak who was right there.
Really?
He missed. He fell off that final platform. He had to respawn. And ultimately, he's not quite made it through. So, it was close between multiple players, multiple attempts at the snipe. There is time to be gained here in Australia at the identity. You can attempt to pull those snipes, but it is risky, as we just saw from multiple players on that round. You can crash. You will be sent to space if you clip wrong on plastic. There is no hope of recovery as Grenady now leading the way into the next round, but it is a close and hard fought lead as Gwen has overtaken him. Mime looking to overtake him as well. I like Grenady's line through there. He is carrying a lot of speed, closing back up to the back wheels of Gwen, who is struggling a little bit on this dirt. That is one of those corners that Grenady on wheel gets a little bit of advantage on, able to hold the line so steady up against the outside of that dirt corner.
Yeah, Gwen again contending for this one as much as humanly possible here. Grenady concedes a lead, and down goes Mime again. This is a world record attemptable time here as Gwen moves on through, looking for a good exit here out of the final turn into the identity, nice and wide to gain as much speed as possible. Grenady trying to keep up now. He's going all over the place, and Gwen is going to push ahead. It looks like Gwen is going to be setting a world record. Not quite. A 10th off.
Just under a 10th off that world record from Gwen, and Grenady, he just a little bit too high on that second jump up to the left. The wheels went out from under him and he lost the speed back to Gwen, but very nearly Grenady carried the speed through that identity to snipe, and well, that's it. Goodbye, Australia. It was nice knowing you. I had a lot of fun seeing it. Our first time, and maybe only time, getting to cast it here in this tournament.
Hey,
although we'll see, things could get weird. Things could get weird in the second semi-final, and of course, the grand final. That's an excellent drawing. Mognady in the crowd just there.
Yeah.
And well, he is looking to Mog this semi-final. In many ways, you could say Twiggy is still out to a lead. Still looking very good as we do now head to Saudi Arabia.
EWC does not start with a 2 or a 1, so...
What? Yeah, that's true. Unfortunate. That took me a second, tragically. We'll see how things go here on this one. I will say Gwen has looked very good on this map, and he has been a little bit quiet. He's sitting in 4th place in this match. Can Gwen now start to pick things back up, Twiggy?
Well, what's the point in us playing the other semi and the finals if Gwen doesn't get out of this match?
I would like to point out there is still, you know, $130,000 on the line for the winner of Trackmania.
Yeah, right, you are. Well,
yeah.
It's almost like I set you up to see that exactly, right when the most people
You can't take credit for it afterwards, Twiggy.
Yeah, I can. Gwen. Oh, it's looking good. It's not looking good for Grenady, who goes a little too high there. And it's Otak and Gwen right next to each other, vying for position. Gwen goes very inside, risks clipping the checkpoint there, but manages to avoid it. Oh, he's going to clip that checkpoint, however. Heartbreak again for the AGAL fans. You can see it on their faces.
Yeah.
But now, Mime and Otak, what can they do here at the finish line? It's going to be incredibly close. It's going to be down to the angle of your car when you land. It really is. And both of them get it perfectly. But Mime, splendid landing and a splendid finish. It's exactly what he needed. And Grenady isn't going to finish the track.
0 points for our current match leader, Grenady. Unable to make it through there, and I talked about it earlier, and I'll talk about it again now. Saudi Arabia, a map where your margins are so fine on that final jump, and it is so punishing. You need to get your release timings right, and here as we get towards the business end of the tournament, as the pressure mounts, it's going to be so so difficult to get that final jump right, and it could be match deciding for players. Gwen has made a mistake early on in this round. Otak leads the way once again. Grenady crashed here last time around. He won't crash this time around, so we still have 3 drivers vying for the lead.
Otak out in the lead this time around, not looking to give it up to Mime. But Grenady is right there, poised to take the lead as well, and it's good speed through here. Good landing. Another good landing, and Mime this time falls victim to the same area that Gwen did just last round. And Gwen, it's looking like he might not finish this time. A DNF that does not come from the back end of the track. Great landing from Grenady once again, and Otak is all over the place. It should be free here for Grenady to take. It's a good landing. Otak doesn't make it work. Maybe Mime was within striking distance. He is! Yes, he is!
Flies in over the back shoulder. Mime picks up second place and extends the lead he has over Otak ever so slightly by a hair, and well, stays a little bit closer to Grenady as well, who really has, before that round, gone quite quiet in the match. It's exactly what we talked about at the top of this one, Twiggy. We have seen time and time again players get out to 20, 30 point leads at the start of a match, and then the mid-game, as we move through the map rotation, starts to go just a little bit wrong. We find maps that suit the other players, and all of a sudden that gap shrinks. It's down to 10 points, but Grenady is battling Gwen up front, looking for the chance to move further ahead once again.
Gwen needs to make something happen here and now. Honestly, we're starting to get to the end of this game, and if he can't make a move here on the leaders, he's going to be trailing by a lot by the first finalist. That's not a position you want to be in with such heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Not just the fans of Trackmania, but the fans of every single AGAL viewer here at EWC, riding on your performance in this game and the next.
Is Gwen too low? He is too low. He responds immediately. Grenady was too low as well. Otak's through. That'll be lovely for the Liquid fans as Otak takes a round win. Mime only 11 thousandths away from him in that one. But both Gwen and Grenady will have to respawn. They do both make it through. No more DNFs on that one. But the field continues to get closer and closer and closer together here in our first semi-final for Trackmania at EWC. In this round, Otak out to a solid start, but Grenady is right there with them. In fact, everyone is right there with them. Everyone within a couple of tenths move through the checkpoints. As we move towards the middle of the track, Grenady has now managed to pull out about a tenth of a lead. Again, we saw him crash here just a couple of rounds ago. He did make the mistake. This time around, he's clean through. Everyone just about clean through, as Otak looked like he might clip a wheel.
It's Grenady out ahead. We're starting to finally, in the final round of Saudi Arabia, have clean rounds at the start. I shouldn't say anything. This corner has been horrible for some people, but it's fine for everybody this time. Oh, mine slides all the way.
It's the only player we have left taking that line.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's working for him.
It is working for him. It's consistent at the very least. Does it gain massive amounts of time? Absolutely not. But if he's comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it. It's Gwen out ahead this time around. This time around, he gets the jump. Otak has enough speed, but it's not quite enough. He's done it! Once again, he has stolen 4 points from the grip of Gwen, like candy from a baby. 5 thousandths between it. Oh, and it's heartbreak once again for Gwen.
There was a little giggle from Otak there at the end of that round as well. He knows he stole that one. He knows he got it. It was absolutely beautiful speed down the hill, and that is it. Goodbye to Saudi Arabia. We move to Hungary for the next track, and things are starting to get a little bit intense. Eyes closed, meditative for Gwen, who is looking to do it. Mime still got a little smile on his lips. He's not out of this one by a long shot. But we are starting to move towards that point, Twiggy, where we start thinking about, right, who hits finalists first? How many rounds do they have guaranteed free to themselves before anyone else catches them?
That's the thing. So many times we've been like, these two people are very close to finalists. Everybody else is quite far away, actually. It's relatively comfortable. This time around, not the case, and it never seems to work out that way anyway. We always get the triple finalist. We always now, I mean, we've got a quad finalist. An insane thing, by the way. If you haven't really watched Trackmania Esports before, or finalist mode in Trackmania Esports, that doesn't really happen.
It does not happen very often. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get it again.
Trailing by quite a lot in this match, unfortunately, for, as you said, the AGAL fans, and also just for Gwen himself.
Only a couple of good rounds to catch up.
Only a couple of good rounds to catch up, and this could be the first of those. Is now sitting in first place. There's a tenth of a gap back to Mime. Is that still there?
As well.
I think it still will be. It's a couple of tenths now, but we still have the identity to go. Have to get cleanly onto this first platform. Nicely done by Gwen, carrying good speed. Grenadi trying to catch Mime as well. Really need to lane onto this last platform. Perfect from Gwen.
And a beautiful time within, well, I mean, world record, tournament record. We haven't broken the tournament record here on stage, so the world record is displayed as slower. However, that still was very, wonderful, very quick.
It really, really was. And Mime able to fend off Grenadi through that identity as well. So he picks up the 6 points, and for the first time in a while, Mime very, very close to the leader. Grenadi only 3 points ahead of Otak. Again, I remind you, he started this match off with a 20-point lead.
Yes, indeed he did, but now we are entering the triple-digit stage with everybody breathing down each other's necks in terms of points, breathing down each other's necks in terms of positions while they are driving here. I mean, it all evens out there on the dirt. And it's very difficult. This track is so difficult to really get an overtake done, right? There's not many places to gain time a lot of the time. It is just press forward. And then you've got a couple of turns like this where you can gain some exit speed, and then it's all down to the identity, and this is where things change up. Let's see where the positions will land in the end. It's Gwen out ahead by a long shot now, but it's Mime catching up. It's Mime who crashes, and Gwen gets another 10.
That's going to be Mime coming home. He's going to miss again. No! DNF for Mime as Gwen picks up the 10. Gwen moves closer back to the front. What a time to find this clutch gene within yourself as Gwen wins back-to-back rounds. He's back within 12 of the lead of this race. One more here would have him within touching distance of all 4 other drivers. That's Grenadi, who's made the first mistake here on Hungary. He's down by multiple tenths of a second. And Mime and Otak battle it out for second place behind a Gwen who's now just vanishing into the distance. They can only watch as his taillights vanish off. He's looking very, very good in this round indeed.
Well, once again, it's going to have to be a good end here. Gwen is starting to get back on a streak. You need to stop him post-haste if you are Otak here or Mime here, because he will steal away that finalist spot from you if you are not careful. He will run with that momentum. This is a very talented player, make no mistakes, and here he comes through on the final turn. It's perfect. It's perfect from Gwen. He's got another 10.
He came, he saw, he went around that final corner faster than absolutely anyone else. Gwen looking absolutely unstoppable on Hungary. 3-round wins from 3 rounds played, and that is 30 points on the bounce for Gwen. Even if a single player had come second in all of those other rounds, he'd still have gained 12 points on them, and another player has not come second in all of those rounds. They've been splitting the points between them, and so, Twiggy, all of a sudden, Gwen has gone from being 20 points behind to all of the field being within 5. 9. Mime has dropped behind. You're absolutely right. Gwen has overtaken Mime.
Indeed. Anyway, I won't dwell on that one any longer. Gwen, again, looking for a flawless 40 out of 40 here on Hungary. The random map, the one you cannot count on. But he's thrived here. Maybe he'll make this his pick going forward. Mime is out ahead here, but he's got more speed, Gwen, and he's looking like he might just get the overtake done. He's going to go wider, but that gives him more exit speed. Is Mime going to make the jump? Mime is going to make the jump. Mime is going to deny him this time, and he's also going to even up the points even more.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Mime had dropped behind just a little bit. Mime is now tied with Gwen, and the two of them are so close to the leaders. It will be, in fact, Twiggy, 115 points for Grenadi, and then everybody else in this semi-final 3 points behind him on 112.
Didn't we say something very similar in the first map, basically?
Yes, we did. Yeah. I think after 2 maps, we had Grenady on 20 points never, or after 2 rounds, I don't know.
No, it was actually after the first map. Barely anybody got, like, consistent first in the first map.
It was absurd. It was absurd.
Speaking of which, welcome back to the first map.
Welcome back to the first map, and we are back on Japan, a map that, you know, pre-tournament we were talking about. We were expected to see banned a lot, you know, based on what we've been hearing, talking to some of the players. A map that a lot of people were like, yeah, I'm not sure, I probably might ban Japan away, don't really like it. But it's just turned out to not quite be any player's least favorite map.
Yeah.
And it has, therefore, ended up with a very high presence in the tournament, and it has been very decisive at times. Almost it feels like more than any other map to it. You can push the end of this map. You can try and attack someone in the identity, and we have seen it pay off.
Yeah, we've seen it pay dividends here, and it will pay dividends here as we enter the latter part of this matchup. All players over 110 points. Now 140 is the deadline for finalists. That's what you need, and then just one more win will secure you a place in the grand finals of Trackmania at EWC 26. And for Gwen, there's even more meaning behind that. His club relying on him to get 3rd place or better in the tournament. And to do so, he needs to dispatch of these 3 players, or at least 2 of these 3 players.
Yeah, he's really woken up since Hungary. He's way out in front on this round. Grenady has just overtaken Otak, who is dropping a long way down. Gwen dropping a long way back as well. He has a touch. He will get the booster to move forward. He won't lose more places than the one to Grenady, and he's still coming back at Grenady. He won't have time to catch him, but great recovery from Gwen.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to just stay up there. And right now, the battle is not necessarily with Grenady. It's with Mime and Otak, who are now below him, and he needs to keep below him in terms of points.
Yeah, look, at this point, Twiggy, there is no difference between 1st and 2nd. Both of you go to the grand final. There's no seeding left. It doesn't matter. You just got to make sure you are in one of those top 2 spots.
Got a more tough grand final than you. That sucks.
Exactly. I guess, look, it does slightly change where you'll go in the pick ban, but I don't care about that. That'll happen, whatever. We still have to drive 5
Well,
maps.
it's not like we ban pick. So, realistically, unless you have a map you love that someone else hates. Yeah.
Grenady in the best position to put himself into that grand final right now. Still ahead of every other driver and has held on to that lead since map 1. While it has shrunk, he is still in a very, very good position with potentially only a few rounds left to go in this match. Gwen, once again, holding the lead on Japan as we head towards the identity. Mime sitting just behind Grenady, just behind the pair of them, and I have seen Grenady push this identity before, but I've also seen Mime push this identity. I've also seen Gwen push this identity. Who is brave as we head into it on this round? Who is going to send it? The answer seems to be all of them right now as Gwen holds that lead consistent and will PB. Mime PB's behind him, and Grenady has to settle for ultimately a relatively distant 3rd place.
This is shaping up to be one hell of a finalist setup here. Otak, the only player below 120 points, and he's only down there by 2. This is absolutely ridiculous scenes here. It feels like we're never going to get a break until the whole tournament is over.
Oh my word, we keep going. This is Trackmania. 1 round ends and the slate resets. Another one begins. We dive right back into the action. Not only is the identity important on Japan, but these sections here, you can gain so much time depending on how brave you are, how close you can get to that outside wall. And Mime just a little bit braver than Gwen on this occasion. His catching has the speed, but Gwen, beautiful drift down the hill quickly and still holding on to his lead by the thickness of the paint on the nose of his car. But here comes Mime.
And Mime does indeed take the lead. He's right ahead now, and Grenady is also vying for position. Gwen looking to take back that lead. It's going to go back and forth as the players play with their speedometers and look for as much speed as possible here. Gwen taking the corners tightly, but it's Mime with more exit speed. Everybody is right next to each other. How much are you willing to risk here on the identity of Japan? It's a matter of milliseconds. Mime is gone. Grenady and Gwen go through, but it's Gwen that takes home 10 points.
It looked so like Grenady was in position to take advantage of that mistake from Mime, but Gwen just pushed it harder through that final gate, floored that accelerator, did not tap his brake at any point, and so Gwen picks up an all-important 10 points. Gwen is now ahead. For the first time since map 1, Grenady has lost the lead of this match to the player who was 20 points behind anyone else.
And it looks like he is ready to get another first place. He doesn't need it, but he might as well deny some more points from the players below, especially Grenady, who if he finishes third or lower will not be on finalists alongside Gwen. Oh, that's not great, but it doesn't matter too much for Gwen here on this round. He can take a breather now. Use it as a bit of practice here. Mime and Otak trying to deny Grenady that all-important second or first place here that would send him into finalist mode as well. These guys need points of their own. They're not trailing by much whatsoever in the standings of this game.
Nothing to separate them, these four drivers right now. I mean, it feels like we are once again going to have a match where all four players hit finalist at some point. Whether or not that's at the same time remains to be seen. Otak will crash on out. Grenady pushing against Mime, trying to deny him for as long as possible. Wide setup, good speed, but Mime is gone. He'll pick up the 10 points for this round. He moves to 135 points of his own. But Twiggy, we have two finalists.
Grenady and Gwen both managed to secure enough points.
Gwen's comeback is crazy. Sorry, can we just talk about it for a second?
He was down at one point by about 30 points, earlier on. But we're going to head to Poland. And this seems to be where we're going to end out our proceedings here, unless something absolutely insane happens. Is it even possible mathematically? Maybe 5 more rounds, I think. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't think. I think that would require multiple DNFs
exactly,
from multiple players.
Well, here we are.
Really good on this map last time around for Otak. I just want to remind you, the player who is now sitting in last place, but it's not a distant last place, is Otak. And he won 2 rounds, came second on 2 here. It was the map that he has looked the best on in this match so far. So do not count anybody out. Do not start to think about what the finals looks like with Grenady and Gwen in it, who they might come up against, because anything could change in the next few minutes.
Gwen was having a tough time here on Poland when we last played it, but it is Grenady's pick. So if he just locks in, it's a very good possibility he'll be punching his ticket to the finals very quickly here. But it's Otak and Mime that want to deny that. And Mime will also be on finalist if he comes second or first here. Otak can't make finalist this round, but with a good round, he may just be able to. But it's Gwen and Grenady in first and second place. Otak looking for a way into first to try and deny, give himself more time here. Time is running short, and Gwen, he's the timekeeper, but it's Grenady up in first now. It looks like it's going to be a photo finish between the 2 finalists. Which one of them is going to get into the grand finals first? Because it seems like that is the battle. Grenady goes too far inside. Gwen, it's yours for the taking. The grand final right there to save AGAL. Very possibly win the club championship.
The job is not yet done, but Gwen keeps hope alive for AGAL. He will have the chance to fight for a club championship. A 3rd place finish or higher in the grand final is what he will need. For now, we pick one more player to send to that grand final to do battle against Gwen, and whoever comes through the other semis. Mime has now made it 2 finalists as well. Otak 128 points. He could very much win 2 rounds in a row to get finals himself on this map.
Very much indeed. That is what is being asked of Otak here. 3 rounds in a row if he wants to be in the grand finals alongside Gwen here. But you're up against Mime and Grenady. It's Grenady's map pick. Yes, you may be good at this one, but every player you are playing up against has been showing their skill all tournament long. Otak falls back into 3rd place. He's still with them. No, he is not. He's back, and now it's just a fight. Fisticuffs between Mime and Grenady, and Grenady looks like he's going to miss out on it for the 2nd time. He needs to push harder. He needs to go lower than Mime on the jumps. Mime gets the first, the 2nd. Grenady's right there. Can he get the overtake? He's wider, but it's all down to the final jump. Grenady right there. It's Mime!
Mime will not let it go. Grenadi pushed him the entire way around those final 3 corners, but Mime stays winning. He will move to a grand final. He will join Gwen there. And oh my lord, I'm already sweating. I'm already nervous for that other semi-final. Best to be prepared for these two.
Absolute insanity. There has not been a game where I have had a break here, Noah, unless I've been in the green room.
Yeah.
And even then, we've been on our feet screaming the entire time. And it's Grenadi, and most importantly for AGAL, Gwen, that make it to the grand final. Now all Gwen needs to do to win EWC 2026, not just Trackmania, the whole event for his club, is come third.
Twiggy, he put himself in a hole in this match. I don't want to gloss over that fact. Gwen was so far behind. All 3 of the other drivers were within a few points of each other, and Gwen was down by 20 or 30.
Yeah.
And he climbs out of that hole. He makes it back and on to finalist, and he wins his semi-final. That is a clutch gene, unlike almost anything we have ever seen before in Trackmania. Absolutely wild from Gwen.
So many heartbreak moments for Gwen over the course of this game alone. But the mental fortitude from this man to make sure he was able to make it to that grand final is absolutely ridiculous. I would love to get his thoughts on it, and it's exactly what we're going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dream is still alive! A key crushing! Nobody expected this only a few days ago. And our first key crushed by Gwen, keeping AGAL's hope alive. That is Grenadi. Eliminated despite his best effort. The wheelman has been knocked out. Gentlemen, come on over. It's safe to say the eyes of the entire esports world is on you right now, Gwen. How you holding up, buddy?
It's too much pressure for me, I think.
You look like you're handling it very, very well. The whole crowd is cheering for you in this. Does it push you through it? Do you feel it in your veins during the game?
Yeah, I think it's so grateful to have these fans this much. Like, I don't know what to say, but it's incredible, yeah.
It's incredible to see. Now to my side, Mime. I mean, for you, this is a big moment as well. You advance on to the grand final. What does this mean to you as a player and as an individual?
It means a lot. Like I finally proved myself that I can compete at this stage again. Also, great points for the team in the club championship, which is very important as well. It's just surreal.
Surreal. Now for you, it's Polska Górą time. Go ahead. The key crushing is all yours, as Mime will have the space to crush Otak's key and eliminate him from the running. Yes, there's a lot of showmanship, but at the end of the day, it's who shows up on the racetrack. And these two have made it to the grand finals. Mime, Gwen, AGAL, and Navi have made it to the grand final!
7 weeks, 24 titles. The best organizations and players in the world battling for their share of points to get to the top of this leaderboard. And it will all come down to the grand final in Trackmania. If Gwen places 3rd place or higher, AGAL will be your club champions. If not, it will go back to back to back to Falcons. But before that, we must compress after this one and talk a little bit about that matchup and also what is to come, which is the other side, the other semifinal waiting in the wings. But man, Turbo, what a race.
It's just not stopping. Like, give us a break, guys.
That's what I said.
Like, what is happening here? It was so close there. Grenadi had it, but then Mime was never really falling behind there in this match and was having a shot. Gwen, after a great comeback, but guys, I think it was 3 points after after 20 rounds, 3 points, 115, and then 3 players with 112 points. Also, Otak with an absolute incredible performance. It's not stopping. We still have 2 more matches, and the grand final will decide the club championship.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just proving the point that, yes, you can have a good lead going into the first half, but it's all about that momentum in the second half. If you lose it, if you get caught up by an Australia or something like, I mean, you're going to have to keep it up. And unfortunately for Grenade, he slowly lost the plot as it went on. And I mean, Mime coming out of here, definitely the dark horse. And that's not saying that nobody thought necessarily that he's bad. Nobody thought he was bad. Everybody knew that Mime is good.
He's in the semis, so he's not bad.
I mean, he's definitely not bad. But you know what I mean, right? So many expectations for everybody else. Mime falling under the radar. But we all know that Mime is such a fantastic player. And honestly, this is so deserved for him.
Listen, to me, it reminds me a lot of kind of like, hey, you look this way, but here's where the real action is. And sometimes you miss it. And sometimes you go back and say, wow, I wasn't following. Here, we at least set it up to say that people are doubting Mime because there's people like Grenade, there's people like Gwen, there's people like Otak, who just took a spot away from Carl Jr., the 7-time world champion that you have your eyes on. But in many ways, the best stories always give us these subplots that twist the narrative, that bring us back to, wait a second, I need to stay on my toes. Now, Turbo, that is Mime going to the grand final alongside Gwen. They will await the other semifinals results, which of course will include Pac and many competitors. I just want to know, are we ready? I mean, because this is almost too much, man. Like, we got millions of dollars on the line.
I said that to you.
Is Trackmania ready for this moment?
I think we are, but I think we just give us a break. You know, like I said that to you before the last quarterfinal.
Yeah.
We are not ready for that because it's just coming and coming and coming. You said that as well, you know. Let's take a breather, but we had no breather in this match. And I mean, the match coming up afterwards will also be very awesome. Stuft's in there, for example.
That's right.
He's also the dark horse a little bit in a similar situation than Mime.
I think we're in a scenario where grand final where we will definitely crown a brand new champions.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm aware, Mime and Gwen have never won a world championship.
They did not. What a time.
So Gwen not only, of course, going for the club championship but world championship, and then if we get anybody outside of, I believe, Pac, yes, then we have a new champion on our hands regardless of what happens.
Oh my God, the stakes keep raising. And for those who did not make it here, we obviously understand the sentiment. It's tough to go through, but some of those lessons are the best that we get throughout our lives. Grenade standing by with Rachel to see what he's taking away from a tough loss.
Grenade is the case that's been happening the whole time. The finest of margins in the end. Triple finalist, it wasn't to be today.
Yeah, sadly not. It was a very close match. I played a little bit worse, I would say, than I would have planned to. I had like 2 maps where I didn't really perform. I don't know what happened there, but can happen. I don't know. And yeah, in the end, it was really close with my co-league Mime. It was Cinema Race. I also wrote to him good luck. And yeah, in the end, he felt it a little bit more. And with that, he's in the final. I'm not, but I'm totally fine with that, to be honest.
Yeah, sum up your performances over the last couple of days.
What? Again?
Sum up your performances over the last couple of days, how you feel you played overall.
Oh, I'm honestly overall really happy. I think it's one of the best tournaments I ever played. I would also say I think I'm 5th to 6th now overall. It perfectly fits where I would like put myself into in the world list, if that makes any sense. So I performed exactly how I wanted to. And in general, I had mostly only good matches. I played really well. The finalist mode in the end, I'm not the greatest fan of it. We've spoken about it already multiple times. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm still happy of what I achieved. I don't really care too much about the result, even if it sounds crazy. I care more about how I played, and I played really good, so I'm happy.
At the level which everyone else is playing at as well.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about that, because it's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the beginning of the match, I had everything under control. I did my usual stuff. People were not too fast, not too consistent. I just did my normal stuff. But then at some point, people were getting faster. Gwen started a crazy comeback. He just locked in and was really, really fast. Mime as well at the end, very, very good. So I would say the level at the match was definitely very good. I played sadly a little bit worse than in the previous match. But yeah, and in the end, it was just close. It was like a 50-50, whoever feels the finalist round the most. And it was close, so it was a good show. I mean, that's also what
I know there's still
is, so, yeah.
Exactly. I know there's still one semi-final to come. Who have you got as your winner now?
Ooh, who's in there? Pac?
We've got Pac, obviously. We've got
Elcon?
Stuffs.
Elcon Stuffs, yeah.
Yeah.
And who's the last?
Who is the last? Good question.
I don't know. I definitely got Pack. Pack is a good friend of mine. I think Pack is in general, like, people usually put him in the top 3 world ranking. So I think Pack got this. He will go to the grand final. And Dan, I wish I would know the 4th, but I'm just going to say Elcon. Elcon was in our practice group. I played together with him, and he's been playing great the entire tournament, way better than in practice. So yeah, he's really locking in, and if he makes it to the grand final, it would be 2 of our group making it. That would be amazing. So I'm just going to say Pack and Elcon.
Okay, right. Well done today, and good luck for the future as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, that second semifinal coming up. It's Elcon, Stuffs, Epos, and Pack. That was so easy, guys. No, I'm kidding. I get to read it. That's the thing. So many players. We have played 4 quarterfinals, now 1 semifinal. We got another one on the way, and then a grand final with Gwen and Mime guaranteed in there. Not as sincere as well in the battle for 3rd and 4th place because Mime has made it through. Pressure on to Pack to continue because it's Vitality actually fighting them. All of that and more, and we'll hear from Epos in the content break. When we come back, our second semifinal, grand final will be set. Club championship still undecided. Stay with us.
Epos, you're a semi-finalist here at Trackmania. What was the goal coming here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said in our first interview the goal was the final, so I'm 1 step closer, and that feels great.
I could see exactly what it meant. The celebrations there when you qualified for the semis. Tell me about that moment.
Yeah, I mean, we had such a close match, right? I started off pretty well, but then faltered towards map 4 and 5. And yeah, the fact that I managed to close that out on such a close match, I don't know. It means the world.
Where do you have to go in those moments when you falter and then you obviously you know what you have to do to kind of close it out in the end? Where do you go?
I think the most important thing for me is just resetting in my head, because a lot of people, when they get to finalists, they try to push because you need the 10-pointer, right? But I just try to settle myself to do my lines that I've done throughout the entire tournament, and the rest will pan out. And so I just try to stick to what I know.
We have seen how crazy Trackmania has been today. You just watched that 4th quarter-final.
Yeah.
You're hoping...
Best match I think I've seen in Trackmania. Yeah, unbelievable.
The level right now, did you expect the level that we've seen?
To be honest, I didn't expect how clutch people would be. Maybe the level is roughly where I anticipated, but people are performing under pressure, and it's amazing.
You're one of those players that you've come out openly as well and said you can deal with this pressure. Why do you think that is?
I don't think I can necessarily deal with it. I'm all right with it.
It seems.
I think for me, it's just, again, like I said, just reverting to what I know. I don't need to go the extra mile every single round to get every 10-pointer. I just need to drive, and if I drive well, then I'll be rewarded. So I just try to keep it to the basics.
So what's the plan for the semis?
Stick to the basics.
Stick to the basics. And I guess as well, the fact that you know how to perform under pressure in your other line of work, beatboxing, does that kind of help a little bit, performing?
Maybe it plays some part of it, because I mean, I perform to crowds, but it's different, because when you're performing to a crowd in beatbox, you're getting all of the crowd involved, whereas when you're playing Trackmania, a video game, you're kind of just like staring at a screen. So the confidence is there, but I don't think it plays a massive part in it.
You know what I think you should do? Get the crowd involved. Basics and get the crowd involved. Come on, Epos, semi-final time.
Cool.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. House of blow the house down.
Welcome back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, which has been the center of conversation at EWC. 7 weeks we've been here, 24 titles as I mentioned. It all comes down to one final race in Trackmania, and this is not it. But it will set up the race that truly decides the club championship, AJL or Falcons. The other side of this is third and fourth place, which has millions of dollars on the line, literally, is also going to be decided here. If Pac goes home, I think Nadas Vincere are going to take that spot ahead of them. If Pac can continue on, that changes things. Welcome back here to our panel. My name's Randy. I'm joined by Turbo and G-Geek yet again. G-Geek, welcome back. Crazy race there. Gwen finally pulls it out. Were you in the crowd watching?
I was in the crowd watching. I was also hugging some of the AGAL fans by the desk right there because they were fighting so hard. Yeah, honestly, I couldn't be happier for the man. His first ever World Cup Grand Final appearance as well. Honestly, he deserves everything in the world.
I agree. Gwen, he is a player that is, he deserves to be in a Grand Final. And now he has the shot. He can make it. But for that, he still has to clear it. I mean, if we've seen the matches, it will not be easy.
Job's not done, as we like to say. Let's head over to our second semifinal on your screen so you can see who will be coming up. It's Pac, Elcon, Stuffs, and Epos. If you've seen this tournament over the last few days, G-Geek, these drivers, these players need no introduction, but for you, narrative-wise, obviously Pac coming in maybe as the favorite, but how can you really say that with how everybody has made it to the semifinal? They're all playing fantastically.
Well, to be fair, Pac had a very early dominance game in his own quarterfinal, but then found himself in trouble trying to conclude that said quarterfinal.
Right.
So it will be all down to try and iron out the kinks and try to resist the pressure or the fear of winning, as I like to call it. But also, Elcon, I mean, he's had a dominant match, but the question is, can he keep this up?
And also Stuft's similar play style than Elcon, really. I mean, both of them are just so incredibly fast. The world record on Japan from Stuft is just absolutely amazing. So I think it will be just a pace game, and also the fact how far can Pac push it? How much control can he gain? Because Granadi lost that control last semifinal and he dropped out.
All right, the crowd is ready. Vitality back in the mix. Let's hear from Pac heading into his semifinal, looking for a grand final.
Okay, I got Pac, semi-finalist alongside me. Wow.
Yeah,
Thoughts on that matchup? I thought it was going to be one of the best ones. I didn't expect it to be that good, did you?
I kind of expected it to be that hard. I mean, you got Carl, 7-time world champion, Neon, upcoming talent, and he's really quick. And then Otak, the consistent guy that's always there. Insane. I was happy with my performance. I did well, got a lead. Knew it was going to be tough on the maps later on, but yeah, no, I'm just happy that I managed to pull it off.
It looked like, you tell me though, that you came under a little bit of pressure when it became four-way finalist. Couple of mistakes there.
Yes.
What was going through your head when everybody had the F next to their name?
When everyone had it, I thought, wow, now everyone's in the same situation as me, so we just got to send it and give it my all. Luckily, it was enough, and I'm just happy that I managed to pull it off, and I was the first one through. If I was not the first one through, it would have been even more stressful. So I'm just happy that I managed to close it out in the end after a really strong match.
How difficult is that to do? Because the pressure on the stage, the fans, they're out in force today.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, it's hard, but I've done it many times now. So it's just about getting into that feel, getting to the groove, and just find that momentum again. I like the track, so it was one of those ones where I know I'm good, just do it now, and I did.
I have to ask you about Carl. Brilliant mate of yours, obviously you've achieved so much together. Must be tricky and difficult seeing him go out.
Yeah, it was really sad, to be honest. I was a little bit upset when that did happen. I was cheering him on in the final round, and it was really hard to see him really sad. So yeah, it's not one that I'd like to see. Hopefully I can just go out there and win the whole thing now, and that means that we've done good as a pair still.
The matches come thick and fast. What's it look like between your semi-final?
Yeah, it's going to be another tough one. I just hope I can just perform like I did just now and get through to the grand final. That's the main thing, and then it's about having fun.
What do you do in this break?
I'm just going to chill out for a bit. I need to practice warm up different tracks now because there'll be different tracks played to the last match, so I'll just get used to those, get my grip, and just go for it.
Confidence, where's it at? 10 being high?
I feel good. I feel really
10?
good. So hopefully we'll just hopefully just knock it out of the park and deliver another good result.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, go back.
Pac talked about his fiance supporting him, but if she wasn't here, or she wasn't, around, you'd still have all of that vitality behind me, ready to go. My goodness, this is gonna be fun. We're still looking for our grand finals, and it's these 4 that are gonna book their tickets to it. Only 2 can go. 2 will go home. But Turbo, that's what makes this moment great.
Yeah, this turns into a boiler room here right now with more vitality supporters joining there. It's just amazing. But I mean, Pac, let's talk about the matching real quick, because Pac versus EPOS. Pac being the staple of the United Kingdom, EPOS challenging him, and then we have Elcon as well, an up-and-rising player, has been extensively practicing for this tournament, and then Stufts, the dark horse, but he's so incredibly fast as well, Thomas.
Stufts absolutely playing out of his skin throughout the entire weekend, and just to circle back to Pac versus EPOS, old gen versus new gen, will there be a passing of the torch? Only one way to find out, Rain.
Well, the passing of the torch, maybe it'll get stolen or grabbed out of the hands, snatched from the jaws of defeat. Stufts, Pac, Elcon, EPOS, they've all faced adversity to get here. But now the real test remains. $25,000 guaranteed if you get to that grand final, and $130K for first place. The biggest prize pool in Trackmania history. Only 2 will get there. Let's find out who.
Paris! What noise! What love! All of this for Trackmania! All of this, the eyes of the world, the eyes of the esports world, is all upon us right here. 2 of our finalists have already graduated on, and what a semifinal we had, but there is a second one to determine the second half of that 4-way matchup.
The noise in here is incredible. At home, you may be able to hear it. I'm sure you can. Paris are making so much noise right now. Paris, are you ready for the next semi-final? They're going wild. I love it. 2 of our finalists are already locked in. Who will the final 2 be? I think it's time we meet them. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's Pac! DreamHack Birmingham's main man. He's used to winning gold. A former world champion with his sights firmly locked on the grand finals. The Titan is ready.
Next up, it's EPOS! The beatboxer extraordinaire kept his spirits up through thick and thin. UK legend representing the legendary organization of Team Liquid is only 1 win away from yet another grand final in 2026.
The next competitor is Stuffed, the Dutch destroyer. He's already exceeded expectations, reaching the top 8. But can he be truly godlike and reach the grand final?
And last but not least, it's Elcon 21! A champion of grassroots Trackmania, Elcon was a no-brainer pickup for Team Nemesis. Time and time again, his dedication made him one of the fastest learning players, now a step away from glory.
This is it, Paris. The penultimate race here with Trackmania, the Esports World Cup. Who will be the final 2 to join those already secured in our grand final? Paris, let's have you make some noise! It's time to start our engines. Gentlemen, go to your stations. Keys, buy them too. And let's get this show on the road.
Soak it up, friends. It is an incredible opportunity here to be a part of this moment in Paris. And I know it, you know it, G-Geek Turbo. It's undeniable. We're making history. Just gotta enjoy being here.
Just gotta enjoy being here indeed. Deal with the nerves as best as you can. Maybe the best way to deal with them is to listen to the marching band in the grandstands. as the veto process is set to get underway in a few seconds, Kai.
Yeah,
Let's take a
Vitality
look.
is certainly ready for that. As we have the bans coming into play, EPOS bans Germany, Argentina being a quick ban from Stufts, Japan and Australia
where's
being
Norway
the
here?
bans as well. Norway is open.
Oh, Norway left open for the pick. That's interesting. I pointed out to map 3 ban Japan. This is an
there
effective
you go,
counter pick against
Elcon.
Stufts. Maybe the door is open to upset the Dutchman from Godlike Esports.
Guys, what does that mean? What does that mean for a decider here?
Yeah, that is so incredible to see because it's
Canada,
just
maybe?
it's a complete different dynamic. Canada's open. That is for
still
sure.
in.
Saudi Arabia, of course, being a good pickup, but we see a complete different order here. So let's see what the last 2 maps will be here, Thomas.
I'm feeling...
I called it. Hungary was still in. Will be decider again. And Epos picking South Korea to
No
complete the rotation
Canada.
as well.
Wow, yeah, no Canada. No final slide at the very end. This is going to be one heck of a semifinal, guys.
I'm absolutely floored by just the atmosphere is absolutely. I'm enamored by it. I just can't describe it. I guess we should go ahead straight to the game, shouldn't we?
I think that's a great idea, G-Geek. As the flags of Vitality wave into the air, let's see if Pac can do it and join that grand final. Let's send it over to your casters for one last call here in Paris. It's on set, and bravo!
As we get swept up in the energy and the emotion here on our main stage, there is only room for 2 more players to make it through to the Trackmania Grand Final at the Esports World Cup 2026. Myself on set and Bravo, with the privilege and the pleasure to decide who those 2 players will be out of Pac, Elcon, Stufts, and Epos.
I gotta say, the atmosphere in here is incredible. We're having trouble even hearing one another over the drums and the sounds of the engines as well. As you said, somehow only 2 players in this lobby will advance. Pac, Stufts, Epos, and Elcon, everything to play for here, and 2 spots available in the grand final.
And I mean, what a story it's been for everybody to get this far, but it would be even worse to get this far and fall so close to a grand final. Everybody I think I've spoken to into the build-up to this event here in Paris was saying, I just want to make it to the final.
Yeah.
If I make it to the final, whatever happens, happens. To fall 1 hurdle short, Andy, would be such a bitter pill to swallow.
And you already heard the desk talking about it as well. We'll see if everyone's smooth, not as smooth as he wanted as Elcon. He's going to watch the rest of the pack advance on, as Pac will now lead in into the water, but like he's, oh man, it's going to be Epos hitting as well, so this will just be Stufts and Pac out in front.
Yes, Pac Moles in front as well as we go into the identity here on Hungary. 2 wheels down for him, coming straight across, and Pac looking dominant. And why wouldn't you look dominant? And why wouldn't you feel confident, Andy? Think about the quarterfinal lobby that Pac had to come through. 10 points on the board immediately. A PB for him as well, just off of the world record. A beautiful, beautiful start for the Brit.
And let's not forget, right, it took him 5 rounds on finalist mode. Was that ever nervy? In one of the most, it's already being called by not only G-Geek and others as one of the most historic matches in Trackmania esports history. That last matchup against Neon, as well as Carl Jr. and Otak, an unforgettable match. But Pac finds the ice, most importantly, to advance here to this match. The question is, can he do it again? He's already off to a great start with 10 points.
Will we see the upsets happening here as well? Elcon and Stufts, you have to say, coming into this lobby, into this matchup, certainly maybe lesser decorated when it comes to the achievements in Trackmania esports history, but having got this far and having put whoever they've beaten in their past and in their dust on the track, it really is an opportunity for them to do something special here as well. Everyone coming through the first jump pretty quick.
Oh, not again for Elcon.
That second jump where Elcon, like you say, has failed at the second attempt.
Yeah, trying to cut it just a little bit quick. He's clipping each time, and this time so is Stufts. So just like that, it's Pac out in front yet again. Epos trying to chase.
2 Brits at the front of the pack. But it is going to be Pac who leads the way, looking for 20 points out of 20. But Epos is pushing him here, and Epos has a little bit more speed, but just about holding on. Pac, perfect at the start here of Poland.
28,000 separating Pac and Epos there. And the big question, you heard the desk talking about this as well, right? It's a battle for the UK. Will Epos somehow put together a set of rounds that might even dethrone the Pac story and put it to a stop here? That is the question, but it's a big 20 points after 2 rounds for Pac.
Talk about peaking at the right time in tournaments. Sometimes you
talk about esports and tournament formats, it's not how you start, it's about surviving, it's how you finish. And we saw some shaky moments from Pac on the first couple of days, but he is here. And now you are starting to see the kind of level that he can produce time after time. 2 rounds already in the back for him as we enter the third here on Poland. He's at the back of the pack for now, but look how close everyone is. Keep your eyes on Elcon here. That's twice he hasn't come through this first jump. And it looks like he's just fallen to the back again, alongside Stuffs, who's also made a mistake.
Yeah, this time he gets through. However, as you said, he gets through slowly. So now Epos this time in the lead over Pac. We'll see if he can maintain.
And how aggressive does Pac want to be? He's got the right to be as aggressive as he wants. Obviously 20 points already in the bag, 2 wins out of 2. If he could make it 3 out of 3, it would be an incredible start for him. Epos, perfect through the identity and collects his own 10 points. Pac this time around will have to settle for second.
Ooh, look at that timer. I think it's going to, certainly be a DNF there for Stuffs. As we take a look at that result coming in, and now round 4 of 4 on Poland. And just to check in on the leaderboard, it's Pac already out by quite a significant margin on 26.
Very, very impressive start from him, and Stuffs maybe a little bit of pressure here, knowing that the grand finals is just one incredible performance away. Makes a mistake early on. As we drift around that outside dirt line, everybody running it so close to that barrier, but if it's going to be Pac, as we go through the booster, he's going to have the speed and the lead as we turn into this big sweeping right-hander.
Carries that all the way through 5th gear until you got to drop down here. And now, as you say, these 3 really wheel-to-wheel here in the dirt.
Well, just falls behind a little bit, and it leaves Pac and Epos on their own as we go through this section of jump. Wow, the lily pads. It's actually Epos with some great speed on the exit. Got to be able to manage that, though, as we swing now with the wet wheels through towards another transition before the identity. Elcon makes it through this time, and even though he's not in a position to challenge, he's going to be relying on a couple of mistakes ahead of him.
Look at Epos.
He's going to be looking pretty good. For now, though, it's Epos versus Pac at the front. It's Epos and Pac crossing the line almost simultaneously.
We'll get that time for you in just a second.
The brutal cutaway. We'll have to wait and see who gets credited with that 10 points.
It is Epos running a 108.985. Pac running a 108.995. 10 thousandths separating the two. That will be an Epos back-to-back win. So just to recap what we just saw across Poland, that is a back-to-back Pac win followed by a back-to-back Epos win, which will put Pac on 32 and Epos on 29 due to the slight variance in placings in each other's respective wins.
So at the end of Poland, it is going to be Pac at the front, but Epos with an important 10 points keeps it very, very close at the top. And now we have the wild card, which I think surprised a lot of people when we didn't see it banned in the first half of the pick and ban process. We're heading over to Norway, where obviously Elcon, who is sat on 15 points at the moment, is feeling like this is going to be his.
Yeah, the Elcon pick. And I tell you what, selfishly, you and I think the entire Trackmania community is like, hey, let's sign us up, because we've kind of been robbed of a little bit of Norway this weekend so far. Also, speaking of being robbed, I believe it's going to be Epos there at the back of the pack, who does not make it through cleanly as we get wet wheels onto plastic through the opening bug slide. The front of the pack, though, that Pac, Elcon, and Stuffs will be pretty close to one another as we get ready for jump number 1.
Elcon, even though we're already, 25 seconds or so into this round, Elcon's pick at this point looking justified. First clock tower jump. Very, very flat entry and beautiful exit coming in from Pac.
Yeah, Pac takes the kind of leftmost line, and like you say, just has a slightly better exit. Everyone lining up this big ice slide. Let's see how close each of them run it. It's actually a pretty safe line from each.
Yeah, Elcon, though, is going to fall behind here. So he just had to correct for a second. Oh, a little touch, though, from Pac, and it Stuffs now. He turns the car sideways, counter steers his way through the ice slide before the booster, through the checkpoint, and now he has a chance of getting his first 10 points on the board.
Yeah, this could be very big for him, especially look down on 13 points. He needs this one.
Oh, he was wide though. You can see he had to reset at the checkpoint. Did not line it up. It's a huge opportunity that will slip through his fingers. And Elcon, with the brave Norway pick, will be rewarded here. The DNF is close for Stuffs. Does get the 3 points though.
Most importantly, though, yeah, Elcon needed those points in a pretty big fashion. Take a look at the leaderboard right now. After a plus 10, he's trailing by 13. So that's a big swing. Instead of those being Stuffs points, those are Elcon points. And he will take all of those he can get. Like you said, it's his pick. We'll see if he can do it again now.
A mistake from Epos this time around as we go into round number 2. Fell out of contention almost immediately. in the previous round and left it to the other three to just battle it out for those points. Now, first jump. Pack was as precise and almost as perfect as you could ask for this time around. Let's see if he can repeat it. It is absolutely... No, the clip! Tough to watch. In the air, it looked good. And then he clips on the way through.
And he's going to be so slow through this ice slide now, too. Yeah, he's going to be so slow through that ice slide now, too. Really, he will be in the back. Elcon stuffs and Epos up in front.
Elcon looking like this is an inspired pick. Do remember, there's another jump to come. We've already seen some failures. Stuffs and Elcon. Elcon will lead the way into this final jump. Gets nice inside on. Does he get the grip? Yes, he does! Stuffs doesn't though, and Epos disappears past him. Into second place, and most importantly for Pack, does finish and get those 3 points on the board.
At this level, it is so important to make sure your map pick counts. And look what Elcon is doing. He had 15 points, by the way, before this started. Before we hit Norway, and all of a sudden, he's on 35, and he's 1 second place away from first place. He is making the most of his time here in Norway.
Epos out in front this time around as we get the wheels a little bit damp, and we swing ourselves through the checkpoints with the bug slide turnaround back onto the dirt now. Wow. Stuffs has made a mistake. Over 2 seconds behind, unfortunately, on that turnaround on the bug slide. Looks like that didn't go right for him, but as we approach the jump, this is where Pack looked brilliant first time around, but just overcooked it a little bit second time around. Elcon and Epos, they're perfect.
Yeah, really perfect through as well. Should be able to set up the ice slide yet again. Pack's a little bit slow on it, so it will be Elcon and Epos out front.
A little bit wide, but drags it back in and actually managed to maintain a little bit of a speed. Pack's about a second away from the speed set by Elcon as we go through the checkpoint, though. We'll have to see if he gets any closer. Actually, that lead will extend, and Elcon looking very, very comfortable here on Norway as we approach that jump.
Just noting, yeah, he can be really simple here. Just land this, bring it around. It should be another win.
And he does about as cleanly as you could possibly ask for. Elcon with another 10 points and a world record in a semi-final. Elcon on Norway looking brilliant.
What a time to do it, and what a statement from him as well. To now go 3 for 3 on his map pick. And with that, we have a 3-way tie for first place. It's Pack, Elcon, and Epos all on 45. As you say, Elcon, it's a world record, 1:10.098 on Norway.
Gonna pull out the big times in the big matches, as Stuffs will fall to the back of the Pack. Big mistake coming in from him. Elcon out in front again. And what an inspired choice on Norway this is looking like.
I tell you what, you feel like Elcon's been robbed of this map all tournament long. It's been banned every single time, and he's like, hey, I'm going to take my chance. I've done the prep. I've done the work. Here he comes now, still in the lead into the ice.
Well, clean through the first jump as we now go into the bobsleigh. Lining up that big ice slide. Everybody wheel to wheel, but look at the exit speed coming in from Pack. Now into the right-hander before another long, arduous ice slide round to the right-hand side, cutting as close to that pin as you can before we boost our way towards the final jump.
This would be a statement as well, especially on a map transition. If Pack can land this here, might just settle the nerves.
Flattens the car out with the air brake. Does come through clean, and Pack will pick up a major 10 points at the end there with his own personal best.
Going to be very happy with that, and you just get the feeling, once again, as it has been many times before at the Esports World Cup, that that might be even worth more than 10 points. The fact that he's able to slow down the Elcon just dominance of Norway, and right away not only upset that, Elcon drops to third, and it's going to be, you just get the feeling, a little bit more than the 10 points for him. That's going to put Pack in first on 55.
And if Pack, just a bigger picture here, we talked a lot about Club Championship and how much is on the on the shoulders of Trackmania and the players on our main stage. If Pack qualifies for that grand final, then the first, second, third, and fourth positions could be decided in the Club Championship on this main stage. So, I mean, again, just so much still to decide in the bigger picture, in this one title that has provided so much entertainment already.
And what's amazing is even getting here, I think you could feel this as we get ready to launch into Saudi Arabia. There was this palpable energy that Trackmania could decide the Club Championship and how exciting that was. But now, as you've got a packed house here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, you feel it even more. You're like, wow, everyone around the venue is here to watch Trackmania to see which of these players can take it home. Let's not forget, just in case you're just joining us, that's a $7 million championship there. Unbelievable.
That's a lot of money to be dispersed between the teams, depending on their placement. Like we say, a lot now riding on Trackmania for all of those placements, and that's why the crowd is hot. So into another opportunity for players to pick up points, and the opportunity, the battleground is going to be on Saudi Arabia here. And the world record is held by Pac as its first place here.
You can tell just, I think he's a little bit of a tap, just a tiny bit, but Pac, very good recovery. He's actually going to stay in first through that, but it's Elcon and Epos now taking the lead.
I think Pac might got a bit of RNG, an unfortunate piece of RNG through the penalty stand now, which leaves Elcon and Epos in a battle for first and second. And Elcon, maybe it's not just Norway, maybe it's him finding a bit of a hot streak here. 10 points on the board for him, and an incredible time as well.
Look at the reaction there from Pac. Pretty upset with it, and actually, quite luckily, you and I have talked to him about that spot, and about that penalty stand and the penalty rocks specifically before the right-hander, and he claims that there's a good bit of RNG there, that even if you come up and that left front wheel comes up, you don't always get to bring the car down as easy as it may have come down the last time. So I think that's what his facial kind of reaction was all about.
One of those you just have to let go.
Yeah.
Into the next round, and Pac doesn't look like he's let it affect him too much up until this point. It'll be Epos as we go through the checkpoint, who will have the lead, less than a tenth of a second, separating all four drivers. At this point, as the transition, again, is clean for everyone. Almost every single tyre touched the ice at the same time there.
Got to mention, of course, that Elcon win, like you said, not only a big momentum boost, but also puts it back into first by 1 point over Pac.
Everyone trying to take aggressive lines here. It is Elcon who goes out a little bit wider, gives himself a bit of airtime, but unfortunately just looks like he doesn't get the speed on the exit he was looking for. And now you've got the front three of Epos, Pac, and Stuffs approaching the tiny gap jump. Epos with the lead.
Let's see if they can all come down clean. Not quite, but Epos will be in first. Pac in second. It should be a 1-2-3. Yes, it is. Stuffs in third. Elcon will crawl across with plenty of time, but through the slow. And that will be another +10 here for Epos, who, by the way, reminds everyone that he is just as much a part of this race, and now firmly in the lead with 67 points. What a massive win for Epos here.
Just feel like the one player in this tournament who has quietly gone about his business.
Yes, indeed.
Is the player who's currently sat on 6-7. Just seeing how many of the watchers' hands started moving when I said that, is the player that everybody should be talking about a little bit more. Phenomenally, just going about collecting points. First, second, first, second. He's just always in that final battle, it seems, when it comes to the end of these tracks.
It really is, and we should mention, of course, it was always going to be the battle for not only these spots, but the battle for the UK as well. And Epos trying to threaten the legacy of Pac. And of course, how fitting. They are 1-2 in the group. They are 1-2 in the race right now as well.
Yeah, Stuff's way out of this one. Made a mistake a little bit earlier on. Elcon really far behind as well, almost a second behind. So it is just these two. But Pac going through the penalty stand this time. Looks a little bit better this time as he gets all four wheels down and doesn't see his car decelerate in a horrible, horrible way. And as we go into the tiny gap, the only thing that can stop Pac taking 10 points is Pac. Not going to happen. 10 points for Pac. He will regain the lead here.
Looks cool, calm, and collected as we take a look. Elcon should still maybe have the time. Stuffs will, but looks like just going to run out of time. If I had to guess, no, I think he gets through. I will double check that. I think you're right. I think
if he doesn't, I'm giving him 3 points.
He does sneak through. He does sneak through. All right. Into round 4 of 4 on Saudi Arabia. And as a result of what we just saw, it's going to be Pac on 74. He will retake the lead by 1.
Team vitality, man. Gets himself a slender advantage as Elcon now will lead the way. Stuffs has really struggled here on Saudi Arabia. Very rarely see him involved in those final battles as we jump into the tiny gap jump to decide really where the first big points are going to be going. This time he's a little bit closer to the Pac though. No touch on the air brake there from Pac is going to give him a little bit less exit speed. Stuffs is trying to pressurize the Brit and be aggressive on his line as well, but not going to be able to displace him from third. Now Epos and Elcon, that's the fight up top for 10 points.
Elcon goes for that big line that we've talked about, and he does land it this time, and he will maintain first. Look at the points. It's a really big time for Elcon. He needs this win.
I think it's your pack just taking it pretty comfortably through that last jump. Knowing that it would take a mistake for him to get extra points. Epos makes that mistake. But it looks like Pack made an even bigger one.
Wow. And will DNF as well. That is interesting in terms of implications. We have to mention, did not expect to see a Pack DNF there. That's actually going to change the top of the table quite a bit. It's an Elcon win, and we said he needed it in that round to keep things close. Stufs also will take a few points off of Epos, or specifically just 1 point. So let's go ahead and take a look at the table. It is close up top. Epos on 77. Elcon now on 75, and Pack in 74 out of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and now it's the Epos pick. We're going over to South Korea. And I will say, the identity here has been something where I really feel like Epos has been very, very consistent.
Yes.
Very, very good at just catching the right moment of those reactor boosts to send him a little bit quicker into, especially that final turnaround where you get that little bit of extra speed to challenge someone right on the line. Let's see if Epos can keep that consistency up here on South Korea, or if we're going to see Stufs have a little bit more of a say here in this semi-final.
Yeah, you're right. Epos's line and the identity, he runs it so close to the concrete. It is way too close for comfort when we talk about that diagonal line. We'll check it out at the end, but right now it's Epos into the dirt, high speed. Right now out in front.
Speed from Pack. Mistake in front of him from Elcon, that's going to send him way, way behind the front three. And look at Pack just seems to be finding a little bit of extra speed at certain times, but Stuff's actually who does seem to be coming alive here, and he really, really needs to, so far behind the rest. When it comes to the point leaderboard, 44 points is all he has to his name right now.
It's Epos on the downhill who makes up time. Everyone holding fourth gear through this section. And keep in mind, this is a long fourth gear maintain all the way into the setup for the identity.
Engines off. Pack trying to be aggressive, trying to cut the corner and find a little bit of time here, but Stuffs and Epos still battling out for first. And we mentioned Epos, how good he is on these turnarounds. Look how close he is to that concrete wall, and keeps holding off the challenge coming in from Stuffs. But who's going to get the speed? Who's going to have the pace on the line? It's Stuffs!
By 2,000ths of a second. It's an unbelievable finish there from Stuffs, and in a time where he desperately needs a plus 10. Unbelievable.
Incredible end to South Korea, and that's just round number one. And we were wondering when he was going to wake up. He said himself, he called it to himself, I am prime Stuffs right now. And maybe it just took a few rounds to get comfortable again on that main stage.
Keep in mind, with that, he's, as you say, he's just about 2 races now from maybe getting back into the conversation. He runs a very good time as well that was even pretty close to Epos's current world record that you see on screen.
Stuffs in the lead once again momentarily. However, as we go through the checkpoint, it's the two Brits who lead the charge. As the gas pedal will be squeezed before we just tap the brakes and drift out for this left-hander before we transfer back into the grass. Epos leading, but everybody within 0.2 of a second.
And now Epos may be alone up front in the identity. We'll see if he can run just as clean lines, but Pack is pushing.
Look how close everybody is here. Epos leads the way. The line from Elcon doesn't quite have the exit speed, but does take a position away. And now it's all about the identity. Pack and Epos in the lead now. Who's going to get the zoops? Who's going to get the speed on the final exit? They're almost alongside each other. It's Epos versus Pack. Epos this time will make himself 10 points better off with a personal best here.
It's a 1:12.256 as well, just off
of his own world record.
Of his own world record, therefore maybe not a personal best, but hey.
This time around.
We'll take it this time around.
Semi-final personal best.
Pack on 84 points. Epos now, however, on 93 as a result of that.
Epos making the most of his pick here, the Team Liquid man. A little bit of a wobble and a wiggle coming in from Stuffs through the dirt there as we hit through the reactor boost now into the left hand. Elcon just swaying out a little bit, which has allowed Epos to get back into the battle for third. And with Stuffs and Pack in front of him, they are the next target.
Stuffs does very well here. Last time he gave up position on that downhill. Instead, he maintains for now, but on the exit, it might be Pack starting to run away with us a bit.
Now, how aggressive does Epos want to be on the approach into the engine off block and this tight chicane before we go into the identity. He's being very aggressive, but Stuffs is holding him off for now. Pack in the lead. Pack looking for 10 points. First turnaround complete by all three. Pack ran it close though.
He really did. That left side, I think, had us all a bit nervous, but the man is under control right now. Going to try to close it out.
Pack with 10 points in the bag. Puts himself across the line. Stuffs will take the 6. Epos will have to settle for 4 this time around. Elcon at the back of the pack with 3.
And as a result, it's going to be Epos on 97 and Pack knocking at the door with 94 here.
It's the two Brits who are leading the way with barely enough room to put a credit card between them. Elcon on the back of the pack here just seems to not quite have the speed through that first section comparatively to the front of the pack. As now we're going to see Elcon, and I think Epos might have just slowed down a little bit through that ice slide. It'll be Elcon up into second, Pack leading the way.
Pack knows right now that this could be a big turning point, not only in this round, but in this entire set of races in this semifinal. If he's to win here, he will have the lead heading into our next map.
A couple of touches on the air brake there from Pack, just to get the car down as quickly as possible and make sure that he's safe when it comes to speed, when it comes to line, knowing he's worked so hard for this line and for this gap that he's managed to build. Looking across the 100-point marks at the end of South Korea, Pack has a clear run home at 10 points in the first place here. First turnaround will be made. Second one is clean as well. Pack closing in on 100+ points, will make it across the line and will put himself on 3 figures.
And you really get the feeling it comes at a massive time. As you say, crossing the 3-digit threshold into now what might be the home stretch. Wants to end this one convincingly. Just take a look here.
Mudder wants to put him to sleep.
At the trademark Mudder sleeper. Right now though on the main stage, anything but. As we see Pack not only crossing 100, it will also be Epos hitting 100 on the dot as we get ready to head to Hungary.
Here we go then, folks. The decider. Will we see somebody hitting the finalist mode here? Pack's looking like he's in the best position right now, but Epos is right behind him, and Elcon's still very much in the conversation. Pack, 104. Epos, 100 exactly. Elcon with 90. Stuff's down on 68. It's looking at the moment like the 3 drivers are going to have to decide whether 2 spots will be delivered.
And what a spot for Hungary to be in this map rotation. Because we will not see it end here, of course. It just feels like it's going to be a question of how much do you push these identities versus running a clean race.
Yeah, don't expect there to be much between these 4 drivers coming up to that identity. That's where we're going to see who is brave and who is brilliant. Oh, there is a mistake though from Epos. That's going to be a little clip of the wall, and there's one from Stuffs as well. So maybe the nerves is starting to impact the drivers, but Pack's not feeling it right now.
A man who had to deal with a whole lot of nerves on his 5th instance of finalist mode in a Carl Jr. lobby earlier. Can he maintain composure here?
Oh,
there he goes!
Elcon wobbles! Pack composed, a steely look in his eyes as Pack will pick up yet another 10 points here. Team Vitality's Pack is looking like a man on a mission.
And it's a 59.656, a fantastic time from him as well. He'll grab not just the 10 points, but also all the momentum, the confidence that comes with that as well. He's leading now, 114 to 104.
As you can hear in the background, the drums of the Team Vitality fans urging Pack forward, trying to find a few extra kph trim in every single turn and every single straight. And at the moment, it's working for him. Stuff's out in the lead. Pack through the full loop, actually gets some pretty good speed and manages to approach this left-hander very nicely, and now goes into a lead as you see Stuffs disappear to the back of the pack.
We lose Stuffs and we lose Epos by a pretty significant margin, which means it's all Pack, it's all Elcon into our final set of right-handers.
And Elcon will have the thought in the back of his head here, I did not make this first jump clean. Pack will know that he did, and Pack will stick it the second time around. One more jump to go. Team Vitality's Pack, 20 out of 20. He is looking perfect perfect here in Hungary.
And it's another PB. It's a 59.480, just behind Elkon's 4.23. It's a fantastic time yet again, and you get the feeling that the big lights, the big stage, not impacting Pac. He's found the consistency for now, and he's just 2 races away from finalist mode.
He can do it right here on Hungary. Get to finalist mode, hit that 140 points, and the #1 seed coming into EWC 2026 would be so close to getting into that grand final. For now, though, it's Epos, who's been a little bit quiet in the first 2 rounds here. On Hungary, who has the lead and is holding off the Pac.
Well, look how clean everyone is. Outside dirt line into the downhill hairpin. Just everyone finding the focus, finding the composure for now.
Now, Epos needs this. Needs to come through clean on the identity, but you've got to get there first. He falls before the jump. Pac makes it again. Unflustered. Unbothered about what's happening around him. He's here to collect 10 points. 30 out of 30 on Hungary for Pac.
It's another 59.496. Look how close he's running that to the world record. You talk about unbothered, focused and in his lane. Has he maybe picked the best time in the history of Trackmania to find composure? He is just now 1 win away, and even a 2nd place away in this round from finalist mode.
And Epos has let Elkon back in. When you look at the leaderboards, the good news for him and for Elkon as well is just how dominant the Pac has been. It means those two are still very close when it comes to total points for that 2nd place. Should, of course, Pac manage to convert. A long way to go until we do that, though, as Pac is now down in 3rd place. Stuffs will have the lead.
Once again, everyone finding this late round composure through this entire opening first half of the track. And now really neck and neck into the setup for the identity.
Usually you'd be worried if you're in 4th place, but Pac has come through so clean every single time. And as he has good speed,
wow,
he needs the 6 points to get to finalists. Not going to happen this time around. He'll have to wait. And it's Epos with a very important 10 points here, just creating ever so slight separation from the man who came in behind him. Elkon collects that 6 points.
That's right. It was back-to-back 4th places for Epos ahead of that, and it was even a 3rd before that. His average across the last 5 or so has been right around 3.5. It has not been great. So it's a big result for Epos. It's a big result for the whole lobby, Mark, to even deny Pac the way that they just did. And I think that was a special sight to watch that as we go back around, of course, in the rotation. To watch that from Pac's POV, the lobby was realizing we need to ice up or this round will be over very soon. So Pac will go 3 for 4 on Hungary. However, he will not hit match point. 137 on the board, which means simply finishing here will put him on match point with quite a lead in our next round.
And as I take a quick look at my notes on the picks and bans, it quite simply says Pac picks Poland. So no better place to be going here for the Englishman when you only need to complete a lap. Pac only needs the 3 points. He will get that by completing. 4th place is good enough for him, and you can see he's not pushing whatsoever right now.
And let's not forget, on Poland, when we first saw it, the first time out for this group, back-to-back Pac wins, followed by back-to-back Pac seconds. He's already shown that, especially compared and competitive to this lobby, he knows what he's doing on Poland. Let's see if he can repeat.
Stuffs out into the lead. Seen him there a few times, the godlike player, but just made a mistake with the pressure and the gaps just started to close around him. Epos in 2nd. Look at the speed though from Pac. It looks like he's got a better line on the exit as well. Epos into the lily pads. In 2nd place, in behind Stuffs for now. Running it so close to that concrete wall every single time. But a 10-point here for Stuffs. And Epos will have to be very careful and look over his shoulder, but instead you could just take the 10 points away from him. Epos from Team Liquid versus Stuffs. It's down to the line. Stuffs will take it from him.
Unbelievable. By 31 thousandths of a second, Stuffs gets in there, and as you say, makes the point math just that bit more interesting. Will put himself on 93 to try to challenge from the back. But most importantly, the focus here, of course, is Pac on finalist mode. He has a chance to advance, and just in case you missed it in that historic quarterfinal, Pac had to spend a grueling and painstaking 5 rounds on finalist mode before he closed it out. And you heard in the interview with Rachel that he is now committed to making sure he ends this convincingly. He can advance here and now.
All eyes on Pac. Team Vitality willing their man towards the finish line, but Epos at the moment is the roadblock in more than one way. But Pac with some great speed through the dirt here. Has to tap on the air brake, but comes through the first jump clean. The second one as well is brilliant. Goes a little bit wide, which allows Epos onto the lily pads a little bit more speed.
Epos wants to deny. He also wants all of the points.
Pac!
Pac tries to cut it close, and he will pay the price. It's Epos, and Elcon now out in front.
Back to the back of the pack. As Epos will collect 10 points and move so close to finalist mode, barring a huge glaring mistake. Epos is on Pac's tail. He will be on 136, needing just the 4 points to join Pac on finalist.
It's an absolutely huge deny, and you have to wonder, coming around that turn in the water, just how much, as Epos started to just round it ahead of Pac, how much that got into Pac's head. And he tries to bring a little bit too much speed in that key 4th gear section, and it costs him. And Epos now is only 4 points away from finalist mode himself. Are we gonna have a moment of deja vu here for Pac? He needs to try to escape that same story.
Oh, he's made a little bit of a boo-boo by the looks of things as well. Just catching that barrier on the approach to the boost onto the grass wall. And now Elcon and Epos are fighting it out. Now, if Elcon takes this one home, it gets very, very interesting. Epos, of course, only needs the 4 points, so anywhere inside of the top 3 will be good enough for him, as long as he can deny Pac as well. We might be about to see something happening here, folks.
This could get special, and you knew we might have had something brewing all lobby long. This is kept really close. And now it's Elcon out in front. Epos really chasing at the back. Pac is almost a full second behind.
Elcon through the identity, very clean, loses a little bit of speed on the approach. You heard, just not getting the grip on the exit, and Epos trying, he takes it away by 1,000th of a second.
Are you kidding me?
Double finalist.
Double finalist by 1,000th of a second for the win. I think that sums it up. We can't believe it. You have another double finalist situation. The 2 players from the UK, the battle for the UK is alive and well between Pac and Epos. And Pac has given the gap. He has allowed Epos and maybe more to come onto finalist mode. Here we are, double finalist.
And it's Epos and Pac at the front of this round. Slightly different lines, but essentially wheel to wheel as we enter the dirt. Now, Pac was very quick through here. Epos has had some problems historically on this jump. Pac comes through clean, has to touch the air brake though, has to go wide, and lets Elcon and Epos through.
Here comes Epos. Can he hold this through? And how fitting now? Pac has made up time.
Pac's messed it up.
He's messed it up.
He's thrown it away.
It's Epos all alone.
Epos now with a clear run home. Pac can't believe it. The Vitality fans can't believe it. But Epos will benefit. He is into your grand final.
Unbelievable. Epos will officially join Gwen and Mime in your grand final. And as we talk about the battle for the UK, for now it will be Epos through, as Pac will clip again. And after several rounds again on finalist mode, and we mean painstaking rounds on Trackmania's biggest stage of all time. As we take a look at the points, Pac, of course, remaining on finalist mode, and Elcon at 133. So this is not over yet.
This is not done by any stretch of the imagination. If Elcon can deny, it will be double finalist again.
And guess where we are headed?
Well,
wow.
Wrap up warm, folks. We're off to Norway again, and this is the Elcon pick where he did nothing but pick up points. Pack needs to pull something out the bag here.
Elcon went 3 for 4 on the last outing on Norway, you will very well remember. And if he is to win just one here, things will get very interesting. Pack needs to close it out here.
Like you say, there is a huge but in that conversation though, which is Pack just needs to win one. But at the moment, he's way behind what seems like the Norway specialist. First clock downward jump, landed by both Elcon and Pack. Stuff at the moment somewhat of a footnote in this battle and in this story, as Elcon is looking to deny. Pack tries to send it. He tries to send it. Why not? At this point, you have to. If you're Pack, you have to try and take the win.
He had the speed, but he clips on the right side, which gives Elcon now free reign over the final clock tower jump and what should be guaranteed finalist mode.
Elcon through the final checkpoint and over the finish line. Folks, we have double finalist again.
And if you wanted this semi-final to go down to the wire, and if you enjoyed the almost evil level of drama that prevailed in the quarterfinal, you've got it. Pack is still on finalist mode. He has allowed not only Epos through, he has allowed Elcon on his chosen map to come through as well.
I mean, Elcon's brilliance in this pick. It'll be talked about for years to come if he manages to close out here. Nobody has wanted to play Norway. Ban after ban after ban. But he's made it work up until this point. Pack and Elcon, hearts will be in their mouths as they come through the first clock tower jump. It's Pack in the lead.
It's a pivotal landing there. We've seen Pack mess that up already in this specific group.
And this is where the mistake was made before from Pack. And look at Elcon knowing he has to push, has to close the gap. Pack is too clean this time around.
He's really clean. He's got a sizable lead as well. Into the setup for your final clock tower.
Now, both of these players would have made this jump thousands and thousands of times in the build-up to this event, but this landing will look thinner than ever as Pack takes to the skies, sticks the landing, and makes it to the grand finals!
Just look at that reaction. Regardless of how many stages Pack has been on, regardless of how many times he's been around these maps, look what it means. And he has had to go through the finalist mode gauntlet time and time again. But he's done it. And Pack is through to your grand final.
The team vitality, fans in the arena here, went wild. Elcon pushed him right to the line. But the number 1 seed coming into EWC is alive in the grand finals and now turns his attention towards a trophy.
And what a pop off as well. How hard he had to work for that as they'll exchange handshakes, of course. Epos and Pack with Elcon and Stuffs. So much to be proud of here, but we always knew it was only going to be 2 that would make it through. And this time, it's the Vitality Man and the Liquid Man. Pack and Epos will be your 2. I mean, what a set of races. What drama. Boy, did this ever deliver.
I mean, you just see Pack there, he's arguing with himself, why did I do that? And let me tell you, if he had to go through another couple of rounds of finalists, he's got a full head of hair right now, but he might have ended up looking a little bit more like me, because the amount of times we have seen him on finalist early and not being able to convert are it's hard to watch someone go through that kind of emotion.
I mean, unbelievable. Mark, I just want to say, of course, from you and I to the entire Trackmania community, what a pleasure it's been to be here at the EWC and just cover some of this action. It has been a true honor.
It really has been an incredible honor, and for everyone who's helped us out, who's enjoyed the show, well, you've got one big final coming up very soon. Let's go and see what Adam's got to say to our final qualifiers for the grand finals.
Securing their place in the EWC Trackmania Grand Final, Epos and Pack! Come on through, fellas. A big moment, a huge moment as we walk our way towards the key crusher. Epos, you'll be up first, and you'll be crushing Elcon's key. If you go forward here for us, and when you're ready, do the proceedings, please. As two semi-finalists are knocked out of the competition, and we now have our fabulous four locked in for the grand final. There we go. It's all done. Epos, come forward for me for a second here, and come and join us as well, Pack. Fellas, incredible. 3 Brits up here. Can we believe it? We spoke earlier on today, Epos, and you were saying it wasn't good enough. I can't leave it that tight. Again, you didn't. You made sure to secure it early on, going through first there. What was it like to be in that race? It looked so spicy, so fiery.
Yeah, I mean, the level was good. Pack was doing good early on. Elcon made some points back on Norway. And yeah, it was a close 3-way race. I sadly think Stuffs didn't really find his way into the match, even though he was driving pretty well. But nah, man, finals was my goal, and I'm relieved that I'm here.
We love that, and the team Liquid Alienware fans there as well. What was it like having them cheer you on there too? It looked, I mean, you felt the kind of warmth, the energy coming from them too.
Yeah, I mean, we need something to combat the Vitality fans. You guys are loud.
They certainly are. Speaking of Vitality, the Pachysaurus Rex. Incredible scenes here. That's right, Vitality fans. Wow. I mean, first to confirm finalist mode. And then it got really close there at the end with Elcon when you saw Epos go through. What did you have to do there to ensure that you joined him in that grand final?
Well, the whole strategy was to have a lead because I didn't want to have finalist runs on Norway because I knew how strong Elcon was. And then Hungary came. I just played out of my mind. I don't know how that happened. Had the runs on Poland and it just didn't come together. I honestly, very shaky on Norway then. I don't know how that run came together. I'm pretty sure I should have geared in the ice. That was incredible. I don't know, yeah, so happy to be in the final. So happy to be in the final.
And I've got to ask as well, similarly, the fans have been, I mean, the drums, the noise. I mean, this has been amazing, hasn't it, an experience for you?
Yeah, the Vitality fans are really keeping me going. Honestly, I need it all, and I thank you so much. Keep the drums going. Let's have a good one in the final.
Love that! Give it up for Epos and Pack, everyone! Pack, when you're ready, you can come forward, you can crush Stuffed's key there as well. Officially cementing the final 4 in this competition. We started with 32. We're down to the final fabulous 4. Here we go. The key is crushed. Kaboom! Pack does the business and secures his place in that final. Here we go. We've got our top 4 fellas back to Rain Day and the gang. This is it. Grand final time, baby. It's coming.
Well, he hugs his fiance there on stage and knows that moment on Norway could have gone so much differently. But that is the beauty of life. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes a little bit of magic seeps in, and something that shouldn't have happened does. And that certainly is what brought Pack to this grand final. He's the lower bracket king, and yet again, he is back where he believes he belongs. The Vitality fans happy with that one, Turbo and G-Geek, and also all of us at home happy to see what will be an epic grand final.
I think all the Brits are happy because Epos and Pack going through there.
That's
what
right.
An amazing match that was. But yeah, I mean, more to come. Still one more match, Thomas, here. And also this one, it feels like a fever dream. It's not stopping.
You know, Turbo, I'm actually going to throw to G-Geek next time first because you don't have the words and you shouldn't. I agree. I'm throwing it down to you too fast, man.
He can summarize it a bit better because he has prepared something as well.
I know he has, but I love that you actually have the best statement of all because there are no words to describe what we're experiencing here. The environment is amazing, and here's why. Check out the Club Championship Aramco leaderboard. It's going to give us a clue as to why we're flabbergasted, why we have no words for this occasion. Trackmania is a game that many people did not think would be even on this stage maybe a couple years ago. Now it's not only on this stage, it is deciding the club championship. Team Falcons in the lead. Okay, actually currently tied. AGAL to move ahead and replace them in the first spot. It's got to be a 3rd or better for Gwen. So let that echo around. A 3rd or better, and Gwen and AGAL will take it. But we won't know till the end of the race, which is exciting. Also, Team Vitality, not as Vince here. You've got Mime in there, and now Pack The race for 3rd and 4th place is underway as well. And if you see Team Liquid, who have now jumped up to 5th place, that's Epos, who is now qualified. If he wins, and obviously could stun AGAL, could stun Pack, that might move Team Liquid into 4th place over Not As Sincere. It all depends on how that final goes. This is going to be one of the most epic moments that we have ever experienced at EWC, because not only is the back-to-back-to-back club championship at risk, there is also a new hero that potentially may rise among the esports greats, and it will be in Trackmania of all places. I am so excited. I cannot wait. On the other side of this, when we come back, we are going to have our grand final. And G-Geek, before we head over that way, and Kai, now that we've had some time to talk a little bit about this, I want to get your thoughts on what this race means to you as somebody who's a veteran in this Trackmania space.
Well, to see, almost the passing of the torch, but not just yet, both going through together. Such an inspiring sight for the British and Irish Trackmania scene. And it has to be said that Pack suffered from the same issue than the quarterfinal. Had a very strong start. Well, kept pace with by Epos and Elcon, and started running away with it on South Korea. But once he reached finalist, the fear of winning. 5 attempts. That's what it took for Pack to actually seal his place in the grand final.
And also, I really have to stress the map order here. Norway being a factor, and South Korea as well. I think that was is a very good map for Stufz and Elcon in particular. But Norway, and especially like being the decider in the end, the 1v1 there between Elcon and Pack. And Pack held it together, shows the resilience. And also in the other match, in the quarterfinal, he was the first one in finals, and I thought, no way, he's gonna throw it away. But at the end, he still made it. He's still there. He's the lower bracket king, and he's in the grand final now as well.
In some ways, Norway, a map that has been banned consistently, drivers don't want to play it here. When it does show up, and we might see it again because Mime also picked it, and now we have a chance to see Mime in the grand final. Does it give Pack the confidence to know that there's nothing you can throw at me? I'll be ready for the moment.
Well, to be fair, I feel like he might be still, it might still be a race of attrition that he might be relying on, given how potent Mime and Elcon have proven to be on that map. Remember, Elcon, first rotation, 34 points out of 40, including a brand new world record on the .098. Honestly, if I were any of the competitors, I would still ban Norway right away, because it's been such a problem map. Even in the very few times that we've seen it played, much like Australia, I don't think we're going to be seeded in the grand final anytime soon.
All right, well, we'll find out in a moment. Right now, we've got Elcon standing by with Rachel in an exit interview after that tough loss.
Elcon, I'm sure not the way you'd have wanted EWC to finish for you, so close to getting to that grand final.
Yeah, today I was really expecting I could have the pace to make it there, but unfortunately I just was too bad on Poland today. It didn't work at all for me.
Why do you think it didn't work on Poland for you?
It's just not the day for it, I feel like.
Do you think it was nerves as well? The big stage got to you?
Yeah, maybe a bit. It's just going to the final and all that. It's a lot of stress, especially on the stage with the whole crowd cheering around. Might have been a part of it.
Could you sense, though, that Pack was getting stressed out himself towards the end there, and you thought maybe game on?
Yeah, I felt like when we get to Norway, I could have a chance again. But he drove just .15 in the last round, and that was insane.
There's a fly buzzing around us here. It's just got you. In terms of your overall experience here at EWC, just tell us about that quickly.
It was amazing. The people I met here, it was great. The whole crowd cheering and everything, all that. It was really just once in a lifetime opportunity.
Well, semi-finalist for you this year. Congratulations with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Elcon had the pace. It just wasn't that final finish, and Poland obviously causing trouble as we look at it. Kai, some final words here before heading into our pregame for our grand final. This match, semifinals done and dusted. There's just one more match to go.
one more. But also one quick thought to the interview from Elcon. Once a lifetime opportunity, I think he will be here next year as well. Like, this was an amazing showing. Smart pick phase and smart ban phase as well. But grand final coming up. The club championship will be decided there. I cannot wait to watch it and just enjoy it. And I hope everyone here will do the same.
And out of respect for you, because I know you won't be joining us on the grand final, your final thoughts on what this experience has been in Trackmania, my friend.
I mean, if someone had told me that a year ago, where Trackmania is going to be, that it will be like right now the main character of the Esports World Cup, the biggest esports event in the world, I would say no. Like, what is happening? But it's just, we've come a long way. I'm very grateful to be in that position, to be invited to this event. It's been so much fun working with you, with Geek, with Import as well. Also casting, of course, those 2 matches. It's just been great, and just thank you so much. Thank you everybody for cheering me on the Twitch chat. I've seen that as well. Shout out to everyone.
I appreciate you, man. It's been great working with you as well, buddy. We'll see you in a moment. And of course, G-Geek, you'll be joining us on finals. We'll get Import there as well on desk. And we will do some talent switch out on the casting as well. But the grand final is set. It's Gwyn, it's Epos, it's Pack, and it is Mime, Vitality, Na'Vi, Liquid, and AGAL. Wow, this is going to be amazing. Like Turbo had just said, who would have thought that Trackmania would be the center of the esports world? Coming back, we are going to see one final race determine who is the club champion at the Esports World Cup. $7 million will go to them, and they will claim the elusive trophy. After 7 weeks and 24 different games, you don't want to go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
You are our first grand finalist. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
It does, it does. It's surreal still to think that I closed on my first attempt as well. It's just crazy. The match was really close. Everyone was pushing each other to the limits. I'm just so happy.
What do you think gave yourself the edge out there?
Not sure. Maybe just my composure. I was like, well, I made it to semi-finals already, which was my base goal. So I was like, yeah, whatever happens, happens. I'm fine with going out as long as I perform. So I just try to do my best and to just chill, not overthink, as always.
How do you keep so cool and so chilled?
I guess the experience at this point. I've been playing for 4 years, 5 years, these kind of big events. So at this point, it doesn't really matter what the stage is, how loud the crowd is, etc.
How are you going to prepare yourself now for this final? It's coming up in an hour's time.
I guess just to recharge, just to chill, cool down, not force myself to practice the last hour, because frankly it won't change much. So just to chill out basically.
Do you need to fuel yourself? What does that look like, the process? Is there any fuel involved in that? Do you talk to coaches?
No, not really. It's just me right now. I mean, I get support as well from the fans. The messages that they're sending to me, it's really nice. Like it motivates me for sure. I want to do the best for the people that cheer for me.
In terms of the maps as well, is there anything you want to avoid in this grand final?
Not sure.
Not sure
no
yet.
idea.
In terms of your celebration, I love it as well. Is this like a mime hand? What's your celebration? Where's it come from?
It's just the absolute cinema.
I love it. Can you do it for us? We hope to see some more of that celebration later on from Mime. Congratulations on making it to the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
For one last time, welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Man, I've been saying that for 7 weeks. Over 70 days, many people have been here. And now, at the final day where we host the tournament on this stage, we get a chance to not only crown a Trackmania EWC champion for the first time, but a club champion for the Esports World Cup. Millions on the line, legacy at your fingertips, and it will come down to one race. My name is Rain Day. I've been your host here, and I will continue to do so for this grand final as I welcome along Aaron Import Brooks and Thomas G. Geek Mendozi?
Mengozi. That's a G, not a
so
D.
Close, so close.
Man, I really almost had that, huh? Well, you know what? Mistakes happen, and that's what you learn in Trackmania. You can't take every run perfectly, but you got to show up again and try to balance it out. These 4 drivers have done the best case scenario in all of those situations, battled through adversity, Import, and now they're here.
To get to this point has been a long journey for many players, starting at the beginning of the year back in February to train to this point. Blood, sweat, tears, everything you can imagine being laid down on the ground. Honestly, this tournament in general, all the players have shown different sides to them, strengths, weaknesses. Nobody here is a clear winner. Nobody here is a clear favorite. This is all an even playing field and probably some of the best Trackmania we've ever witnessed at this tournament. Yeah, it's crazy.
Let's take a look at the players here because it's Gwen representing AGAL. He is the one who needs to come in 3rd or higher for a new club champion to arise at the Esports World Cup. On the other side, a battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Team Liquid's Igboss, Team Vitality's Pack, and Nada Spinseer's Mime.
Yeah, indeed. And this is going to be a very, very tight race between these two, which I think this is the very first time that they're meeting up in a grand final as well at the World Cup. And Epos for Team Liquid with a shot to move his team up to 4th, but he would have to pull off a big, big upset. He's no stranger to pulling upsets. I mean, he's already done that over the course of the weekend. He's one who plays very much in the long haul, like you've seen in the semifinal. Pac may have been first, but Epos was right there, continuing to do his own race, keep up climbing that hill, and he was the first to conclude finalist.
Import, talk to me about these stories because you said there's no clear winner, but these guys have all had different journeys. I mean, Epos, for those who haven't seen, he's a beatboxer on the side. He threw down some serious beats with Rachel earlier on in some of the interviews. You look at Pac, he's an accountant. He has a full day job. You saw his fiance in here, and yet he's also on the biggest stage in Trackmania history. What's the narrative of this esport that now, 20 years ago, has found its way here to this big, bright stage and finally has a chance to tell these amazing stories?
The narrative of Trackmania is I love Trackmania esports first and foremost, that the game's still alive 20 years later and even reinvigorated. You would think that after so many iterations of Trackmania, so many different versions of the game, you would think it would be over, but it hasn't. And it's revived and revived. Every time it's been kicked down, it's came back up. And now, on such a grand stage, it is now at the forefront not only of this club championship, but the esports world as a whole. And honestly, it's deserved.
Must be pretty special for you, a guy who's organized tournaments out of his own time, volunteered that effort to help keep the scene alive. It's amazing to see both of you really who have done so much work to make this esport what it is, have this moment.
Yeah, I mean, as a community organizer, organizing the event XP EVO, which you've heard multiple times throughout this tournament, also coming in a couple weeks here. But yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic journey watching this esport grow. It's had ups and downs. It's not been perfect, but this year has been something new and entirely, and obviously thank you to EFG for bringing this to the forefront and just making it so special.
Gonna decide a club champion, G-Geek.
Honestly, I think I might just be at a loss for words. Like, he took them out of my mouth because you have, of course, as tournament organizer, you're a lot deeper into the weeds than I possibly am. But in my career, I've witnessed so many different eras, so many different highs and lows of this scene. And we're about to live probably the ultimate high, and hopefully the ultimate high, not just for this year, but in the next coming years as well.
Well, for now, you never know what's on the other side of it. I do know what's on the other side of this conversation, though, an interview with Gwen.
Gwen. There is probably the most pressure on you, sorry to say, right now, not just in terms of Trackmania, but the club championship. Do you know what's at stake?
Yeah, but I mean, there is like $2 million on my shoulders, so yeah, I think I understand what it is.
How is this sitting with you at the moment? How are you dealing with this?
Yeah, I don't know how to deal with it. It's the first time of my life, like I think like everyone else.
How important is it though, just to park the club championship and try and focus just on Trackmania?
I will just focus on Trackmania and play my game. Like, I mean, if I try to think about everything else, I won't be in my match.
Yeah, you've obviously got to get third or above to secure the club championship. Yeah. So we now know what's at stake. Park that behind. Obviously, that's the minimum goal. What do you think you can achieve out there?
I mean, I can achieve everything. Like, I'm in the final. It will be one match and one winner. So.
Is this unexpected for you, or did you believe you could get to the final?
I believe that I had the level for this. Like, I knew before that I have all the times wanted for the final, but when I started my two matches, like quarter and semis, I was like, no.
Do you think you're playing the best now? Do you think the trajectory of you is just getting better and better with every match?
Yeah, I think like I can do worse than my two matches, so yeah, it should be better.
What are we going to see from you in this grand final?
I don't know.
Hopefully no mistakes. I'm going to support you, Gwen. No pressure, my man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just the weight of the world. Shrug it off, Gwen. And of course, if you think he's going to do it, if you think he'll win the race, not just make third, or you think it'll be Epos who moves up into fourth place, make sure to get your pick'ems in. Scan that QR code. Use your phone. Use your tablet. Earn your share of $300,000 of prizing. We've been telling a lot of people that leaderboard pretty full, but it doesn't mean you can't join, earn something, and have some bragging rights to say that you picked the winner. Okay, Import, before we get started with our grand final ceremony, final words here before we kick things off.
All these players deserve to be here. They should be happy that they made it this far. Regardless of the result, they should be proud of what they've put down on this tournament. However, I'm hoping for some wins here from Epos. I'm hoping he gets it in. I'm going to show my bias. I'm here for a little bit of Team Liquid. Obviously, there's a lot of clubs here representing. They're going to be super loud, but honestly, everybody here, they're just great. It's a great crowd.
G-Geek.
Same thing. Everybody deserves to win here, but I have to pick Gwen. Not only for the story of AGAL potentially pipping Team Falcons to the club championship, but also he comes from a home region. He comes from Brittany, a Briton taking the world championship. Come on, Gwen!
Well, listen up. Can you hear that? The smallest prize pool at the Esports World Cup. The very last game out of 7 weeks and 24 titles. And this will decide your club championship. This moment, this esport has waited for 20 years in the making. And now one race, one track, one corner will decide who holds the trophy and stands atop the entire world of esports. Gentlemen, start your engines!
is it. The end of the road. 32 players began this contest a few days ago, and just 4 remain in our grand final. The first ever of which here at the Esports World Cup for Trackmania. The stage has been set. We are ready. The world is watching. Milos, it is about to go down here in Paris, and I, for one, my friend, cannot wait.
Absolutely, Adam. Not only will we know the Trackmania EWC champion by the next couple of hours, but also this plucky stage, this plucky game will decide who wins the coveted EWC Club Championship title. A huge moment, twice won by Team Falcons. Today, pressure is on them and AGAL sitting in the stands. And this is the entire world watching right now.
$500,000 prize pool on the line. Only one can go all the way and fix their key into the totem, but who will it be? The question is, Paris, are you ready? Milos, we're in France. We should do this in French as well.
Bah ok. Paris, faites du bruit!
It is time to meet your grand finalists. Here they come. Would you please welcome the beatboxing hurricane, Esports!
Born to race, born to win, it's mine!
King of the tracks and king of the hive, it's Pack!
And last but not least, the man, the myth, the prodigy, Gwen! 4 players of the highest caliber you have ever seen. All of them went through trials and tribulations for this one moment. One race, 4 players, and 1 singular champions. No pressure, but the eyes of the world are on all of you. So gentlemen, please, you may get ready, you may place your keys, and you may get set. And for all of you here with us in Paris, for you watching at home all over the world, one final time, gentlemen, start your engines!
My God.
Players to the stage! Gwen! Mime!
Esports!
Pack TM!
After a tournament filled with the biggest moments, close calls and unforgettable performances, it all comes down to one final showdown where 4 players duke it out on Trackmania's biggest stage ever.
Unthinkable result for Carl Jr.
An icon falls.
It's big for me, it's big for IG, it's big for everyone, so winning the grand final would be like, I think I will cry.
Winning EWC would mean a lot. It would be basically dream come true, right? It's the biggest event, so there's just plenty of motivation.
Proving that every hour that I have spent working is just worth it. I can do it on the biggest stage, the same as I do at home.
I want to play my A game, I want to play my best, and I can really see myself lifting the trophy and being the champion that I would love to be.
Go down to the final jump! Grenade! Right there! It's mine!
Beware of the Polish bull.
It will be hard for you.
It would mean so much to me.
But let's show everyone what Trackmania can bring to EWC. Come on!
Every match, every moment, every victory has all led here. Only one battle remains. The grand final for Trackmania at EWC 2026 is next.
Stay the course. Stay steady. One final moment to decide your legacy. Here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, stakes have never been higher. Emotions never more strained. But opportunity never bigger.
Opportunity for the grand final here. Mime coming in as the dark horse. Talented player, not underestimated necessarily, but he has proven that he belongs here. We have AGAL's Gwen competing not only for himself but the club championship. A lot of weight on his shoulders. Will he be able to bear it? Looking at Epos, top 4 player in the world, looking to prove that he's the best player in the world. And then Pac, the returning Trackmania champion. Is he going to be able to add another trophy to his list?
The bans and picks are coming in. Norway banned by Gwen. We're not taking any risks, nor with Australia, Canada, or Germany. Japan will be your opener. Poland, second place. South Korea picked by Pac in the middle of the rotation. Only 2 maps left to decide. Potentially the club championship.
Argentina and Hungary as the decider. The maps have been chosen. The map pack, regardless of what happens now, it doesn't matter. There's no advantage here. All these players, they're about to fight for their lives.
Well, I'm from Los Angeles, but we might decide things on Hungary. But more importantly, we're in your hometown, G-Geek of France. So I think I'll let you do the honors and send it over to New and Twiggy yourself.
All right. And for this, I will switch back to my native language. Mesdames et messieurs, une dernière fois pour Trackmania à l'Esports World Cup 2026. Faites du bruit! New and Twiggy, take it away. Good luck and have fun.
We do this one more time. For 4 players, only 140 points stands between them and immortality.
The electricity here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, it is the most energy I have felt in a room in a very, very long time. It is so loud we've had to double the volume on our talkbacks. It is ridiculous in here, and we're getting started on Japan. These are 4 of the best Trackmania players in the world. They have proven it over the last 4 days. And it's going to be amazing.
It is going to be absolutely incredible. A gauntlet in name, a gauntlet in nature. It is going to be so tough to put any separation between yourself and the rest of the players in this lobby. But somebody has got to do it. And right now, in round 1, Gwen for AGAL is getting this crowd loud as he starts to pull away.
Not 2 hours ago, this man was dead last in his semi-finals game. He needs 3rd place here or better to win EWC. Not EWC Trackmania, EWC 2026 for AGAL, tied with Team Falcons in the club championship, and he's off to a blistering start here on Japan. All he needs to do is cross a couple more gates and cross the finish line. Gwen is off to an amazing time.
1:15.088 as well. That is quick from Gwen. It's not just a round win, it is a statement win to kick off a grand finals. Gwen looking quick. And Twiggy, while we have a quick second, I think we should talk about it. We are only playing for 1st place for the first time in this tournament. Once we are finished there, we will just lock in the positions of the other players where they are in the lobby.
Indeed. So, I mean, it may come down to the wire. It may come down to us having to throw it back over to the desk to announce the overall winner of EWC. But we're just going to focus on the Trackmania in front of us, which seems to be going the same way as EWC, because Gwen is fired up. That pressure on his shoulders, it means nothing to him. He is absolutely driving his heart out here on Japan.
Gwen might just look to prove he can win in every possible way. He can do it in a close match. He can do it as a comeback. Can he do it by just building a lead and never looking back? He is currently up again by 3.5 tenths here on Japan. Round 2. If he can get through this identity, it will be the dream start in this grand final.
Unbelievable stuff. Infallible so far from Gwen. Can he get through the identity unscathed once again? Because if he can, he will be etching his name so quickly into history here. It's another great time. It's not quite as fast as his first, but it'll get him to 20 points.
But we've had the exact same finish order back-to-back rounds now. Gwen from Epos, Mime in third, Pack trailing down in fourth place. Are we going to shake things up here in round 3? We can't do it again.
Oh my god, well, I mean, it can. We'll see. But for the Brits here, I mean, there's so much on the line for everyone involved. I'm sure they're all very happy that they've got to the grand finals itself, but winning the damn thing, that would be unreal.
That's going to be Mime with a bit of a slowdown out of the backflip. So Epos leads, Gwen just behind Pack in the mix too, as Pack stays so close to that outside wall. Great speed here into this turn, but he releases a little bit earlier than both Epos and Gwen, and so Gwen instead is the only player on Epos's back wheels looking to challenge him through the middle of the track. What a drift. It's clean from Gwen, who slides on through into first place, and now Epos trying to come back at him in the back sector of the track.
The Vitality fans in the crowd with their drums trying to spur on their man in Pack, but so far it's the drums of AGAL that are the rhythm that Gwen is using to drive to the finish line in first place over and over again. Epos trailing now. Can he risk it a little more and move up into first for once, or will Gwen zip away again? It looks like that's the case. He is perfect.
And the times, consistent. He's done a 1:15.0880. Now he's done a 1:15.096. The noise in here is indescribable. And Gwen is playing like he lives here. He's playing like he's used to it. He's playing like he's been here before. Gwen so consistent across our first 3 rounds, and now 12 points clear of the rest of the lobby. And that's, Epos has come second 3 times in a row, Twiggy. It's not even like he's doing poorly. Gwen is literally as far ahead as you could be after 3 rounds.
Oh, Epos has clipped his wheel right at the start of the track on that first checkpoint there, so he's less likely to be coming second again. Can we crown a different victor at all? It's Gwen leading once again. Look, it's his map pick, but everybody has been playing these maps non-stop for 2 months.
I can't believe this. This is absolutely insane. If Gwen manages to start our grand finals off with a perfect map, he's touched the wall. It will not be perfect unless Pack crashes in this identity.
Possible.
It's so possible. It may happen yet. Keep your eyes on that car in black and yellow as Gwen is still in position to try and track him down. He might even be close enough to just catch him, Twiggy. Even with a mistake, can Gwen still somehow win this round? Pack has the lead into the identity. Pack through the first, the second, the third, and the fourth gate. Gwen makes another touch. He's still in second place, but Pack clean on through, and it will be Pack denying the perfect map.
Pack finally generates some noise from the Vitality fans in the crowd. They're loving it out here. He's moved up to 20. It's not perfect. It's not quite as close to Gwen as anybody would want to be. But moving away from Japan, at the very least, they have not let him get a perfect start.
They've come damn close, though. 36 points out of a possible 40. And I said it. I started setting it up that, we may get a little complicated at the end of the match here, working out if AGAL have taken down the club championship. Gwen is looking to put it beyond doubt. If he can just win, to make Trackmania his and make the club championship AGAL's. What a story. What a moment it would be.
Better way to do it.
He's looking good for it.
I'll tell you right now, the crowd is overflowing into the corridors of the arena. It's a very open building, and there are people lined up
having to
right
dodge eye
next
contact
to
with
us.
so many people. It's
right
crazy.
next to us, lined up. There's no more seats in this room. And here we are on Poland now. Epos gets things started, but it's Gwen once again that is leading the group. And it just feels like he is being, I don't know, lifted to another level by the noise, by the energy in this room.
It's absolutely insane. He can't do it on a second track. Surely he cannot go close to perfect again, but he's making a good case for it, and he's out to once again such a strong start here on Poland. This time around, Epos on his back wheels, and everybody is close in behind. A mistake will be incredibly costly as we head into this first jump, and Pac is going for a slightly different line than everyone else, and he will have decent speed down the hill, but Epos has overtaken Gwen up front. This corner is so dangerous. We've seen so many clips here. Pac sends it into that corner and gets as close as you can without clipping. The speed is huge. There's 3 cars on top of each other into these final pair of jumps, and Pac is overtaken for the lead. Vitality come alive in the arena, but Gwen is so fast to the line. He may have it yet. Pac has taken it. A tournament record for Pac in our first round on Poland.
And 2 players were within half of a tenth of him.
PBs for them as well.
Oh my lord. This is a level that Trackmania has never seen. These 4 players have never seen. Well, maybe Epos with his beatboxing.
Maybe.
But still, unreal stuff, and it is pushing them to their limits. They are thriving under the pressure. They're not looking at the point count right now. They are just driving their hearts out. And right now, once again, it's Gwen leading from Epos. Pac right behind. He's just set a new tournament record. He's looking to push it even further, but right now Gwen is stopping him.
Gwen is stopping him. Sure, we can't get a second one in this round as well. It's looking quick from both players out front at the moment. Again, into this first jump. Again, no mistakes from anybody on it just yet. And Gwen leads now. He's clipped. Gwen is wobbling. He stayed alive, but he will drop several tenths. He's behind him. Pac is full crashed. Gwen is on through, and it is going to be Mime slotting into a second place. Distantly behind Epos as Mime crashes. Epos crashes. AGAL fans lose their minds in the crowd as Gwen is through into first place and uncontested, the easiest 10 points he can expect in this grand finals.
The man barely reacts, and such is the case a lot of the time in Trackmania. He's not happy with his time. It doesn't matter that he just beat everybody else and got himself 10 points. He is not happy with his time. Perfection is all that matters to Gwen right now. That's all that's going on in his mind, is drive the perfect line, get the perfect time. I don't care about EWC, I don't care about the club championship. My team, whatever. I'll talk to them after the game. Right now, I just want to drive.
Right now, he just wants to wipe Pac and Massa's names away from that top left corner of your screens. Everyone looking for the best time they can drive, beating everyone else a bonus in the process. But oh, what a bonus it would be here at the grand finals of Trackmania at EWC.
Pac making up for his earlier error here, leading, or not leading, sorry, right behind Gwen, leading Mime and Epos. Goes a little wide, he's going to get more exit speed heading into the water, but that has been his nemesis as he has come into the water so many times, clipping the edge of that wall. It won't happen this time. Gwen out ahead. Again, he's clipped his wheel here a couple of times, but he's good for now. That goes a little too low, and he's not going to be in contention for the top 3 in this round. It's Gwen once again. He's home free. It looks good. He's got it. Another 10 points for Gwen.
Oh, it got dicey at the end there. Mime gained a tenth and a half on Gwen through the final couple of jumps, but not enough. Gwen had that lead, and he will take a second 10-pointer in a row. Gwen, now that we have played 7 rounds, has won 5 of them. Twiggy, it's crazy. It's
ridiculous.
Crazy.
Ridiculous stuff.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 30 points is the lead that Gwen's built for himself, and we haven't even finished map 2 yet, Twiggy.
Unbelievable.
I quite literally do not believe it.
Yeah, it is unreal here. Everybody else struggling for points as Gwen runs away with everything on his shoulders. It's not weighing him down whatsoever here. Pac and Epos having to put on a little extra horsepower to get out ahead in this round, but Gwen's still fighting for the lead. Pac lands earlier, he's got way more speed. It's a perfect line from Pac, and he is going to be first as we head into the water. Epos side jumping down into the pool. I think he hit the wall there. He's out of this round, but Gwen is catching up to Pac. Can Gwen get it done once again? Can he get the overtake? It's perfection from Gwen. He's got it done. Now he just needs to cross the finish line. This is unprecedented Trackmania. Gwen has done it again.
Tournament record for Gwen. He wipes away back at the top stop. He's tied Massa's world record.
This is unbelievable. I've never seen somebody play Trackmania like this before.
And do you know what it was in that final round there on Poland Twiggy? Pac had crashed through the turn, through the water in a previous round, and he was tentative. He took it a little bit too safely, and when he attacked, he carried the speed from that corner all the way through to the end of the track. He came away with another 10 points. He's won 6 out of 8 rounds across 2 maps. He's ahead by nearly 40 points. Gwen, pressure is forming diamonds right now, and Gwen is looking unbelievable.
Oh my god. We're having to use the brakes in maps as a break, as a breather, because every single round is unreal. Finally, the drums have stopped for a moment as well.
They'll be back.
Wait to get back into South Korea here.
Oh.
Now, Epos and Pac have been monumentous on the identity of South Korea over the course of the whole tournament. Every British player has been unreal on the identity of South Korea, but will it be enough? Gwen seems to be pulling away in every single round before we get to the identity of any of these tracks, but right now it's Mime out ahead, Pac behind, and Gwen has pulled away already.
I'd say Mime has been quiet in this match. He's not been contesting for the lead, but Gwen has taken so many first places that it hasn't mattered. Mime is still right there with Epos and Pac. The battle for second is fierce. It just doesn't matter. They need to catch Gwen, who in this round is sitting looking at the taillights of Mime as we approach the final sector of the track. Identity to come, and Gwen has closed that gap right back up. He's going to look to push Mime all the way to the end. He's going to look to try and snipe Mime here at the identity on South Korea. 3 reactor jumps to go, 3 turnarounds to come. Mime goes left, Gwen goes right. Different approaches, and Gwen is just settling in behind Mime. 2 more jumps to go. Gwen still just behind Mime. 1 more jump to go, and Mime will hold this lead all the way to the line. And for the first time in a while, Gwen does not get his 10 points.
It feels like this is unbelievable, because for so long now, every single round we've been expecting Gwen to get his lion's share of the points, but this time around Mime denies him, starts the slow, arduous climb up that 34-point ladder to get back to first place in this lobby, because Gwen has started things off with such an insane run of rounds that it would take something unbelievable from every single other person in this lobby to get back up to his level.
Just so difficult for all of them to catch him, never mind one of them to catch him at this point. But still, we have a lot of this match left to go. Gwen is only just past the halfway mark of the 140-point limit that we are trying to reach right now. And of course, once he gets to 140 points, he enters finals mode, Twiggy, and then he still needs to win a round. You need to win a round to win Trackmania here at the Esports World Cup.
That is not something that Gwen has been struggling for so far.
No, it is
not whatsoever. If he's getting practice to win finalist mode, then he is doing very good practice here. Epos behind Gwen, but Gwen has already pulled away by more than a tenth. That's a difficult gap to pull off, but Epos is trying it. He's looking for it. He's still behind Gwen. It's another personal best for the Frenchman, and it is another 10 points on the board.
The times in this grand final are everything you could ask for as well, even with the crowd. I mean, this is about as far as you can get from the quiet of your bedroom as at home as you can imagine. It is so loud in here. That cannot be understated. And despite that, these players are driving within a tenth of world record, within a tenth of the tournament record. They're setting live PBs round after round like it is absolutely nothing. What a performance, not just from Gwen, from all 4 drivers so far. But Gwen is just on another level. Only 3 points separate second from fourth, and then it is a 40-point jump to first place. And Gwen, he is not slowing down. So many times in this tournament, we have seen a player jump out to this big lead early, only to slow down once we hit the mid-game. Gwen is just continuing to extend his lead.
He has absolutely infinite stamina right now, well past the halfway point to finalist mode. Epos trying desperately to claw something back. anything back. At this point, it feels like they're working as a team to try and stop Gwen. That's the only thing that matters here, but they can't do anything about it. Epos scrambling for the finish line. This time around, he's got him.
Gwen crashed. It's a 4th place, the first of the match for Gwen, who comes in last and only collects 3 points, and maybe that is the first step on the long road back to parity in this match.
Finally, it feels like we've had a break from the fever dream that has been going on right now. Made in Gwen's mind, what he was dreaming about last night, maybe.
We have woken up in Gwen's dreams right now.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
But finally, it feels like we've woken up there, and something has gone wrong for Gwen for the first time in this match. He's still on 91 points.
91 points before anything went wrong. That is inhuman on a stage of this size. Gwen is performing an Epos after finally snatching a win away, has now clipped. He's a long way down in this round. Mime and Pack both in the black and yellow, but very much playing for different teams. Both, we should note, contesting for 3rd place in this club championship as well. There's a whole other storyline going on there we haven't even gotten to touch, and now they're fighting it out for the front of this round.
Yeah, that is a hell of a lot of money that could be won for your organization if you beat out the other team. Pack, he's the only one remaining, trying to stop Gwen from getting another 10 here. It's a good turn from Gwen. He's got more speed. Can he get the overtake done onto Pack? It's not the perfect end, and once again, a Brit has stood in the way of Gwen.
That is absolutely huge for Pack, but it is scarily a little bit of a return to form from Gwen, not rattled by that 4th place finish, just back to driving these consistent times over and over again. He gets back to another 2nd place. He gets back to a position where he moves closer. At this point, Twiggy, I think that we could see Gwen get 2nd place in every round from now on and still comfortably hit finalists before anyone else.
Indeed. Well, here we are on Argentina now. God, it feels like it doesn't matter what map it is. It's just Gwen's playground. That's all it is, and everybody else is just trying to stop him now. Finally, we have had a few rounds where Gwen hasn't just stolen every single point away, but
only just.
It's still such a long road. 35 points from Pack to Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, look, a map where Gwen didn't do well was a 1st, 2 seconds, and a 4th. That's a solid map. Honestly, you're happy with that in a lot of matches. Just picking up 1 first place at any point is big. 10 points so far above the 6 points that you get for a 2nd place. As we move into Argentina, one of the things to keep an eye on, Gwen goes for such a different line to everyone else here. Earlier in the day, Twiggy, this line in the turnaround was not working for Gwen. Argentina became a struggle for him. But if this line works, as we approach it, Gwen turning around a different direction to our other players, if it works, he gains so much time. It's not working. He is going to lose time to Mime, to Pack, and Pack is coming back at Mime, but Mime way out in front.
How did he get the checkpoint? It looked like he was miles from it. It doesn't matter, he's going to keep on going here. And finally, these guys can stop Gwen from gaining momentum, finally put a stop to it, and hopefully put him in a mindset where somehow, some way, they can stage a comeback. It's Mime in 1st here on Argentina, and it's Pack in 2nd, and Epos in 3rd, and Gwen for the 2nd time this series is 4th.
Mime very nearly reaching the Saudi plane right there. He went for a little bit of a flight. And he has plenty to celebrate right now as he does pick up his first place, I think, in the match, never mind in a while. Gwen has hit triple digits, is so far ahead. But with that said, Twiggy, I don't think this map is going to work for Gwen. I don't think that turnaround has been working for him at all today, and I think this is maybe a chance for everyone else in this match to start to rattle him.
Exactly, and we've seen this so many times over the course of this tournament, over the course of any Trackmania tournament, is that one bad map, one bad run of rounds can completely stop you dead in your tracks. Speaking of which, Epos falling back into 4th position here. It's better from Gwen, it's still not good enough. It's not nearly good enough to keep up with Pac, but he overtakes Mime, who has not this time got that checkpoint, or he fell off the back. Something happened. He is no longer with us. It's just Pac keeping Gwen at bay. And 6 points, I think Gwen would be quite happy with that. So barring anything horrible from happening, he clips the checkpoint. Epos should have more speed. There he comes. And again, Pac and Epos will be holding hands to stop Gwen from gaining more momentum here on the EWC stage.
The British 1-2 barrier up front as they deny Gwen a top 2 finish on this occasion. Only 4 points for the Frenchman, as Pac will take home the 10, and this match is still far from over despite that massive lead that Gwen sprung out to. It was 40 points at one point. He was on 88 points while the next closest player was on 48. It has already shrunk. It's down now to only about 20, 25, and it can continue to shrink here on Argentina. We still have 2 rounds left.
It can and it will. We're constantly getting reminders up there of the club championship, because so much can change here with Trackmania. It is just worked out in the way that this has become the most important game at EWC 2026. Maybe not in terms of the amount of points, but in the way those points will shake out in the end. Can Gwen get it done? Third time of asking? No. Once again denied by Mime and Epos here as they move on through. Pac down back with Gwen, however, has got the overtake done, so could end him up in 4th position. Epos gunning for 1st position from Mime here, but he's going to have to do a hell of a lot more to get that overtake done, and nothing ever changes on the Argentina identity, does it, Noah?
Well, that's something you've claimed a couple of different times so far this tournament, Twiggy, and you've been proven wrong a couple of different times. This time around, nothing will change. Mime comes home in 1st place. Epos will take 2nd. Gwen did overtake Pac, but that was pre-identity, so you're safe for now.
Yeah, oh my lord. The energy is still going in here. These fans have not shut up once, and nor should they, because it is amazing. But Gwen, now his lead dwindling, and guess who has taken up the mantle? It's the man with all of the noise being made for him. If you're hearing drums right now, if you're hearing cheers right now, I think there's more than a 25% chance that they're coming from Vitality.
It absolutely is. There's a lot of fans for all of these teams here right now, though. Obviously, AGAL fans here to watch and see can Gwen do it for the team. I think a lot of nervous AGAL players probably floating around the place, keeping an eye on whether or not their club is going to do it. Take down Falcons for the first time, deny Falcons a club championship at EWC. The turnaround is great for 3 players, but again, Twiggy, for Gwen, it just has not worked. But that's a touch from 2, and so Gwen is right back in the mix. All of that time gained and more, sitting just behind Epos now, and Gwen has been gifted a chance to maybe even push for a win. I think Epos is a little bit too far up the road, but one mistake from Epos, and this is all the momentum that Gwen lost to Argentina.
That's so far inside.
Hang on, he's catching, he won't catch. Epos will hold him off at the line as Gwen will settle for 2nd. He's up to 114. The gap has shrunk considerably, and I think we can safely say that Gwen's momentum has been broken.
For now. There's all the fans lining up outside of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, just for an idea of how things are going over here. Oh my god, over to Hungary now. Wow. If things carry on this way, we're going to have a much closer game than the first 3 maps led us to believe.
And from this point on, Gwen needs to work for it, right? I mean, look, it was a fairy tale run for the opening 2-3 maps of this match. But now things have started to go wrong. Now Gwen will have to dig deep. I think the scary thing for his competitors is that he was able to do that in the semi-final, which, as you said, Twiggy, not 2 hours ago happened. Gwen was behind by 20, 30 points in the mid-game, and from that position, he managed to claw his way back and close things out. With a 20 or 30 point lead, will anyone even be able to catch him?
That's the question. We're going to have plenty more like we did on Argentina here, and maybe Gwen is now feeling it, not feeling invincible anymore. He is out in 1st here on Hungary. The random float map from the rest of the pool, the 2 maps remaining after picks and bans are done. before we head back to a map that was unbelievable for Gwen, Japan. So if he can get himself close to that all-important 140-point mark here, even get himself on it, then he will be very, very happy. But right now, he's back in third, trailing just a few thousandths behind Mime and behind Pack, who have superior speed heading into the identity. You've got to be careful here on Hungary to land completely flat and not hang a wheel. Gwen is faster. Gwen overtakes. It's Gwen again.
But how? How does he win that round, Twiggy? He released in the middle of that round to keep himself from crashing into a wall, and somehow, some way, Gwen is just that quick. He manages to come from behind to take a round win and another 10 points. I said he was going to have to dig deep. I said he was going to have to recover from a disappointing Argentina that had broken his momentum. That is a huge win to claw it back.
And more than that, it has put the fear back into the minds of every other player on this stage, all trailing by almost 40 points here. Unreal. All of them thinking, what is going on right now? Gwen wasn't doing this in his last game even, let alone the rest of the tournament here.
Where is this come from?
Now trying to stop him. Epos behind Gwen, but they both need to have perfect identities, and neither of them did last time. I'll tell you who did. It was Gwen. First jump is perfect. The transition is perfect. The second transition is perfect. And the last jump, I'll tell you what, Newer, it's perfect!
Gwen has just driven 259.5s in a row. He's now on 134 points. He is 1 second place or better away from finalist mode, and nobody else has cracked triple digits.
The only other time we saw this was Carl Jr., the 7-time world champion's first game, where he completed his run to finalist and won out the game before anybody hit 100 points. That was against a round of 32 set of players. This is against the other top 3 players in the world.
Absolute bright light merchants, I guess. Gwen picking it up when the pressure is on, when the moment is big. Gwen rises to meet it, but he still has work to do. Second place or higher in this round in order to lock in his finalist. He is sitting in second place at the moment. All 4 cars within 2/10 of each other. Gwen looking to lock it in. He's been so whisked around this Hungary identity. He slots in behind Epos. He slots in front of Epos. Gwen takes another round win. He just needs to do it one more time.
I have never in my life seen anything like this. Gwen just needs one more win to win the entirety of EWC Trackmania and win the EWC Club Championship for his team, AGAL. It is the best performance of Trackmania I have seen in my life. I can guarantee you, for most people watching that have been watching this game for the many, many years it has been running, the best performance they have ever seen in their lives. Down goes Mime, one contender gone. It's just Epos and Pack left to try and deny, and they are the only thing standing between him and victory. Gwen in third, but we've seen his identity already 3 more times before now, and he's still in contention. Can he do it one more time? Jump one. No! It's gone. Epos in first.
Epos in first, and Gwen with not even the opportunity, not even the chance to snipe that one. He still stayed relatively close. The mistake didn't cost him too much, and we finally have other players over 100 points.
I don't know what to say, Noah.
Gwen will not get it done the first round of asking, and now, Twiggy, we've seen it. We've seen it for other players before. Once you don't get it done that first round, the longer it takes, the harder it gets. We have now a map change where you can just sit, you have to stew in it for just a second if you're Gwen. But we are returning to a map he dominated at the
You
start.
want to know how many points this man got last time we were on Japan? 30-6. Noah?
Yep, that's 3 round wins. At this point, he only needs 1. He just needs to get 1 more win. Gwen heard me saying, oh, there's some complicated things that could happen with tiebreakers, you know, if other players are on finalists, if someone else wins the match, and Gwen said, bet, watch me put this one beyond doubt. We are into what could be the final round of Trackmania here at the EWC 2026. Gwen is out to an early lead. Gwen is looking to just do it now. There goes 1, there goes 2. It is Gwen versus Epos, and it is Epos, the only man left alive who can stop Gwen from winning it all for AGAL right here.
Sit back and watch, ladies and gentlemen, because Trackmania is here to stay. I'll tell you what, this is unbelievable stuff. The drama, the trials, the tribulations, the tears, it has all led to this 1v1. Epos trailing from Gwen, sweeps around. I think he's out.
I think he's too wide. He's gone. He's gone.
Home.
It's over.
It's over right here. I'm going to lose my voice, Noah. You take it.
It is over. No, he's not gone. He's not fully gone. He's at the second down. If Gwen crashes, Epos will still get it. It is not completely free. You just need to go through. 2 gates remain. 1 gate remains. Gwen for AGAL to deny Falcons for the first time ever is your champion of the world for Trackmania at EWC.
Not only has Gwen done it for himself, for glory, for the grand prize here at Trackmania at EWC 2026, he has done it for AGAL. He is their savior. He is their god. He is the perfect man. He has won them the club championship.
And you could see it on Pac's face in the background at the end there. Disbelief, Twiggy. Disbelief on Gwen's face in the manner in which this has happened.
I have never, ever in my life, not even Trackmania, I'm not talking Trackmania anymore, I have never in my life seen an esports game that unbelievable.
Absolute dominance from Gwen.
You can see how much it means to him. Look at the tears. Look at the tears from everyone involved. This man has saved EWC for AGAL after such a hard-fought 7 weeks. It could only be Gwen that could win it, and he didn't even need to come first. He only needed to come in 3rd place here.
Look at it. Nobody else in the match can do anything
exactly.
except laugh.
What are you going to say?
They can do nothing except laugh.
You can't. This is the perfect result because none of them can even be upset. What do you even do? If they were driving their best times every round, Gwen still would have won.
Gwen.
Here he is.
Get to place his key. The last remaining key in Trackmania into the trophy. Gwen.
No, I'm going to cry. Imagine. Oh my God. He's done it. He has done it. Not just Gwen as the champion of Trackmania, Gwen, the champion of EWC 2026.
Absolutely incredible. Well, for all of us who have been involved in the cast here, thank you very much for watching. We're going to hear what the man himself has to say.
Hands together for your EWC Trackmania champion, it's Gwen! Gwen, come and join me here. Gwen, look at this, feel this moment. Everyone cheering, celebrating your name. You've done it. You are the very first Trackmania champion at the Esports World Cup. How does this moment rank? How does it feel right now to you holding that trophy?
It feels so great. Like anything can happen that well, and like I've done it. I've done the match of my life at the right moment, and yeah, so it's very good for me.
You had your first event 6 years ago, and now here we are in front of the world. Is there anything you want to shout to all the fans out there supporting you, anyone around the world, your family? What would you like to say to them?
Thank you, everyone, and this trophy is for you, for real.
One more time, would you please give it up, your EWC Trackmania champion, Gwen! this isn't just about the Trackmania Championship here. It's about the world. I want to invite on Milos as well. Hey, come join my friend. What an amazing moment, but please bring on these wonderful people too.
It is an incredible moment for esports history overall and for AGAL because, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have to say it. Please put your hands together for the Esports World Cup 2026 Club Championship champions, AGAL! A massive moment for Gwen and the entire organization. And speaking of which, we're going to have a quick chat here with some of the MVPs here. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Liu, congratulations on the massive win. You as a club, AGAL, have come a long way since competing at EWC 2024, improving every single year and having the victory here today. How did you achieve that? How was that process of improvement each time?
Hello everyone, I'm Lane from AGAL. This is our third year to come to EWC. I remember in 2024, we are just at the gate, in front of the gate. But last year, we become the sixth. But this year, please tell me, which is the best team in the world? Thank you so much.
A massive moment for you, and AGAL has grown from a China-focused organization into a household name all over the world. I mean, a huge achievement. Now that you've won the club championship, what's the next step for you?
I think when we go to the global, I think that's our honor. For the next step, I want to build more rosters in the world and become the next year champion. Next year champion of the great global stage.
Next year's champions in the making. Thank you very much, Mr. Le. Though I turn to you, Mr. Abubakar, of course, Vice President of Business at AGAL Global, at AG Global. I mean, I'm told that you had a big hand in the win this year at EWC. How do you find and what makes a championship winning roster and player like you've had with Zubair, like you've had with Gwen?
It's completely, I've been scouting, working hard, like 14 hours. I'm watching all the matches for almost 24 titles, watching each player, and then it's my research, and then I think it's all luck. And it's all those players who work very hard, who don't take pressure at the bigger stage, they win. And it's the self-belief in every player. If you believe in yourself, you can be champion. So we made Gwen, we made Zubair as the champions.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Mr. Abubakar, to you as well, Mr. Liu, and congratulations to the world on your EWC Club Championship champions. One more time for Gwen and AGAL! Incredible moment in esports history, and another one still left. Gwen, the team from AG, you may head to the totem and cement your place in esports history. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, fans all over the world, AGAL!
Well, sometimes the words fit a moment. And sometimes the moment is too big for words. What this man just did, and maybe the most dominant performance in a final we have seen in EWC history, has not only changed his future, but the future of AGAL, your new club champions.
Paris, please welcome to the totem not just your winner of Trackmania, but the representative of your 2026 EWC Club Champion in AGAL. It's Gwen! My friend, please hand your trophy to our key master. Do you realize what you just did? You just won the club championship at AGL, my friend. And you just won Trackmania, the biggest state in its history. Please, come with me. say thank you to your fans. High five, step ups all around. Trav, unbelievable.
Glenn, come here. Congratulations. With all the pressure on your shoulders, you managed to get it done for AGL. Just one last thing to do. Take to the stage, place your frame in the totem, and eternalize yourself in Esports World Cup history.
Well, what an incredible 4 days it has been. The birth of a legend with AGAL, crowned the club champions. And this man right there, getting the final box ticked off the resume. It's been a pleasure to follow all that throughout this week. A pleasure to be involved. And for that, Paris, once again in final language, merci beaucoup.
Gwen, AGAL, congratulations, well-deserved. A tournament of expectations, but expectations broken. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, to witness history, to be a part of this great community. It's everything, not just to me, but to everybody here on the stage, everybody in production, the community. Thank you to EWC, thank you to EFG. We appreciate everything, and we hope to be back next year.
Well, as you see the fans taking in the moment and Gwyn himself a bit taken aback, I remember the word luck being used to describe how dominant he was. But in my eyes, it was anything but luck. Because at 4 years old, his father put a controller in his hand and he turned on a game. You know what that game was? Trackmania. And now somewhere along the lines, as we all slip and fall and chase our dreams, it wasn't a clear path to this moment, but he has found himself at the top of the mountain, not just in this game, in this esport of 20 years, but at the top of esports itself. What a journey. 75 days ago, so many of you came here, and to our crew, to our talented producers, our directors, everyone behind the scenes who makes EWC possible, congratulations, you did it. It has been an honor being with you at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for these 7 weeks, these 24 games, at this final moment to crown our new EWC 2026 Club Champion. AGAL will take it home. And before we leave you and say goodnight in Paris and send you to our STC recap, I want to remind you from all of us here to never give up, to never stop gaming. And we will see you all next time. Good night.
welcome to the EWC Spotlight, where we are about to break down everything that we have seen so far. We have some amazing guests with us, starting with Sandstorm, Twiggy, and of course, AGAL's Eddie Chen.
Wow!
Eddie, you literally just ran off from the trophy area
Yes,
just a second
I just
ago.
ran off. Yeah, suddenly got caught by your colleague. Yeah, but it's very exciting and happy moment. Yes.
Tell me about that moment where you stood up on stage with everyone from Trackmania and with Gwen, just knowing that EWC 26 was yours.
It is very exciting, and I just can't believe it. I like living in a dream, and because this week we have very bumpy points. Yeah, sometimes our chance of getting champion seems to be quite high, but sometimes it's dropped to very bottom. Yeah, so it's very bumpy. Yeah, but I think that is the lovely of the esports. So we never give up, and also we trust on our players, and we believe that they can try their best. And finally, we made it.
Let's talk about the start of the day, though, because we did have some contention with Fortnite, AGAL, Falcons, who was going to be able to walk away with a lot of points. And I mean, Sandstorm, what did we end up seeing?
I'll give you the lowdown. I mean, look, it started off very, very well. I want to say for Falcons, they were in third place after 5 or 6 games. Yes. Poyo and Peterbot ended up getting a win at, I want to say at some point at the game 5 or 6. And then it just all fell apart. Yeah. They started falling down. AGAL, Sky and Scroll were in 17th. They climbed all the way to 10th, 11th. They were competing with Poyo and Peterbot. And then at the end of the day, big clan. You had the winners from the Summit Major previously in Vico and Malibuca. They did it again. They proved that they are the best duo to do it. But at the end of the day, I want to say Falcons, Poyo, Peterbot, they dropped the ball. Not even top 8. Not even top 8. Especially after all the things that Peterbot has been saying. I want to win this for Falcons. I woke up early because I heard, oh no, we lost Carl Jr. from Trackmania as well. Are you kidding me? 7-time world champion couldn't do it? Couldn't make it to the finals? That's insane.
What was it like for you backstage, maybe watching with the rest of the team, seeing how Fortnite was going down?
I can say that many things happen very unexpectedly. Yeah. Especially these 2 weeks. Yeah, many of our estimation, actually, it is so different with the outcomes. Yeah, so it is very exciting and unexpected. Yeah, but finally we are so happy, and thanks for the support for all the fans, and we made it.
Absolutely, man. And before I continue asking you some very important questions about the club championship, we have a question for Chat. Chat, who surprised you the most during EWC at 26? Let us know in the comments in the chat, or I don't know, scream it out into the world.
I mean, anyone who surprised us, cry me. 15-year-old winning an EWC title? That's crazy. And also the youngest EWC champion. That's my shout.
Oh, incredibly so. But listen, we do have to talk a little bit about Club Championship and also the game where all of the points racked up in Trackmania. Eddie, did you think that Trackmania was going to be the deciding game of the event?
Before the game, we didn't expect that this will be the game decider. Yeah, but it's because the game honestly is quite new to us. I think also very new to the community. But it is the beauty of the esports that there are always some new games, new players. So we learn about this game, also take a lot of analysis as well. And we find out 2 very, very high potential players. And then we are so glad that we can work with them. And thank you.
Okay, actually, follow-up question. What kind of car are you buying for Gwen as a bonus?
Formula 1.
Wow. That's a good idea.
He's been driving it a lot.
Let me think about it.
Gwen, you're welcome. You're welcome.
We got you, brother.
No, but Twiggy, walk us through how we got to this amazing grand finals.
I mean, I just ran over from casting it. You can see, and you can hear that it was unbelievable. Gwen didn't just win, he destroyed the competition. Nobody else had a chance. It was unbelievable. Earlier today, seeing Carl Jr. go out, we didn't think that was going to happen whatsoever. We thought it was going to be a much closer fight, but Gwen, I don't know. I don't even know, because we came into it, we weren't really expecting Gwen to
I don't know. I think third was definitely doable for Gwen, but first and in that fashion,
he wanted it all.
Yeah, it's the best game of any esport I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh, we also saw the fans, right? Gwen's family in the crowd. You were out there on the stage. What was that excitement like? Could you feel it in the air during that final moment?
Yes, it's very exciting. I even have a little bit of cry. It's so touching, and we always would love to invite the parents and the relatives of the players to join together. So we have different events participating, and we also invite quite a lot of parents to join and to enjoy the moment also with the players.
Now, if I could maybe peer into your mind just for a moment here, because just so you know, in case for some reason anyone doesn't know, this is the first time that Falcons is not winning the EWC. You have unseated them, picking up the first EWC win for AGAL. You guys had consistency across the board. We saw some nice performance in Tekken, a little bit of Apex Legends. What is AGAL's secret? AGAL's secret?
I think because we start our global expansion actually in just 3 years, but actually our organization started in 1999. So I think we are one of the very long history organization, and also we respect the players, we treat them as the family, and also we have very good training system for them. We know how to find very good coach, and also the coach can help us to scout for the players. So our team, thanks very much to my team. My team did a very, very good job, and under the leadership of our chairman Lane.
I have to say, whoever scouted Zubair as well, are you kidding me? $2,000 earnings to winning EWC from the LCQ?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Give that man a raise.
All right, and let's go ahead and take a look at our final club championship standings as they are, just to see how big that point gap is for AGAL. It started as just 200 points this morning, Sandstorm.
I mean, it's absolutely insane seeing AGAL first place. And not only that, it's the fact that they also ended it with winning a Trackmania competition at the Esports World Cup. And we get to see the rest of the teams, I want to say, participating here. And as long as you have 2 top 8s, you get part of the prize pool.
Amazing, amazing. But again, the excitement that we had, the excitement that we had. Although, we still do have one more grand final in the future to talk about, Counter-Strike.
That we do. I mean, when we're looking at Counter-Strike, little switch up. Out of nowhere, I don't even know how, Foot take down Furia, new lineup, new players, and it's just absolutely insane. They took them down in a 2-1 fashion, and then Spirit versus Legacy. Spirit wasn't going to go down without a fight. They took them down 2-0, quick, clean, easy peasy. So now it's going to be Foot versus Spirit in the finals, and it's going to be an all-Brazilian third-place matchup, I believe, with Furia versus Legacy. Now that's
exciting.
I just want to go for the fans. That's it. I just want to be around the fans with all the energy, all the excitement, because Brazilian fans are insane.
I think Rocket League also had some region v region matchups as well. But again, one final game that we got to talk about, Crossfire, because if you guys noticed, Team Liquid started jumping up in some of those standings.
They did. They made it all the way to the grand finals. But once again, I want to say Chinese representatives in Baisha Gaming took them down 3-0. Quick, clean, easy fight. And they got themselves the title that they lost out on last year to AGAL. But I mean, you guys got the bigger piece of the pie here. You got the club championship. You guys are very happy with that one at the end of the day.
Yes.
Incredible. But Eddie, I want to thank, first of all, 3 of you for joining. But Eddie, I want to give you the opportunity. Anything that you want to say to the AGAL family right here, right now, after securing that big old dub?
Yes, I would like to say super thank you to all our fans, and also to all our colleagues, my team, players, and coaches. Can I repeat in Cantonese, in Mandarin? Yeah. 非常感谢所有支持 AGAL 的所有的朋友。我们都会继续的努力。感谢大家。Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you, Twiggy and Sandstorm, for joining me as well. Everyone, this has been the EWC Spotlight. We've got one left, and we will see you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.